Standing amidst the ashes that man, Yugite remained lost in thought, wondering if things might have changed had he listened to her. The flames roared violently as a horde of demonic dragons descended from the sky, bringing catastrophe and burning everything. Despite the scene of destruction before him, he resolutely cast aside all hesitation. No, I have no regrets. With a flick of his hand, a terrifying burst of energy was instantly unleashed, the invisible S-rank lightning sword, a blade of pure light that tore through the darkness. Summarizing the cruel truth. The one thing Yugite realized after crawling his way to the 6th loop of this hellish world was nothing but failure, and all the experience that came with it. Carrying overwhelming power, the young man plummeted to the ground, creating a massive shockwave while razor-sharp blue lightning bolts violently shattered the space around him, cutting through everything. He glided through the sea of fire like a ghost preparing for a bloody slaughter. The dragons of every color roared hungrily, gaping their hideous maws as they lunged, attempting to swallow him whole. Without flinching, he tightened his grip on the glowing energy sword, and with one lightning-fast strike he tore through the tough scales and dismembered the red dragon. Right there in mid-air, the divine blade continued to dance with perfect precision, reaping the lives of the ill-fated monsters. Even the arrogant giant purple dragon was slashed, cut to pieces in a heartbeat. He unleashed a final sweeping strike, swinging the great sword to tear through the flaming sky. As the dust settled, the lonely man stood there on the edge of a jagged cliff, silently watching the world engulfed in a sea of flames. His shoulders slumped as he let out a weary sigh. Even though he had fought until he was completely exhausted, reality still rained down cold, heartless notifications upon him. No matter how many he killed, they just wouldn't stop. The Earth is entering an abnormal state of apocalypse. You have failed to save the Earth. Just as it seemed the curtains were closing on a tragic end, a gleaming golden magic clock appeared as if to salvage a shred of hope. But it was an overwhelming power. Reserved for the author's favorite, it was activated. The S-rank orbital clock's authority, smaller than the world's power, was now reversing time for the world greater than the man IUG. T slightly opened his dead fish eyes and muttered something that sounded full of experience. Perhaps everything wasn't entirely meaningless. The shattered scenery suddenly rewound and the system coldly notified. The world's time is being restarted. The scene snapped back to a peaceful day on the modern streets. The crowd walking by suddenly grew restless, buzzing with chatter and pointing up at the sky. Hey look, what on earth is that? Looming in midair was a deep, dark purple spatial rift. The citizens began to act like on-the-spot commentators. Looks like a door kinda creepy, huh? I think I've seen this in a movie before. Should we call the police? A girl grabbed her boyfriend's arm with a worried expression. Honey, let's go. I have a bad feeling about this. Relax, nothing's gonna happen. The guy nonchalantly gave a thumbs up to take a photo while death was baring its fangs right behind his back. Who knows when it'll disappear? Gotta take a picture for the memory, right? Being a guy, how could one resist giving a thumbs up? Hurry up and take one before the police get here. Before he could even click the shutter, the girl's face turned pale with horror as fresh blood splattered onto the screen. The poor phone dropped to the ground, shattering its display. Just like the survival hopes of the innocent crowd, swarms of hideous monsters poured out of the portal, officially turning the street into a slaughterhouse. A blood-soaked chaos as people trampled over each other to flee from death, opening the dark age of a new era, the 21st century. Everywhere on Earth, the tragedy repeated exactly the same way. As gates opened across the globe and monsters spilled out into the carnage, a deep, warm voice echoed, salvaging a bit of belief, as if the flame of humanity would burn out. Just like that. But a miracle appeared when humans began to awaken supernatural powers. Humanity, having found a new flame, the era of the strong using magic, started in earnest, marking the beginning of a new age called the New Era. The frame shifted to a majestic island floating amidst the blue sky and white clouds, and among them were young hunters with extraordinary potential. They were gathered on the artificial island Haterling and began their training there as a grand academy building appeared. Along with the familiar narration, "This is the Global Academy City. This entire place is known as LE." And so everything began once more. The regressor now entered his 7th loop. He found himself at LE again. On the very first day of school, there was already a show to watch. A pervert was grabbing a girl's hair, kidnapping her, and shouting loudly, "Damn it, if you don't want to die, stay back!" The poor girl cried and begged desperately, "Please don't kill me." Security forces armed with weapons surrounded them, advising him with all their might, "Johi, withdraw your ability and surrender now." The madman arrogantly cursed at them, "Get lost. You fake cops think I'll listen to you." Driven into a corner, he decided to play his final card, "Forget it. If I have to die, we'll all die together." Just at that boiling point, our stone-faced protagonist appeared right behind the culprit, speaking coldly. "I said surrender." The pervert's eyes widened, sweat pouring down his face in fear. Why didn't I notice him? His mind was screaming in utter confusion at the other guy's blinding speed. Since when did this bastard get behind me? Still trying to scrape together his last bit of recklessness. He swung his mutated arm, intending to counterattack. Damn it! He poured all his remaining strength into a direct punch at the protagonist's face, not forgetting to curse furiously, "You're a cop too, right? Go to hell." He stepped out of a mini-portal to dodge the attack smoothly, casually clarifying his status. "I'm not some low-rent cop." No sooner had he finished than he swung his hand and smacked the kidnapper. Stunned, I descended from above. I am a real police officer. With just one light, affectionate pat, the perpetrator face-planted, shattering the floor tiles. Dust filled the yard, obscuring everything. Seeing the villain passed out with his eyes rolled back in a headstand position. The guy who just knocked him senseless sighed with a deeply fake performative tone. "I think I might have used a bit too much strength." Adjusting his glove. The young man realized he was getting a little too into his role. Right, he almost forgot he was under a new identity now. An officer at the Lee District Police Station. The scene shifted to the station where the morning news was playing, broadcasting breaking news. Joshua, a former superhuman-turned-human trafficker, cornered after a police chase. The report continued to cover the earlier chaos along with footage of the victim crying miserably. They say he grabbed a bystander and caused a hostage situation. But contrary to his dangerous TV persona, in reality, this notorious criminal was face down in handcuffs, on the precinct floor, looking pathetic, making everyone wonder, why is he even here, keeping a completely expressionless face? Our young man made up a flimsy excuse. He just rolled over and lay there like that. His female colleague wearing glasses was speechless at this report. She intended to remind him, right, please write your report first, but then quickly waved it off. "Never mind, Senior, you worked hard." However, she still glanced at him suspiciously. Something feels so different about Senior today. Not just her, the other colleagues were whispering too. Was he always that tall? And he seems a bit more handsome too. "Hey, did you catch Hoshik? Is this him?" "Yes." The boss immediately grumbled when he saw the miserable state of the kidnapper. "But you hit him way too hard. What are you going to do if people start complaining about police brutality again?" Meanwhile, JT's mind was drifting elsewhere. Every face here felt so unfamiliar. It wasn't hard to understand because to a person who hadn't stepped foot in a workplace since he started regressing, everyone here were people he was meeting for the first time. Things started getting noisy around him. By the way, it seemed something had happened. "What's going on? Don't just stand there. Give me a hand, Senior. I'm annoyed." JT dragged the criminal away like a bag of trash. "I'll handle this. Everyone else go back to work." His colleague obediently replied, "Oh, okay." And then the secret behind his exhausting days of rushing around was revealed, the reason he gave up his normal life and began regressing to stop the apocalypse. Tiny, colorful dragons appeared. The destiny of these young dragons, it turned out they also had a program. A joint education program. Once the dragonets were old enough in the other world, as Khalifa, they would come to Earth to study abroad and gather happy life experiences. But life wasn't a dream. The study abroad trip suddenly turned into a bloody tragedy. Throughout that journey, some lost control, driven mad by battles, and met their end. A heartbreaking scene appeared. One had broken down, unable to bear the malice directed at it. And this was the scene of resentment from the beginning of the story. While another failed to complete the mission given by the stars and ended its own life. This wasn't the plan the dragon parents had in mind. How could they let that slide, furious at the death of their young ones? The adult dragons descended upon Earth to settle the blood debt, launching a destructive attack on humanity. A harsh truth struck the protagonist. Even though the regressor had become so powerful he could barely get any stronger through countless repeated lifetimes, it still wasn't enough for him to protect the world alone. After countless lifetimes of fighting and struggling, this time the young man decided to play the intellect game. So in this loop, he planned to try a different method. While he was lost in thought, a shy voice spoke up. "Senior, The female colleague from earlier had been following him and blushing as she dropped a hint. "What are you doing after work today?" "There's a new place that opened up and I really want to try it, but I don't have anyone to go with." She adjusted her glasses, her cheeks flushed, attacking the issue head-on. "If you don't have any plans, would you like to have dinner with me?" But the iron-faced protagonist poured a bucket of ice-cold water on her. "Sorry, I have somewhere I need to be," leaving the girl standing there bewildered. He dashed away with such a cool vibe. "Where are you going?" The short answer echoed in the wind. Europe. In the blink of an eye, the system had teleported him straight to a dreamy street in Florence, Italy. Under the cool green trees, a girl with pale blue hair was gently placing a pretty flower crown on the head of a little girl who was braiding hair and smiling as brightly as an angel. Receiving the beautiful handmade gift, the girl was innocently playing and laughing with the children as if no apocalypse had ever happened. Suddenly, the fun stopped, when she spotted a tall figure quietly approaching. The contemplative, sharp-featured face of the Korean cop who had just taken a trip all the way to Europe was intently observing his target. Standing a few paces away on the tree-lined path, he offered a very brief greeting. "Hello?" The girl turned her head slightly, her eyes widening in surprise at the uninvited guest. But very quickly that surprise was replaced by a bright, sweet smile that lit up the entire frame. Without beating around the bush, the guy immediately used his familiar commanding tone. Following her fearing a language barrier, he hastily acquired a top-tier S-rank communication skill that allowed the user to freely understand and speak any foreign language. Upon hearing the cold command, the blue-haired girl still obediently blinked and replied, "Hello," innocently tilting her head to ask, "Why did you come looking for me?" "I have business with you, and I won't waste time." He narrowed his eyes, probing her attitude. "So you already know who I am?" "Yes," she replied, finding the whole thing a bit surreal. He asked again to be sure. "You know who I am?" The girl calmly repeated, "Yes." Amidst a setting as romantic as a movie, the girl smiled softly and called his name, Yugit. Her radiant smile seemed ready to disarm anyone. Is that really the case? Too bad she ran into a heartless guy. I instantly switched to assassin mode, his eyes darkening with a menacing glare. "Where did you hear that name?" he demanded. Seeing the tension thick enough to cut with a knife, the girl answered innocently. It left him so embarrassed he wanted to crawl into a hole. "It's written right there on your shirt. The letters IUGT, that's all." Seeing him with a face as dark as if he were ready to eat someone alive, the girl giggled to ease the awkwardness. Hey, I was just teasing. Actually, I have no idea who you are or what you do for a living." Walking beside him in the sun-drenched garden, she muttered a surprisingly insightful guess. "But I think I've seen through one thing: you're incredibly powerful and you don't belong in a peaceful place like this." Responding to that sharp deduction, the stone-faced man maintained his inscrutable, brooding look, not bothering to utter a single word, seeing that the girl tilted her head slightly, carefully probing the stranger's true intentions. "So did you come here to kill me?" I immediately denied it. "No." Her curious eyes blinked. She continued to toss out bolder hypotheses. "Kidnapping me, using force to make me go." This time the man gave a blunt nod of admission. "Pretty much." Suddenly she crossed her arms over her chest and stepped back with a fake shocked look. "Or are you one of those rare perverts with a weird obsession with dragons?" He frowned and cut her off. "Stop talking nonsense." Maintaining his cool demeanor, he sonorously declared his justifiable reason. "I intend to protect you in this world filled with danger. If you don't listen to me now, I will be forced to use tougher measures." After all, she wasn't just anyone. He secretly acknowledged the overwhelming power of her species. It is said that the eyes of the dragonkin can see through destiny itself. That is the reason why. The instinct and ability to grasp a situation that you people possess always far exceed other clans. Her gaze flickered and a blue flash sparked in her pupils. As he closed the argument, standing behind her like a death god, he issued a threat heavy with coercion. "I hope you will make a wise decision." Yet instead of fear, she broke into a beaming smile, summarizing the situation in the most innocent way possible. "In short, if I behave and do as I'm told, you'll be nice to me, right?" He nodded in confirmation. "Exactly." Seeing this, she happily accepted her fate of being kidnapped. "Fine. Anyway, I probably don't have any other choice, but you have to promise to treat me well, okay?" The rhythmic tapping of her heels on the cobblestone path shattered the tension, opening an unwilling cohabitation contract for both. The bubbly girl turned back. Smiling as radiant as a spring flower, she sealed the deal. "You have to treat me like an honored guest, got it?" "Okay, old man." Saying this, she held out her slender pinky finger, signaling for a childish pinky swear ritual. Facing that naive gesture, a man who had lived through 7 bloody lifetimes could only narrow his eyes in helplessness, likely wondering why he had taken on this burden, but he finally gave in. He obediently reached out to pinky swear with the little dragon, accompanied by a reluctant vow, "Fine, I promise." The Hero Meets Beauty script paused as the scene shifted to a high-rise luxury apartment in the heart of the modern city where their new life began. The next morning, the little dragon peeked her messy head through the bedroom door and let out a sleepy yawn. Dressed in nothing but an oversized men's dress shirt showing off her long, slender legs, she rubbed her eyes and dreamily called out, "Is the old man awake yet?" Walking into the living room, she stared blankly when she saw a mass of pitch-black smoky mist forming into a human shape in the corner of the sofa. Old man, while the main body sat there at ease. He calmly gave instructions to his clone like a boss exploiting an employee. "There won't be any mistakes. Just do whatever he tells you." The system chimed in to explain, the SS rank Grand Duke can summon a shadow clone capable of using up to 50% of the original's power. Immediately, the shadow finished the manifestation process. The 3-dimensional figure transformed into a second Ugite wearing a standard work outfit and bowed to accept orders. "I will create the shadow, my master." After receiving the order, the clone turned and walked away, leaving the little dragon standing there staring without blinking. Before he left, she hesitantly greeted him hello, thinking to herself, "Wow, he looks exactly like him." Seeing her eyes glued to him, the original Eugite calmly spoke up to draw her attention back. "Don't pay him any mind. He's the one who's going to work for me. Did you sleep well?" Hearing this, she gasped, judging the unmatched laziness of the host. "But aren't you going to go to work yourself?" The thick-skinned guy immediately threw out a flimsy excuse for slacking off. "The clone is just an extension of my own power, you know. So technically speaking, I'm still working." Lazy and smooth-talking, he dropped that excuse effortlessly, then added, "Besides, I need to be by your side, don't I?" Hearing that, she flushed bright red, scratching her head with an awkward laugh. "I guess that's true." She sheepishly sat down next to him while he read the paper and suggested, "How about we grab some breakfast?" "Breakfast?" The little dragon grumbled softly. "You need to eat. You skipped dinner last night, you know." He replied bluntly, "I'm fine." She hugged a pillow, hiding half her face, and looked up with super cute puppy dog eyes. "But I'd feel so bad if the homeowner goes hungry while I'm the only one eating." JT didn't even blink, responding as coolly as ever. "You're always eating. How can a dragon even live without food anyway?" The little dragon girl swung her bare feet on the sofa, happily countering his dry logic. "It's not just about survival. When you eat something delicious, you feel happy and full of energy." The guy took it in with indifference. Suddenly, she jumped to her feet. She declared excitedly and firmly, "That's it, old man. We're going to the supermarket to get groceries." He hurriedly refused, "I don't need to," but she quickly cut him off. With a radiant, confident smile, she said, "I'll show you the power of breakfast." The scene shifted to a bright, colorful advertisement for all seasons. S-Mart. We deliver everywhere. They quickly arrived at the bustling shopping center called S-Mart, where the appearance of the blue-haired beauty immediately drew every eye. People started whispering, "Hey, look over there. Oh my God, I think she's a celebrity." The crowd kept buzzing, and of course the guy with her got a bit of the spotlight too. "The guy next to her is so handsome too." A random guy standing nearby felt hurt and self-conscious. "I might as well turn into a squid, huh?" Ignoring the public, the little dragon girl trotted along happily, whistling as if she'd won the lottery while JT dutifully followed behind, carrying all the bags. Looking at the pile of random items, he asked, "We're just making breakfast, aren't we? Isn't this a bit too much? Isn't this a bit too much?" She raised her voice to correct the terrible lifestyle habits of the homeowner. "Your kitchen has absolutely nothing. No ingredients, no pots, no pans. We're going to be cooking a lot from now on, so we at least need the basics." After finishing their shopping, she excitedly urged, "Hurry up, let's head home." "I'll make breakfast. Just drop the groceries off at home first. We're going out to eat," she asked in surprise. "Huh, what?" Maintaining his man-of-few-words style, he gave an order she couldn't refuse. "There's a place we need to stop by. You're coming with me." Adding a very justifiable excuse, he tacked on, "Besides, breakfast time passed ages ago." She hung her head, scratching her ear apologetically. "Sorry. It's been so long since I've been shopping, I got a bit carried away." As they walked along the crosswalk, she asked curiously, "But where are we actually going?" "To buy the things you need to live here." Seeing her still looking confused, he urged her, "Hurry up, there's a lot left to do." The place they arrived at turned out to be an underground den where a shady-looking old man with a glowing artificial eye grinned toothily. "What a beauty is this, the boss's girlfriend?" JT didn't bother being polite, his voice dropping to a murderous, threatening tone. "If you don't want your other eye gouged out, shut your mouth and get it done." The old man turned pale and hurriedly tapped away at his keyboard. Leaving that hideout with the fake documents, their next destination was a bank where a smiling clerk handed her a card. After that, he took his burden to buy some accessories at a high-end jewelry store, followed by a high-tech area where the Dragon Girl curiously touched a 3D hologram screen. Floating in midair, holding the perfectly forged ID with the name, "You Bum," she exclaimed in awe. "Wow, I actually have an ID now, of my very own. It's like magic." Walking under the sunset, he probed. "You've never had one before," she replied, nonchalantly. "How could I? I didn't even have a bank account or a 3D positioning device." He wondered to himself, "Then how have you survived on Earth until now?" She looked closely at the card and noticed a key detail. "Wait, so my surname was taken from yours. But why is my name Bomb Spring?" The lazy guy pointed at the Four Seasons ad from S-Mart earlier and explained emotionlessly, "Taken from the Four Seasons, because there are 4 dragons." The way he chose the name so casually and bluntly actually made her very happy. She hugged the card, smiling radiantly. "You Bomb, I love it." She walked through falling flower petals. She happily reasoned poetically, "Spring is the season when life returns to the world. That's a beautiful name." The atmosphere suddenly became a bit heavy. She looked at him and quietly confessed, "To be honest, I'm still a little afraid of you." Her 6 dragon eyes, which could see into the future, reflected her wariness of his terrifying dark aura. "My eyes keep warning me that you're a dangerous person." But then immediately after, a bright smile returned to the innocent girl's lips. "But you don't look like a bad person." Hearing that the guy burdened with 7 lifetimes of sins could only cast a skeptical look. "It's only been 1 day and you're already saying that." Walking under the falling cherry blossoms. The blue dragon girl patted her chest proudly, bragging, "My intuition is sharper than anyone's. After all, I am a 6th dragon." The deadpan guy watches the girl acting all full of herself, raising an eyebrow in anticipation, so she responds with a smile as radiant as sunshine, dropping an incredibly smooth, flirtatious line. "I don't mind observing you for a while longer." Right. A narration plays, confirming the main character's new record, the smile of a blue dragon, something he had never before witnessed in his previous loops. The girl is still excited and eager to go home for dinner. "I'll go to the kitchen and cook." Under the fluttering flower petals, JT looks up at the quiet sky, reflecting on this miraculous change. His cold eyes flicker with a spark of hope. A thought crosses the stoic man's mind. A not-so-bad start, not bad at all. That is exactly what JT is thinking, and the romantic scene ends. The script takes a sharp turn to a barren, desolate cliff in the far reaches of the African continent where a red-haired girl wearing a half-mask carrying a massive sword is mocking someone. The tattooed man is kneeling on the ground. She says, "Seriously, all that show-off for this? Is this all the power you've got?" The guy clutches his chest and growls in helplessness, being trampled mercilessly. The bald man vomits blood and curses, "You crazy bitch. Do you think you can get out of here in one piece?" Before he can finish, she lifts her combat boot and stomps right onto his face with a loud thud, then snickers, "Not a chance." After stomping, she pretends to pull her foot back and delivers a stinging insult. "Oops, I think I stepped a bit too hard. Your face is just so ugly it startled me." Then she turns to ask one of his henchmen lying flat nearby, "You're not dead yet, are you, buddy?" Standing tall under the moonlight, the red-haired girl stretches proudly. She counts her great achievements. So that makes 199 wins out of 199 fights to date. She casually removes her skull mask. She flashes a cunning, bloodthirsty, and dangerous smile. "Who's the next one on the list?" Immediately, the world news is flooded with the lady's trail of destruction. Armed conflicts erupt in South Africa, terror spreads everywhere, and a civilian village turns into a pile of rubble. The identity of the notorious nighttime fighter is revealed again. Just a crazy girl. The one declaring war single-handedly against both terrorists and armed forces. The government is surfing the web, updating the situation on the target. JT sits indifferently, typing away, murmuring, "It's probably almost time to take action." Just then, the blue dragon girl peeks through the door and calls out, "Uncle, are you busy? Dinner is ready." The guy immediately closes his laptop and replies, "I'm coming right out." However, stepping out to the dining table. A horrifying sight hits his eyes, a bowl of purple-tinted rice with 2 dead fish heads planted upside down, radiating a toxic aura full of dark energy. His lip twitches. The guy is speechless before this culinary masterpiece from hell. As for the dragon chef, she is still beaming proudly. How about that? Looks delicious, doesn't it? She starts babbling, explaining her creative mix-and-match dish idea. When I was in England, I saw a dish using sardines. I thought combining it with rice would be a good match. They say people in Korea live on the power of rice, right? JT trembles as he scoops up a spoonful. The fish head stares back, flickering in the purple aura as if trying to scream one final message, please just kill me, holding the poisonous masterpiece in his hand. The main character's dead fish eyes go blank again. He can't say anything but stay silent, likely trying to change the subject to avoid eating. Hai immediately gives an urgent order. Tomorrow we're going to pick up the red dragon. The girl asks in confusion, the red dragon a boy, excitedly. Bomb frowns, worried. I have to warn you, it's not good news, but bringing her back will be extremely difficult. That brat won't just obediently follow you like I do. However, the stone-faced guy already has a plan to exploit his housemate's labor. If you come with me and persuade her, it won't be difficult. Receiving the responsibility, the girl seems a bit nervous. Will I really be of any help? You know, different dragon clans usually have a certain distance between them. He narrows his eyes in confusion, crossing his arms and repeating distance. The girl explains seriously, yes, because the goals we strive for are different. Her blue eyes drop as she analyzes the characteristics of the 2 dragon clans. I like taking things slowly and am passionate about creating things. But the Red Dragon clan is completely the opposite. Accompanied by the story is an image of a giant, ferocious fire dragon, breathing flames that burn everything in its path. They are all about war, violence, and a huge love for showing off power. Using force to bring her back will be very dangerous. For the Red Dragon clan, surrendering is something even more shameful than death. Stroking his chin in thought, the guy summarizes the current urgent situation. But if they don't bring the Red Dragon back soon, things will become very dangerous. Memories of a knight in armor, carrying a massive blinding sword, appear in his mind. Someone is targeting her. If this keeps going, the Red Dragon will surely die. His gaze pierces his companion as he seals his plan to shift the burden. So if you come with me, we can resolve this peacefully. Seeing him staring, the guy suddenly feels awkward and asks, why are you looking at me with that expression? The girl rests her chin on her hand, smiling meaningfully. It's just a bit strange to see you asking for help like this. Seeing through his cold exterior, she calls him out directly. I thought you were the type of person who would shoulder everything alone no matter what happened. Having his secret touch, the main character pulls out his silent treatment trick. That's enough teasing. The girl nods in agreement, her smile blossoming again. All right, I'll help. Anyhow, it's rare for you to ask me for anything, and I don't want the Red Dragon to die either. But her smile quickly twisted into a sly, devious look. She held up a finger, setting a condition. There is one condition, she said, her tone dripping with menace as she pointed at the deadly dinner plate. You have to finish every last bit of the food I've prepared. I clearly saw you trying to ditch your spoon when you kept trying to change the subject to the Red Dragon. I thought. The escape plan had failed miserably. The hero who conquered the universe had no choice but to surrender to his fate. Sighing in utter helplessness, the regressor realized there was no way out. Caught red-handed, he had to grit his teeth and wolf down the poison-like meal under the watchful gaze of the dragon chef. Meanwhile, in a faraway land, the red-haired queen had just taken down another opponent. She groaned, heaving her sword over her shoulder, complaining that she didn't want to hit her 200th win streak in such a boring way. Looks like there's no one left in all of Africa worthy of being my opponent. Where should I go next? A crazy idea flashed through her mind. Oh, the Red Dragon is in Europe, right? Maybe I should swing by and say hello. Nearby in the corner of some ruins, a group of armed soldiers was hiding, sweating bullets. Damn it, this is actually insane, 2 elite soldiers whispered to each other. Their eyes filled with despair as they confirmed the terrifying truth about their target. Our entire elite squad was wiped out by just one girl. Don't think of her as just a normal woman, she's an absolute monster. She's obsessed with fighting. The soldier hiding in the shadows wiped his sweat, realizing how pathetic he and his team were. One thing's for sure, we can't deal with her using just our own strength. He'd better get here soon. Before he could finish, the red-haired queen stood tall on the wall, looking down at the cowering soldiers with a smile. What are you oppas whispering about down there? What are you doing in the dark? Busted. One soldier, scared out of his wits, grabbed his gun and bolted, screaming in desperation, "Run for it!" But how could they escape the Grim Reaper? She swung her massive weapon down for the final blow. Too late. A blinding flash of light erupted amidst the desolate ruins. When the destructive attack slammed into the ground, dust flew everywhere. But suddenly, her lethal strike was blocked by a golden stream of energy, forcing her to grit her teeth. Feeling the massive pressure pushing back, she cursed in total shock. Damn it! Why is this much mana so heavy? A large armored hand gripped the hilt of a massive greatsword. With a roar of raw power, the mysterious enemy unleashed his overwhelming strength and swung, batting her away. The red-haired girl flew back, a loud shout echoing through the air. The soldiers hiding behind watched in wide-eyed terror. She cut right through the mana. What a monster! The massive armored savior marched forward. The soldiers cheered, calling out his name, Javier. Meanwhile, he looked calmly at the petite girl. That girl was the night fighter. It turned out this high-tier reinforcement was the rank 8 superhuman of the African Alliance, San Javier Kama. He ordered his subordinates, gather the wounded and pull back. Under his hood, the knight's glowing eyes flashed as he heard the girl's mocking taunt. You startled me, Appa? The red-haired queen smirked, letting out a challenging remark. That last attack looked pretty heavy and quite strong. So you're the leader here, huh? The knight spoke in a deep voice. I heard you were a woman, but I didn't expect you to be younger than I thought. The girl kept up her teasing attitude. Oppa, are you falling for me too? That's why I usually have to wear a mask. She continued to narcissistically praise her own beauty. People get so distracted by my divine face that they can't fight properly. But the knight didn't care. He asked coldly, You must have felt the difference in our power, yet you still won't surrender. Feeling insulted, her eyes ignited with a fierce fighting spirit as she laughed arrogantly. What the hell are you talking about? Why should I run away just because of a broken weapon? Instantly she surged with blazing red mana, preparing for another round. Loudly declaring that she wouldn't run away in disgrace, the girl dashed forward like a fiery arrow, roaring with energy. I'd rather die in battle. A high-speed fight erupted. Both lunged at each other, trading earth-shattering blows, neither willing to yield. With her nimble agility, the queen wove through the giant's ironclad defense and cried out triumphantly, Found an opening! Shamelessly, she launched a devious strike, straight for his most sensitive area. Absolutely ruthless. She aimed a punch at his crotch, but immediately after, her eyes widened in shock. The heavy-handed punch connected with his rock-hard armor. The enemy stood like a statue, completely unfazed, leaving her bewildered. He's not even flinching. The knight looked down at the girl, who was still wet behind the ears, and growled, It seems you've never fought anyone stronger than yourself. I bet every fight to you has been like an easy, fun game. Beneath the black hood, the knight's eyes glowed with extreme danger. Your talent is impressive, but he gripped his massive greatsword, preparing to deliver true punishment. I'm not the type to play along with your childish games. The blade descended, carrying terrifying power, forcing the red-haired girl to scramble back and dodge, not giving her a moment to breathe. The knight channeled all his mana to activate his ultimate move, the Sword of Javier. Blinding golden light exploded brilliantly, officially beginning the bloody purge. Sensing imminent danger, the queen wiped her sweat and channeled her internal energy for defense, knowing she couldn't dodge this. Damn it, I can't dodge this one. A massive bolt of golden light slammed down from the sky, blowing her away like a falling leaf, plowing through a wall of bricks and sending dust flying everywhere. From high above looking down, the armored knight secretly marveled at his opponent's rock-solid defense in that brief moment. It enhanced its arm and blocked the blow. This definitely isn't just some normal kid. I'm going to need to crank up my attack power. He was just about to channel more inner energy when the giant suddenly froze, bewildered, and blurted out, Having lost sight of his target, he frantically looked around, searching. Did it run away? Meanwhile, right at the corner of the wall below, Six was holding Red Dragon's mouth shut to keep her hidden. The red-haired leader's eyes widened in surprise as she hurriedly asked, Six, why are you here? Bomb remained calm, raising a finger to signal silence before smiling and replying, I heard you were in danger, so I came to save you. Red Dragon whispered back, annoyed and scolding. You just pop out of nowhere and say you're here to save me. You don't even know how to fight. Bomb gently advised, if you keep fighting like this, you could actually die. Her stubborn nature flared up. The leader shoved Six's hand away resolutely, demanding to fight to the death. "Six, I told you not to meddle in my business. Whether I live or die has nothing to do with you. I'm going to fight until the end." Six immediately used a psychological tactic, hitting the girl's soft spot. "Red, if you die, our fun ends too, you know." "What?" While using green magic to heal the wounds on his companion's arm, Bomb whispered, brainwashing her, "Your death isn't just your own business. You don't want our fun to end, do you?" "Right." He flashed an innocently angelic smile. The green dragon girl delivered the final blow. "I still want to stay on Earth. You'll cooperate, right?" Faced with her dragon friend's flawed yet sharp reasoning, the leader could only fall silent, breaking into a cold sweat, unable to utter a word. "Out of options." Red Dragon finally lowered her voice and compromised. "So what, are we just going to run away together like this? That guy is insanely strong. Even if we run, he'll catch up to us quickly." Bomb confidently replied, "The old guy will probably be able to handle this." Red Dragon looked back, confused. "The old guy?" Bomb just smiled slightly and nodded to confirm. "Yeah." Bomb smugly introduced his reinforcements. "I didn't come here alone, you know." At that very moment, the poker-faced protagonist appeared right behind the armored knight, like a ghost. Feeling a chilling, murderous intent at the back of his neck, the giant knight spun around with high alert. "Who are you?" Contrary to the enemy's tension, the protagonist kept a calm, slight smirk full of confidence. He slowly uttered just 2 words to assert his authority: "Guardian." Suddenly, a fragment of memory flashed through his mind, an image of a cute little blonde girl crinkling her nose to smell something strange. "It clearly smells like Six, but he's not Six." The young man carrying the scent of the green dragon could only stand there speechless, staring at this strange little girl. The innocent little girl with radiant blonde hair ran over happily and asked, "Mister, who are you?" With a radiant, innocent smile and 0 defenses, the little girl delivered a line full of faith. "You're not a bad guy, are you?" Snapped back to reality, the knight spoke up, suspicious of the strange title. "Humph, Guardian." The knight gestured toward the red-haired girl, brutally mocking her. "Judging by how she acts, it doesn't look like she needs a guardian at all." "Over there." Red Dragon poked her head out and asked, "Is that the guy you mentioned?" "He looks dangerous. Hide inside." Daita lazily explained, intending to use smooth talk to de-escalate the situation. "Things are a bit complicated, so I can't explain it all. How about we just call it a day here?" The knight was dumbfounded. "What was that?" The giant gripped his sword tighter, enraged by this insolence. "That brat just pops out of nowhere and starts spouting nonsense. This isn't something we can just let go. That kid has crossed the line. But the girl didn't kill anyone." A surge of fury rushed to his brain. The eyes under his hood blazed with killing intent. "Don't play word games with me. That brat will never show her face here again." Seeing persuasion wasn't working, the poker-faced guy sighed heavily, his tone turning impatient. He couldn't just let this pass smoothly. "Is that so?" The provocation accidentally touched a nerve. The knight channeled his inner energy, squeezing his glowing golden sword. "Do you think I'll just back down after hearing that?" The armored knight valiantly swung his massive flaming greatsword into the ground, not forgetting to read a formal legal arrest warrant. "This area falls under the jurisdiction of the SAN." He continued to unleash fiery, murderous intent, bringing his glowing blade up to eye level, warning him, "From this moment on, as an investigator for the SAN, I am officially arresting both you who call yourself a guardian and that brat." Without waiting for an answer, he roared in anger and swung his giant sword, delivering a devastating glowing strike downward. A massive pillar of golden light exploded blindingly bright, shattering the surrounding rock and earth into dust. Amidst the desolate, dust-filled battlefield, the armored knight stood motionless and arrogant after his attack. He looked around the wreckage coldly. He spoke condescendingly. "If you've called yourself that monster's guardian, then a single blow like this probably isn't enough to kill you, is it?" However, from within the dark, swirling vortex, a figure stepped out leisurely. "Whatever," JT replied with a bored sigh. Annoyed, he cast a sharp look at his opponent with his signature deadfish eyes, criticizing the investigator's stubbornness. "For someone ranked 8th among the superheroes, you sure are a stubborn one, aren't you?" The knight. Javier jumped in shock when he heard a voice right behind his neck. "Since when did you get behind me?" In a state of total panic, he spun around, swinging his glowing golden sword backward. This is Ra's blade! The razor-sharp blade tore through the air, aimed directly at the protagonist's head. But JT effortlessly dodged it, landing on the ground behind him with a mysterious black smoke coiling around his ankles. Not giving his opponent a second to react, he loomed over the knight, placed a hand on his shoulder, and unleashed his dark magic to bind him. Listen closely. He whispered a terrifyingly accurate prophecy into the knight's ear. Today is the unluckiest day of your life. JT casually turned his back and picked up the opponent's sword, walking away leisurely, weaving a perfect nightmare for the defeated man kneeling on the ground. While escorting that child as an investigator, you hit a streak of bad luck. You ran into an unidentified monster. He continued to pour out cold, cruel words, sowing terror into the enemy's mind. You were unlucky and you failed to stop it. In its very first attack, you lost both your arms and your eyes. As he let the monster and the child escape, the knight shrieked in despair. He begged for mercy, as JT raised the knight's own sword, only to receive a cold judgment before the strike fell. And you'll forget all about this soon enough. Hold on. Blood splattered across the night sky, masking the cold-blooded plan the protagonist had meticulously calculated. There are healing-type superheroes, so as long as he's alive, his eyes and arms can be healed. The iron arms fell pathetically into a pool of blood, affirming the brutal truth of the self-proclaimed savior. However, the fear planted in his mind would remain forever. Leaving the armless, sightless knight groaning in pain on the ground, JT calmly walked away. Because of how effective fear was, JT had always preferred this method. He glanced back at his handiwork, thinking of similar cases. For instance, the red dragon, who had been so majestic just a moment ago, was now pale as a ghost. Clinging tightly to Six Long and trembling, even the violent little dragon who called herself a night fighter was no exception. Six, what on earth was that monster? Six Long calmly corrected her. He's not a monster, he's human. Six Long, the red dragon shouted back furiously. Huh! If that's a human, then I'm just a lizard, ignoring the children's confusion. JT turned his back and declared his tyrannical decision. Six Long, from now on, you will live with me in my house. Under my protection, he said, shoving his hands into his pockets and walking away. He tossed out tempting perks to lure the stubborn girl. I'll give you plenty of freedom, and if there's anything you want, I'll support you. But flipping his attitude faster than a pancake, he turned back and glared at her with a bone-chilling intensity. However, if you step outside my boundaries... Before he could finish, a naive voice called out. Uncle, seeing her friend on the verge of fainting from fear, Bomb quickly hugged Six Long from behind. I think Six is really scared right now. Just let her calm down. I'll explain everything else later. 6. Long shuddered at the terrifying, mischievous wink her friend gave her. What the hell? Why did your voice just sound so creepy? Helpless against the two troublesome girls, the protagonist used his ultimate move, silence, and simply turned to walk away. He strolled down the street, tossing a new name at her. From now on, your name is Iorium. Remember that, Iorium. We'll talk about the details later. Bomb playfully teased. Six, you look a bit bigger than before, don't you? Making the girl snap back. Hey! I'm not in the mood for jokes right now. Just then, the black smoke decoy vanished, reporting the results back to the main body via magic. Situation resolved, master. At the same time, in the remote wild, Amazon rainforest, a vague black mist rose into the air, revealing JT sitting on a log next to a blonde girl holding a holographic screen. GT Bon. He tapped 2 fingers on his temple to receive the report. Good job, clone. I'll finish up here and be back soon. Memories flashed back to the moment Bomb waved goodbye to go on the mission. He had silently judged, he's so violent. Sending a clone to persuade her by himself won't be easy. Sending Yo-Bomb there was truly a wise decision. All right, I'm going. The uncle noticed him sitting there dazed and muttering to himself. The blonde dragon girl curiously crouched in front of him, looking up. Uncle, who were you talking to just now? He coldly denied it. It's nothing. But the girl craftily picked up his smartwatch and giggled. That's strange. Your smartwatch is right here. Maybe he just likes talking to himself. Imperial Dragon. The truth about the next troublesome girl on the protection list began to unfold. She was a typical member of the Imperial Dragon clan, those born with an insatiable hunger for attention. She had lived a brilliant, glittering life in 3 out of her 6 regressions, but then that glamorous scene suddenly turned into a pile of rubble, desolate and haunting as the girl knelt and wept. Yet the very person who shone brighter than anyone else was also the dragon who had caused the most apocalyptic disasters. The image of a beautiful rose full of sharp thorns and blood closed the reflective chapter. Although the attention and love of the crowd might seem magnificent and flashy, it often comes with deadly poisons. That is perhaps why the girl is in such a remote, desolate place. Even if it was just a space to satisfy her own whims, the girl excitedly squealed, "Uncle, Uncle, this is amazing!" As she held up the high-tech screen, she danced around excitedly. The screen is floating in midair, and the image quality is absolutely top tier. The last time I saw this, it didn't have such fancy features. Handsome and so enthusiastic. A carbon copy of JT, cold and distant, immediately poured a bucket of cold water on her. "Little girl, why are you in a godforsaken place like this?" It left the little girl confused. He analyzed it flatly and logically. If you left home to have some fun, you should be living among people. What is there here besides wild beasts and bugs? It made her jump back in surprise. How did you know I came out here to find some fun? Without bothering to hide anything, he nonchalantly revealed his source. "I heard it from Green." Her eyes lit up instantly as she cheered. "No wonder. I could smell Green on you." "So you're an acquaintance of Green," ignoring her noisy, cheerful chatter. He furrowed his brows, using the proper name for the gold dragon, and went straight for her weak spot with a devastating question. "Are you afraid of humans now?" Struck right in the heart, her excitement vanished. She stammered, poking her fingers together. "Well, it's not that I'm exactly afraid, but in the past, I tried living among humans too." Her voice grew smaller, tinged with a shiver of trauma. "But some people would look at me with such strange eyes. And there were those who kept pestering me. It was pretty scary." Seeming to find some comfort, she sat down on the ground, leaning her back against him as she mumbled. "Anyway, that's how it was." While he remained as silent as a statue breaking the dull, quiet atmosphere, he suddenly steered the conversation. "Do you like bread?" It left her blinking in confusion. "Bread, I'm a dragon, you know, so I don't really need to eat." Before her refusal was even finished, his finger flicked with artistic precision, instantly activating his skill, Shallow Abyss. A-rank S, subspace holding power. So immense it could easily swallow an entire city whole. And from within that destructive skill, he pulled out a huge paper bag of food, making the girl's jaw drop in shock. Her big round eyes were glued to the bag, staring curiously at the fragrant assorted pastries inside. Her face beamed with radiance. "It really is bread." Unable to curb her cravings, she lunged in to inhale the seductive aroma. "Golden brown, and it smells so good. Are you really giving me all of this, mister?" She received a hollow nod. "Yeah." Looking closely at the mountain of sweets, she was both deeply shocked and overjoyed at her luck. "Why did you bring so much? Oh my gosh, there are even donuts and blueberry egg tarts here." Waiting for the prey to take the bait, JT lowered his voice to reel her in. "Gold Dragon, don't just stay in one place anymore. Come with me." He offered a temptation as alluring as a professional kidnapper's. "Your friends are all there and it will be safe. You should enjoy my playground just like the other dragons." Even while chewing voraciously, she tried to act obediently, hesitating as she declined. "But my mom told me never to follow strangers." Unfazed, he launched his final lethal strike to completely bribe the gluttonous dragon's stomach. "I'll buy you even more macarons." Sure enough, at the mention of the word macarons, the gold dragon froze, her eyes widening blankly at the far too tempting bait. While the seduction was going smoothly in a bustling city with skyscrapers reaching toward the morning sun, standing out amidst the howling winds, Urium stood with her arms crossed, leaning against a condo balcony railing with an expression that couldn't be any grumpier. Her bright red eyes narrowed in annoyance. A cigarette hung lazily from her lips, giving off the classic vibe of a delinquent girl. In her mind, she kept replaying the image of the fire-clad armored investigator being miserably defeated earlier, along with the chilling, terrifying gaze behind the emotionless facade of the man calling himself the Guardian Ayugite. Thinking of the scene where she was threatened by him and helplessly dragged back here, she gritted her teeth and cursed, "Damn it!" Standing quietly inside the living room glass door, Green could only silently observe his best friend's frustrated, indignant back. With a thoughtful look, seeing his friend fuming on the balcony, Green softly called out. Red, who had been busy worrying, was interrupted by the sound of the doorbell. It made her widen her jade eyes in surprise. When the door opened, JT stepped in, followed by the little gold dragon clutching a bag of food, chattering incessantly to cover her embarrassment. "So, this is where you live, mister." Let me reiterate one more time, I absolutely did not follow you just because of this bread, okay? Of course, the sausage bread is totally awesome. It's even better than the premium sausages from Ascalifa. While prattling on, she opened her mouth wide to take a bite of a macaron, chewing voraciously and contentedly, but because she was so greedy and swallowed too fast, she jumped in surprise, her eyes rolling back from choking. As the piece of cake slid down her throat, her face instantly brightened as if she had found the meaning of life. With both cheeks puffed out, she shouted, "What is this macaron? It's crispy on the outside, but melts softly on the inside. Is this the flavor of heaven?" Ignoring the headache-inducing noise, Green stepped forward and bowed. "Welcome back, mister." He received the usual short, hollow response, "Yeah." It was only then that the gluttonous little girl noticed the acquaintance. Leon beamed, her face lighting up as she waved from across the green. Green smiled back gently, saying, "It's been a long time," wrapping each other in a tight hug. Green affectionately complimented Gold, "You've grown even more beautiful since we last met." The golden dragon rubbed her cheek against hers, acting spoiled. "It's been so long, I've missed you so much." Pulling away slightly, the golden dragon blinked curiously and asked, "How long have you been here? Are you living here all alone with that guy?" "I only got here a few days ago. Red is over there. Do you want to go say hi to him in a bit?" Just then, a mysterious dark shadow appeared beside JT and bowed respectfully, reporting, "You have returned, master." JT nodded in acknowledgement. "Yeah, you've worked hard. I'll summon you again soon. For now, go back to your post." Hearing the noise from the living room, the red dragon grumpily slid the balcony door open and stepped in with a glare that could kill, locking eyes with JT in a battle-ready stare. JT barely glanced back, maintaining his typical 1,000-year-old indifferent expression. Seeing the obnoxious man's attitude, she clicked her tongue in annoyance, completely ignoring the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. The little golden dragon waved her hands excitedly and rushed over to her friend, firing off a stream of complaints. "Are you still healthy, and this smell? You're smoking again, aren't you? Honestly, that Red Clan. You only ever like things that are bad for you." Finding her too noisy, Red reached out and squeezed her friend's mouth shut like a duck's beak. "Shut it, you chicken." The golden dragon let out a muffled groan, struggling and making a fierce, demonic face. Red growled, threatening, "It's chaotic enough in here, so stop the chatter before I pluck your beak off." "Got it. Red, you're so violent." As the chaotic greeting died down, the group obediently gathered in the living room. JT sat with his legs crossed on a single chair, coldly beginning a census. "How old are you all?" The green dragon answered calmly, "I'm 20. While the golden dragon beamed and held up her hand, announcing, "I'm 10. Meanwhile, the red dragon just rested her chin on her hand, looking away, silent and uncooperative. Green, being kind and gentle, added information for her friend, "And Yuri is 15, sir. Proud of the superiority of her species." The golden dragon puffed out her chest smugly. "We dragons usually develop faster than humans, so you don't need to treat me like a child." That was immediately met with a bucket of cold water from the red dragon. What exactly is there to be proud of? Suddenly remembering something, the golden dragon turned to ask, "By the way, I heard them calling Red Urium. Is that a code name?" The red dragon replied irritably, "How should I know?" Green smiled proudly and explained, "He was the one who gave her that name. And I'm Spring Bomb." Hearing that, the little golden dragon's eyes went wide in shock. "Huh! We haven't even had our coming-of-age ceremony yet. Why does he have the right to name us? Besides giving such a precious name to someone, he couldn't have just made it up right." Picking up on that silly logic, the little girl turned to JT excitedly to claim her rights. "Then I guess I'll be Ga-Il Autumn, right?" And that cold, dry man closed the deal without a second thought. "That's right. From this moment on, your name is Iu Ga-Il." I didn't stop there. He pointed straight at the necklace on her chest and declared, "And when that little one is born, its name will be Geo-Ul, Winter." The golden dragon was startled, frozen in shock. Having her secret exposed, she stammered, You knew this was a blue dragon's egg." He confirmed indifferently, "It has already transformed. Isn't it? It's about to hatch. So take good care of it." The golden dragon's eyes were instantly filled with a mix of awe and astonishment. "Wow, even though you're human, there's really nothing you don't know. How are you so well informed?" "You don't need to know that." Cutting off all curiosity, JT clasped his hands together, his demeanor suddenly becoming oppressive and threatening. "Since everyone is gathered now, I will repeat this one more time." Directing a sharp gaze at the kids, he clearly issued his supreme law. Feel free to enjoy whatever amusements you want, but you are absolutely forbidden from stepping outside the boundary of the fence. What the hell is that supposed to mean? And immediately she received a warning reeking of tyranny. It means you are absolutely forbidden from leaving my sight. The tyrannical guardian continued to impose his control. I will manage all of your amusements. And you are only allowed to do those things under my watch. This made Urium think sarcastically. Just look at this fascist dictator. The three little dragons sat huddled on the sofa like well-behaved children. Eorium argued back grumpily, why are you doing this? Under the speechless gazes of her two friends, Green stood up and accepted the harsh reality. I understand, sir. So just hanging around here is fine, right? The young lady said, turning to her two friends with a sweet, gentle smile. Everyone, do you want to go out for a bit? Since we're living here now, we should really get our ID cards sorted and pick up some daily necessities. Yahello exploded with excitement. Oh, that sounds fun. Meanwhile, the cunning Eorium smirked, shopping without money in your dreams, unless you mean robbing people. That actually sounds like a blast. Just then, their wealthy guardian casually tossed a thick wallet toward them. Don't worry about the money. Just go out and have some fun. Grabbing the powerful green card, Yahello excitedly looked back. Thanks, sir. But are there any spending limits? He just tilted his head and replied with the ultimate boss energy, spend however much you want. And so the shopping spree began. Yahello sat regally in a cart pushed by Green while Eorium was busy scouting for sharp blades. Consequently, JT's smartwatch kept buzzing with endless notifications of withdrawals from his bank account, from a few 100,000 to over 10 million, until finally it stopped at a bright red warning, account limit exceeded. They returned home with a mountain of loot. Yahello excitedly pulled her items out. Hey, which one should I try on first? Meanwhile, Eorium was fascinated inspecting her newly purchased giant sword, completely ignoring JT, who sat motionless on the couch, as if his soul had left his body. Realizing the trouble they'd caused, Green timidly approached him, handing the wallet back while scratching her head apologetically. I'm sorry, sir. We kind of went a little overboard, didn't we? Honestly, I wanted to buy some clothes for you too, but the card got locked, so I couldn't. He let out a long, resigned sigh. It's fine. Right then, the fashion-obsessed Yahello called out loudly to grab his attention. Sir, look at me. She struck a pose in her new outfit. How is it pretty cute, right? She started gushing. There was so much beautiful stuff there, I just couldn't help myself. Oh, and I bought this too, matching gear, just like yours. He could only nod. It suits you well. The girl beamed. Thank you so much. You're the best. Standing in the corner. Eorium, who had been silent and trying to look cool and dangerous, couldn't help but chime in. I bought one of those too, she announced firmly. Behind her, Yahello was still fired up. I have to try on more stuff. The red dragon girl shyly scratched her head, holding out her massive new sword. And this too. My old sword broke. JT glanced at the expensive weapon and asked, do you like it? You picked a pretty decent quality blade. She tried to act indifferent. Well, at least it's not trash. Pressing the advantage, Yahello pulled a set of clothes out of her bag and chased after Eorium. I bought some clothes for you too, sis. Try them on. Who's your sister? I don't need this. Rin watched her two noisy friends and smiled, explaining to their guardian, Eorium is just a bit awkward at expressing her feelings. Actually, she's really grateful to you. That eased his wallet ache a little. That's good to hear. Suddenly he realized something and turned to Rin. Rin, didn't you buy anything for yourself? You're the only one who came back empty-handed. Rin offered a gentle smile and pointed toward the kitchen. I did buy something. It's over there right on the table. Resting in the space was a cute small potted plant with a few vibrant green leaves. A flower pot. As he wondered aloud, she strolled over to it. What do you mean by that? Growing plants will help lift your mood, she said, cradling the terracotta pot gently. Because it will bloom into beautiful flowers. Hugging the plant to her chest, she smiled at him. Won't that stay in your memories? Her eyes sparkled with a strange sense of conviction. Forever, she whispered cryptically. But a second later, she flipped the mood completely, happily changing the subject. Oh, that's right. Now that I think of it, I have a question. He looked at her, puzzled. What is it? She looked at him seriously, probing, as you already know, for us fun isn't just about eating and playing. So, sir, is there any way for us to fully enjoy ourselves right here within your fences? He looked at her calmly and gave a solid answer. Yes, there is. Her eyes widened in surprise. JT pulled out a stack of documents labeled enrollment application and asked, do you kids want to go to school? Hearing the word school, The other two dragons immediately turned to stone in horror. School. Time flew until evening, and Guile trudged home exhausted after her interview. He looked at her calmly and said with absolute certainty, "Of course I do." She stared at him wide-eyed in shock as he pulled out a stack of documents labeled application form and asked the girls, "Do you guys even want to go to school?" Hearing the word school, the other two dragon girls immediately froze in terror. School. As time slipped by into the early evening, Guile trudged home completely exhausted after her interview. "We're home." The group trudged through the door exhausted. Iorium stretched, groaning, "Ugh, why did that interview take so long? What a drag." Guile was darting her eyes around searching. "Huh, isn't he here?" Suddenly, the golden dragon girl turned back to the two sisters with a deadly serious face. "Guys, I just realized something absolutely terrible." The two could only stare bewildered as she started to sob dramatically. "What if you two pass and I'm the only one who fails? What if I'm the only one who doesn't get into law?" Yuri felt her eye twitch, growling, "This kid has been jinxing us all day. Someone stuff a bun or something in this pig's mouth." Just then JT walked in. Guile immediately scurried over, sniffling with self-doubt. "Is it because I'm actually a pig that I failed the interview?" JT sighed and tried to comfort her. Everyone gave it their all during that interview. Unable to hold back her emotions, she burst into wails and lunged into his arms, clinging tight. "Uncle, I think I really failed." "Don't worry, you didn't fail." Meanwhile, Green asked curiously, "By the way, where did you just come back from?" JT held up a white paper bag and explained nonchalantly, "I just went out to pick this up." Guile sniffed the air, full of curiosity. "That scent is incredible. What is it, Uncle?" Her eyes suddenly sparkled like stars when he revealed, "It's your favorite. Bread or macarons?" He firmly shut down her mundane guesses with a mysterious remark, "It's something you like even more than those." Meanwhile, the TV in the corner was playing a flashy talk show. Tonight's cooking segment featured a very special guest. A beautiful blonde singer waved to the audience as a text banner appeared, welcoming world-famous pop star Baby Yahello. "Hello, everyone. Thanks for inviting me to such a lovely event." The host chirped, interviewing the guest. "Ms. Yahello, are you familiar with our show?" She replied with practiced charm, "Of course I am. This is a place where I can eat delicious food and have a relaxed chat. I'm so excited." The scene shifted to a professional kitchen where the chefs were ready. "Exactly, on this show, top chefs will personally prepare the guest's favorite dish live." The host laughed heartily, teasing her. "Tell me, Ms. Yahello, which dish are you crazy about? There's a rumor you only live on bone broth." The idol covered her mouth with a graceful laugh, defending herself. "Oh, come on, I'm human too. I don't live on bone broth." The camera zoomed in on her shimmering, expectant eyes. "Let's see. My absolute favorite food is..." And that royal dish appeared on screen looking incredibly humble. 2 boxes of crispy golden glazed fried chicken accompanied by a refreshing soda. Back in reality, Guile stood frozen, her mouth agape, staring at the steaming box of fried chicken on the table. "This smell is insane. It must be delicious." Iorium, standing next to her, questioned skeptically, "Didn't you say this was your favorite food? You've never had it before?" Caught in a lie. She laughed nervously. "Well, from now on, it's my favorite." JT walked past them, dismissive. "It's just fried chicken. Why are you all making such a fuss? Though it does smell good." Seeing him walk away, Green called out hesitantly, "Uncle, won't you have some?" She received a cold reply, "I'm fine, you guys go ahead and eat," watching his lonely silhouette. Green blushed slightly and whispered affectionately, "Why don't we all eat together, Uncle?" Night fell and silence enveloped the windy balcony of the apartment. Amidst the quiet, JT's smartwatch suddenly buzzed with a call. "Hello, this is the Lee admissions office. May I speak to the guardian, JT?" He stood casually leaning against the balcony railing. "Yes, this is he." The caller reported a small complication that had arisen during the interview. "There's something we need to inform you about." He frowned, looking at the caller ID. "A complication? What do you mean by that?" The other end sounded surprised. "You haven't heard about the applicant Yubom?" "No." The guardian was taken aback when the representative declared excitedly, "Applicant Yubom achieved a perfect score in the interview for this selection." Images appeared of Green calmly bowing before the panel. The judges were all praising her in unison. "Because of this, we have recommended appointing Yubom as the student representative to give the oath at this year's opening ceremony." In contrast to that glory inside the house, Guile was crying while stuffing fried chicken into her mouth. "It's so good. Green had to gently remind her, eat slowly, you're making a mess. Meanwhile, on the phone, so you personally recommended that position for her? That's right. The board was so excited they offered it on the spot, but the problem is, Yubom refused. JT listened thoughtfully to the plea. Still, this is a massive opportunity. Could you consider persuading Yubom to accept? I immediately and flatly refused. Sorry, I won't do that. If that is the child's wish, then that is my decision. But... He cut them off firmly. I'm hanging up now. Just then, Iorium stepped out onto the balcony. The red dragon girl glanced at him curiously, probing, that phone call just now. So you're talking about that green-haired kid? I immediately corrected her, calling her Bomb, as she leaned against the railing, her lip curling in a mocking sneer. Bomb, ugh, that sounds so cringy. At our age. Still playing house. What grade are you in, kid? I turned to look at her, asking what the hell she was trying to say. She calmly pulled out a cigarette, placed it between her lips, and fell into a silent void. Seeing her strange behavior, I kept quiet and waited until she finally broke the silence herself. Why were we sent to LE? I looked straight into her eyes and explained things clearly so she could do whatever she wanted. Hearing that, she declared firmly, I want to fight. Under the city lights of Eorium at night, she asked excitedly, are there any strong fighters there? The elite from all over the world gather there. So naturally, yes. But they're all just punks anyway. I poured a bucket of cold water on her enthusiasm, and you're just a punk yourself. Yuri's bright red eyes suddenly narrowed, emitting an intensely dangerous killing intent. Unable to hold back her anger any longer, she flicked the cigarette away. She stepped close to JT, staring him down provocatively. Hey you, fight me for real. She warmed up energetically while challenging me. I know you seem pretty strong, but I'm curious just how strong you really are. If you're going to look down on me, you'd better at least show me what you've got. Responding to her heated excitement, JT only looked at her with his unchanging, emotionless face. He turned around and walked straight into the room. Fine, go inside and eat some fried chicken, he said, making her face turn red. She growled angrily behind his back. Oh, give it a rest. Do you know how boring your seriousness is? Huh. Blown off without mercy. She choked for a second, then defiantly raised her middle finger in a rude gesture. Fine, whatever, go eat dirt. Seeing the tension, Guile ran over with a piece of fried chicken, trying to coax her. Big sister, don't be like that, just try some. But Eorium roared fiercely, I said I'm not eating. However, the intoxicating aroma defeated her willpower. She snatched the chicken leg. She stuffed it right into her mouth and muttered, go eat your own damn food. As she took a bite, her eyes widened in shock. The flavor was so incredible that she panicked, thinking to herself, I'm doomed. That's right. After days of preparation, they finally arrived at LE, a special training academy built on a giant floating island called Haterling that orbits the Earth. This place specializes in receiving and training children who possess various blessings and special supernatural abilities. However, most students at LE are children from wealthy families, ancient clans, or organizations with noble bloodlines. Because of this, critics often sarcastically remark that this place is essentially a world reserved only for the privileged. Walking through the campus in their brand new uniforms, Guile exclaimed in admiration. Wow, Lee is really top tier. She then whispered, they say only the rich or the nobility can get in here. She started letting her imagination run wild with excitement. Maybe you're secretly the heir to some mega conglomerate, huh? You didn't even blink when we spent all that money. Honestly, he did look the part. Jumping up with joy, Guile shouted, anyway, I'm just happy we all made it. Right. I'm so happy I thought I'd be the only one who failed. This uniform is so cute, too. You suddenly noticing something missing? She asked blankly. Wait, where did Eorium and that guy go? Green Olton explained. Eorium went to the Blue Dragon Society to participate in the practical interview. He said he'd go along as her guardian. A guardian. At LE, adults representing families or organizations accompany young, superpowered potentials as guardians to keep impulsive, immature candidates in check. Thinking of her friend's hot temper, Gale broke into a cold sweat in agreement. That's right. If Eorium doesn't have anyone to control her, it's dangerous. Wait, does Eorium have to do another interview? Sister Green nodded slightly. I think the category she registered for includes mock battles between prospective students. Guile's eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, if that's the case, we have to go watch. But Green sighed and shook her head. I asked, but they said we can't. The shocking news caused the little dragon girl to turn into a gray, deflated chibi face. What, why not? Green could only offer an awkward, apologetic smile. Because She pointed around the hallway where other students were constantly turning to look and gossip. They were buzzing about their striking appearance, saying if they all went together it would cause a commotion. Meanwhile, at the LE Academy's central arena, known as the Blue Dragon Society, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Candidates were clashing, exchanging fierce blows with wooden weapons. Fiery impacts echoed repeatedly. The screams of those defeated rang out across the floor as they were struck down miserably. Looking down from above, a dozen practice cages were operating at full capacity, creating a chaotic and dramatic scene. Amidst the noisy crowd, JT sat silently in the stands. Dressed in a sharp suit with a guardian badge pinned to his chest, he completely ignored the frantic screaming of the parents around him, worried that the little girl might mess things up. What are we supposed to do now? Just do exactly what you were taught. Stick to what you've learned. Amidst the roaring atmosphere of the stands, a silver-haired man in traditional attire suddenly broke into a gentle smile. He spoke up to diffuse the tension. Haha, please everyone, guardians, let's calm down. Acting like this will only make our potential candidates even more anxious. Hearing that warm voice, everyone quieted down. The guardian sitting next to Jade turned curious and asked, "Who are you, sir?" The elegant man bowed politely. "Oh, how rude of me, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Professor VKP Ezion from the Azure Dragon Association." The professor's handsome face lit up with a radiant, charismatic smile. "I look forward to a pleasant cooperation." Down in the stands, another parent quickly returned the gesture with great respect. "We are counting on your help, Professor." J8 watched the famous professor in silence, while the whispers of admiration from those around him kept drifting into his ears. How can one person look so dignified and have such a great character? It's not just his personality, his abilities, his wealth, and on top of that, he's a war hero. Just then, the arena's loudspeaker blared loudly, cutting off all the chatter. "Candidate number 124, applicant number 7, enter the arena." Hearing her number, Iorium gripped the hilt of her wooden sword tightly. Preparing herself for the coming battle, she leisurely stepped into the enclosed iron cage where her blonde opponent was already waiting, then whispered arrogantly, "Damn it! Don't you dare disappoint me by being boring." Her opponent, the cold blonde, Sofia Bokova, only glanced at her in silence with sharp eyes. Being ignored, Iorium irritably hoisted her wooden sword onto her shoulder. She thought to herself, "Looks like I'm really going to have to make her taste some real pain." Up in the stands, a bunch of students were excitedly chatting away. "Hey, who are you betting on, Sofia Bokova or the redhead?" Another womanizer stroked his chin in contemplation. They're both gorgeous, but I think the redhead is more my type." The guy next to him tapped his head and scolded him. "You idiot, I didn't ask about your type. I'm asking who's going to win." Getting scolded, the guy immediately replied seriously without a second thought. Oh well, it's definitely Sophia for sure." His worshipful gaze turned toward the blonde girl. She was already a member of Real even before she became a student here. REAL is actually the acronym for an airborne special forces unit of the famous Russian hunter squad renowned for their legendary achievements throughout the Great War. And naturally, this unit is also notorious for training methods so brutal they are essentially acts of torture right outside the combat cage. A bulky, muscular Russian man is gripping the wire fence, screaming at the top of his lungs to cheer for Sophia. Everyone is waiting for a fantastic performance from the kid. He keeps shaking the fence and yelling, "You can do it, sweetie. You're definitely going to win," forcing the security guard to rush over and stop him. "Mr. Mikhailov, guardians aren't allowed to stand in this area, sir." He leaves his daughter blushing bright red. "Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed," seeing a weakness in her opponent. Eorium flashes a crafty, teasing grin. "Looks like your daddy is worried sick about you, Red Dragon Girl." She continues to rub salt in her opponent's pride with a mocking tone. "Why don't you just give up now and run back to cry in your daddy's arms, or wait, actually. Since you're a girl, I should say daddy's little princess, shouldn't I?" Eorium's mocking smirk is instantly extinguished by a cold, murderous voice from Sophia. "You'd better shut that filthy mouth of yours." The blonde girl's face darkens, her deep blue eyes radiating terrifying pressure. "Unless you want to actually lose your life here." Contrary to typical fear, Eorium becomes even more excited. She breaks into a wide grin, revealing her sharp fangs. "Oh, if you're so good, then bring it on." The extreme tension between the two girls makes the students in the stands shudder. "Look how scary she is." That's the real spirit for you, though the red-haired girl isn't backing down either. Not yielding an inch. JT watches silently from the guardian seats as the loudspeaker gives the final order: contestant 124 and 7 prepare for combat. Sophia immediately gets into her stance, raising her fists to face level, professional, and alert. Eorium doesn't lag behind, flashing a confident, smug smirk. Then gripping her wooden sword tightly, the signal bell rings out across the arena. The match begins, and the moment the command ends, Sophia lunges forward like a lightning bolt. She closes in on Eorium in the blink of an eye, catching the red dragon off guard. A straight punch is thrown with terrifying speed, tearing through the air directly toward her target. But Eorium manages to catch the fist barehanded just in time, smirking arrogantly. "Hey, your speed isn't half bad, is it?" Momentum shifting, she swings her wooden sword down hard. "Take this. Taste my staff." But Sophia nimbly ducks, dodging spectacularly. Exploiting the opening, the blonde girl instantly spins around, unleashing a powerful sweep kick directed straight at Eorium's head. Eorium hurriedly lifts her arm to block, but the force is so immense it still pushes her back a few steps. Sophia's sharp attack even tears a piece of Eorium's jacket. This makes the red dragon widen her eyes in shock, shouting, "Hey, my clothes!" Rage flares up intensely. She grinds her teeth and lunges into a frenzied attack. "I just got this uniform and you already dared to ruin it, huh?" Facing that fury, Sophia maintains a chilling composure. Her boots slam into the arena floor to create a solid foundation as she skillfully steps back one beat to keep a safe distance, avoiding the opponent's flailing wooden sword. Sophia immediately spots an opening and lunges like a beast, throwing a decisive punch to end this long, drawn-out match. Sophia aggressively throws a powerful punch, but Eorium skillfully tilts her head to dodge and immediately counters with a lightning-fast move. The red dragon nimbly spins and lunges forward, radiating a sharp killing intent. She closes in, her legs spring powerfully off the floor, building momentum for a lethal finishing blow from above. Both girls charge into a fierce mid-air clash. It creates a violent whirlwind of wind in the ring. From mid-air, Eorium strikes down with a thunderous blow, her face twisted into a crafty, frighteningly triumphant smile. The powerful wooden sword strike slams straight into Sophia's defensive arms. The monstrous force brutally breaks the opponent's guard. Sophia's fragile defense shatters completely. Intense pain surges, leaving the blonde girl only enough time to grit her teeth and moan in close proximity. Eorium smirks with a triumphant, mocking grin. Using her falling momentum, she closes in again and swings another lethal blow to completely crush any resistance. With a precise and powerful spinning back kick, Eorium strikes her opponent's flank. Watching the blonde girl stagger backward, Eorium nonchalantly teases with a mocking tone. "Hey, barcode!" The red dragon girl clenches her fist, revealing her mischievous fangs confidently. "After playing with you for a bit, I find you're much easier to deal with now, aren't you?" Not letting her opponent breathe, she lunges forward and drives a powerful punch straight into Sophia's head. The brutal blow knocks the blonde girl flat on her back. She slams her back against the arena floor pathetically. The severe injury forces Sophia to cough up a mouthful of blood on the spot. Eorium immediately steps forward, cold-blooded, pointing the tip of the wooden sword at her opponent's throat. The match ends amidst the stunned silence of the crowd as the loudspeaker loudly declares match concluded. Contestant 124 wins. The red dragon girl touches her cheek, feigning innocence, then lets out a sharp, cutting insult. So you were only all talk after all. You're just useless trash. The insult leaves Sophia frozen, her eyes wide with panic and utter humiliation. Eorium casually turns her back to walk away, not forgetting to pour some extra ice-cold water on the wound. Seriously. And they said the world's elite all gathered here. Turns out it's just a place that harbors the weak. While the dad frantically climbs over the fence into the cage, crying out for Sophia, two students in the stands who were betting the whole time can only gape in disbelief. No way. Sophia got completely crushed like that. But at the beginning they looked evenly matched, didn't they? The other one immediately brushes it off, sweating buckets. Evenly matched? Don't make me laugh. That redhead hasn't even broken a sweat. She's clearly just playing with Sophia. The crowd began to murmur, their comments dripping with malice. Is that redhead really that terrifyingly strong? Honestly, I think Sophia's just bottom-of-the-barrel pathetic. As the medic treated Sophia's injuries, those cruel whispers still reached her and her father. Even if she is a member of Real, she's basically just a PR stunt to grab attention. There's no real talent there. She's just a pretty face for the posters. The biting remarks rained down on the girl. Seriously? What an empty vessel. She could only bow her head in silent, crushing shame. The nurse finished bandaging her and turned to the burly father. Emergency aid is complete. She will recover soon. The Russian man teared up, thanking her sincerely. But the humiliation fueled Sophia's pride. She gritted her teeth, clenching her fists on her lap. It wasn't over yet. She tried to push herself up her body, trembling violently, and firmly told her father, the match isn't over. I'm fine. Really, I'm still fine. Seeing his stubborn daughter. The Russian man's lips curled into a subtle, cunning smile. The burly father, Mikhailov, embraced his girl. Softly he comforted her, Sophia, you've done your best. But with your current strength, you cannot defeat her. Sophia's face turned gray, her eyes vacant and bewildered as her father continued. That doesn't mean I'm disappointed in you. If anything, crossing paths with her right now might be a blessing. The Russian man gave a gentle smile, trying to lift his daughter's spirits. Failure only makes a person stronger. He prepared to carry her away and instructed the nurse, I will handle the report. But she interrupted him in a panic. Sir, the student. He turned back to see Sophia had already struggled to her feet, radiating a chilling, killing intent with a crazed grin. Despite being covered in wounds, she thought, I haven't given up. I was only pushed back for a second. Mikhailov and the nurse stared in shock. The blonde girl gripped a dagger, tightly emanating a dark, hateful aura. I'm fine. Sophia glared at the back of Eorium as she walked away from the ring, shouting furiously. It's not over yet. Where do you think you're going? Eorium startled and whipped around. In the blink of an eye, the blonde girl lunged forward, launching a surprise attack from behind. The sharp blade tore through the air, aimed straight at the red dragon's back with pure malice. From the stands, JT watched the whole scene, his gaze darkening as a bone-chilling pressure radiated from him, barely dodging the sneak attack. Eorium gritted her teeth in rage, shouting, You psycho! But Sophia had completely lost it. She glared with bloodshot eyes, roaring insanely, Die, you brat! Her violent, uncontrollable behavior terrified the students in the stands. The proctors and parents around them were deeply unsettled by her degeneration. Amidst the chaos, JT remained motionless in his seat, his face hidden in shadows to conceal his boiling rage. Pushing her advantage a savage, Sophia lunged to tackle Eorium, determined to drag her down to hell with her. They collided with a heavy thud, rolling violently across the cold floor of the ring. Eorium winced, clutching her bleeding wound. She cursed under her breath. Damn it! She struggled to sit up, looked at the fresh blood on her hand, and then flashed a cold, cruel smile. That filthy piece of trash really wants to meet the Grim Reaper, huh? As she muttered this, Eorium's eyes widened, sensing a fierce, murderous intent closing in. Sophia roared crazily again, lunging down, aiming to stab the red dragon to death. You're dead. Eorium frantically leaned away, the blade grazing her and creating a sharp gust of wind on the floor. As she dodged, she quickly grabbed a handful of Sophia's blonde hair, yanked backward violently. Sophia gritted her teeth in pain. Eorium's face darkened, her red eyes radiating a chilling bloodlust as she delivered a death sentence. You're dead, you bitch! Without mercy, the red dragon threw a heavy punch straight into Sophia's face, pinning her down to the floor. She unleashed a flurry of blood-soaked punches, making the surrounding students tremble. Hey, shouldn't we stop them? Still not satisfied, Eorium kicked Sophia's broken body away. She sent her flying straight into the spectator seats, causing screams of panic. Sophia lay motionless, her face and body covered in blood, completely unconscious. Eorium picked up the bloody dagger and walked toward her, wearing a cold, cruel smile. It's not over yet. A crimson killing intent surrounded Eorium as she raised the blood-stained dagger. I'll return to you exactly what you did. Suddenly, a massive hand lunged out, locking onto the red dragon's weapon-wielding wrist. Mikhailov roared, stopping her. Isn't that enough? Stop this at once! But Eorium just barked back furiously. Are you blind? Can't you see this mess? Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Professor John immediately ordered his subordinates. Mages erect a multidimensional barrier, temporarily suspend the practical evaluation. The mages in white coats quickly raised their hands to focus their energy. Brilliant blue streams of magical power were instantly unleashed from their palms. A massive magical array called the multidimensional barrier was activated, engulfing those blinded by bloodlust. As Sophia's dagger clattered to the floor, Eorium was teleported away. She kept on screaming, full of resentment. Why are you all just ganging up on me? Inside the isolated barrier room, the red-haired dragon girl furiously shouted at the Russian father. His daughter was the one who backstabbed me first. Is that why you want to take Sophia's life? Eorium argued defiantly. So what, I'm just supposed to stand there and take it? The giant roared, cutting her off. With your skills, you could have easily restrained her. The red-haired dragon girl bared her fangs and growled, What the hell did you just say? Try teaching your damn daughter some manners before you open your mouth to preach to others. Professor VKP Ezion had to jump in quickly to mediate. Now everyone please calm down. Things are starting to get way too heated. The professor offered a gentle, soothing smile. And you too, student Eorium. Our teaching assistant has already gone to call your guardian. So for now, why don't you go get your injuries treated? Eorium puffed out her cheeks, shouting angrily, Damn it, how can I stay calm when my chest feels like it's about to explode? VKP Ezion let out a soft sigh. I understand. I've been watching the whole time, so I truly grasp how you're feeling, student Eorium. But even so, I can't just sit back and watch you make things worse. Seeing the professor's sudden shift to a serious tone, the red-haired dragon girl asked in confusion, What do you mean? The professor narrowed his eyes, slowly weighing the pros and cons. If you keep acting out like this, I won't be able to help you anymore. Your entire family could be dragged into this mess. He leaned in close to her ear, whispering with a manipulative, threatening smile. The EU family, right? I'm willing to bet you're not the only one from that house. The worried faces of Green and Guile suddenly flashed through Eorium's mind, while VKP Ezion's cold voice continued to echo, If your friends also get hurt, just because of your mistakes. The red-haired dragon girl was stunned, a sense of guilt washing over her. You definitely wouldn't feel very good about that, would you? The professor flashed a warm smile. As if nothing had happened, he continued. So at least until we can contact your guardian. A cold voice suddenly rang out from behind. No need to look any further. JT suddenly appeared in the middle of the magical barrier room, having broken through the seal with ease. I am that child's guardian, JT. He coldly declared, Don't gang up and bully a child who is already injured. Talk to me instead. His sudden appearance caught both Yuri and Professor VKP Ezion off guard. They turned in surprise to see the sturdy back of the loathsome guardian. Eorium suddenly felt a wave of relief, though she still tried to maintain her scowl. The discussion then moved to the high-level office number 08 in the Academy's central building. In the luxurious room, Professor VKP Ezion politely poured tea for his guests. This is some famous oolong tea from Taiwan. I'm not sure if it's to your liking. He lifted his teacup, offering a cryptic smile. As they say, tea is a great remedy to soothe the mind. Glancing at JT, VKP Ezion secretly evaluated him with amazement. So this is an EU JT of the IU clan. The fact that he could easily infiltrate an interdimensional barrier proves he is definitely a high-level master. JT maintained his cold, expressionless face, leaving the professor to calculate. I've never even heard of him or his family before. I'll have to investigate this person thoroughly. Pushing those thoughts aside, VKP Ezion put on a polite social smile to break the silence. To be honest, I don't even know where to start, he expressed sincerely. First of all, as guardians, I am deeply sorry that something like this happened to both of you. Images of Sophia lying motionless in a hospital bed appeared. With a large neck brace, the professor's announcement followed. Fortunately, I hear no one was injured too severely. Student Iorium has even been discharged already. Taking a sip of tea, VKP Ezeon skillfully mediated. So I wonder, is it really necessary to make such a big fuss and blow this out of proportion? After all, you girls will be bumping into each other quite often here at the academy, so wouldn't it be better to end this peacefully? If you two can reach an agreement, I will handle the rest myself. Mikhailov crossed his arms tightly across his chest, remaining sullen and silent. After a moment of deliberation, the Russian man finally backed down, apologizing first because the cause of this incident lies on our side, so allow me to apologize first. I am Mikhailov, Sophia's guardian. He tried to defend his daughter. Sophia is still young and naive. Because of that, I believe her emotions momentarily clouded her judgment this time. Contrary to that sincerity, JT coldly declared, I do not accept that apology. Mikhailov immediately slammed the table and stood up furious. What did you say? JT calmly poured a bucket of cold water on him. I don't see any value in an apology delivered through the mouth of someone else. The giant hissed through his teeth, radiating a threatening pressure. My friend, you are too rigid. We are both in the same position as guardians. Wouldn't it be better to just accept it? You're talking like that because you don't know who I am, right, JT? Glancing at the other man with sharp, emotionless eyes, he replied, We are not in the same position. Is that how people apologize where you come from? Mikhailov completely lost it, roaring in anger. Then what do I have to drag my injured daughter in here and make her kneel and apologize to you for you to be satisfied? JT leaned forward slightly, his face icy, and calmly retorted, If you truly want to apologize, then that is exactly what you should be doing. A long-haired man broke out in a cold sweat, waving his hands frantically to intervene while cursing the bastard for taking this joke too far. Out loud, he hurriedly tried to soothe them. Oh, for heaven's sake. Parents, please, both of you calm down. Ignoring the intervention, JT remained seated, relaxed. Don't try to shift the blame. I'm not here because of that girl. I'm just wondering why you didn't stop that kid from charging in and swinging that greatsword. The giant. Mikhail turned bright red, his neck veins bulging as he shouted, trying to justify that it all happened too suddenly, while JT shot him a cold, disdainful glance and threw out a stinging remark. Too sudden? What a pathetic excuse. Furious, Mikhail slammed his heavy boots violently against the floor while JT remained calmly sarcastic. I'd guess you aren't even ashamed. Using a child as an excuse to cover up your own incompetence, right? Unable to hold back, Mikhail lunged forward, grabbing JT by the collar, but JT sat there as still as stone. How boring, JT warned. Watch those hands, my friend. My patience has its limits. Mikhail erupted with green magical killing intent, lifting JT by the collar and growling a threat. Are you sure you want to make an enemy of the real family in this tiny world? He whipped out a dagger, poised to strike, sneering with contempt. Some brat from a nameless, insignificant family I've never even heard of. But before the strike landed, the giant's pupils contracted in shock. At some point, JT had calmly disarmed him and was now holding the blade pointed right back at him. JT nonchalantly remarked, The edge on that greatsword was too sharp. If your hand had slipped, it would have been a disaster. Making Mikhail scramble back, one foot still planted on the table. Arguing, are we? When did you do that? Still in a relaxed posture. JT looked straight at the empty sheath on the giant's hip and exposed him with a loose scabbard like this. No wonder the girl could pull it out. And you didn't even notice, making Mikhail break into a cold sweat, questioning himself. I clearly raised my vigilance to the maximum, didn't I? The atmosphere froze as JT's face sank into the shadows, his voice dropping to a bone-chilling tone. Before Mikhail could even blink, JT had emerged like a ghost right behind him. The giant placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered a murderous piece of advice. From now on, remember to walk where there are crowds. A threat so light yet heavy that Mikhail's muscles locked up. His face twisted in sheer terror, sweat pouring down like rain. Once the intimidation was over, JT pulled his hand back and calmly finished it. If that's all, I'll take my leave. He turned and walked away, leaving Mikhail standing there, frozen face drained of all color alongside the long-haired man. I was also breaking into a cold sweat, looking on in fear, until the suffocating silence was finally broken by the long-haired man's awkward, tension-breaking laugh as he stepped out into the hallway. JT resumed his usual calm demeanor, walking leisurely. Around the corner, the red-haired girl Yuri was leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, waiting, looking tattered and bandaged. Seeing her, he asked with concern, How's your body? It was just a scratch, right? And you know it. People of the Red Clan don't die that easily. JT nodded, satisfied, leaving a short silence as Yuri lowered her head, hesitating. She glanced at him, her voice carrying a rare sense of unease. Hey, do you think I did the wrong thing too? As the two walked down the hallway, Yuri admitted her frustration. I just keep thinking about it. This whole mess, it was all my fault. She suddenly scratched her head in annoyance and complained. It really isn't fair at all. But at times like these, I don't know. It feels like I should have handled it more like an adult. Her self-reproach was suddenly cut off by a brief negative reply from JT. No, you did well, making the girl widen her eyes in surprise. Huh. JT turned his head, halfway dropping some sincere yet villainous advice. Next time, just kill them where no one can see. She froze for a beat, stunned, staring at the sturdy back of her guardian walking ahead. Her gloomy expression instantly vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Showing her sharp canine tooth with a look of delight, she trotted after him, her tone full of triumph. You're the one who told me to do it, remember? Don't come crying to me later. Fine, whatever. JT calmly instructed Yuri, remember to pack your things when you get home, making her look back, bewildered. What are we going somewhere? He walked leisurely down the hallway and laid his cards on the table. We're moving into the lair. Yuri followed closely, excitedly guessing, Oh, you mean the dorms? As JT glanced at her excited expression and clicked his tongue, watching the little chick chirping with joy, a voice rang out from behind calling them back. The unexpected guest was the long-haired man from earlier. He wore the friendliest corporate smile possible. Could I have a word with you for a moment? JT stopped and answered flatly. I thought everything had been settled. Yes, I know, but there is something important I'd like to propose. Since this relates directly to student Yuri there and would really like her to listen as well. Hearing this, Yuri angrily picked at her ear and complained, Ugh, I don't want to hear another lecture, making the long-haired man quickly wave his hands and laugh. Ha, it's not a lecture. Actually, this is an extremely lucrative offer. His playful demeanor suddenly vanished, replaced by a compelling invitation. Student Yuri, would you like to become the freshman representative of the Yuri Academy? Freshman representative. He began to paint a bright and flashy future, that's right. As the face of the Yuri Academy, you will receive a huge scholarship, a high-tier artifact, and countless opportunities to shine in the media. I sense something fishy going on here. JT narrowed his eyes, questioning him. That's quite an abrupt offer. Do you really have the authority to make such a big decision all on your own? But he just replied calmly, You don't need to worry about that. Seizing the chance, he played his trump card. As it happens, I'm actually quite close with the vice dean. Manamjan, that is. JT fell silent, lost in thought. Thinking he had secured the win and intimidated his opponent, the long-haired guy continued to persuade him. Please consider this carefully as I use Guardian JT. You won't find a better opportunity than this, anywhere else. But in JT's mind, a chilling thought suddenly flashed. Close with Ma Namjoon, huh? Oh, of course, because both you and Ma Namjoon are nothing but demons. Beneath that respectable, gentle exterior, JT had long ago seen through his evil nature with his glowing red eyes. These things were demons, creatures harboring the darkest ambitions in this world. Dark memories surfaced, reminding him of a cruel truth. Unlike those who received blessings for their superpowers, these were creatures who had abandoned their humanity. They embraced the abyss. They craved blind rage, bloodlust, desire, and violence. He recalled a tragic, catastrophic past. It was because of these demons that the world had once faced a great extinction-level disaster. The heart-wrenching pain surfaced along with the fresh blood dripping down in the first and second loops. Ayugite had lost the people most precious to him simply because of them. So from the very moment this guy named Ryan appeared with a fake smile in front of him, a bloodlust flared up in Yugite's mind, imagining tearing him apart and killing him thousands of times over, but he deliberately held back time and time again. I had to keep his claws retracted because he knew there was a better plan. This bastard had to lose much more before he was allowed to die. So JT suppressed his bloodlust and replied calmly, I understand what you're saying. Afterward, he calmly passed the ball elsewhere. But shouldn't the most important opinion belong to the student? I'm only her guardian after all, doused with a bucket of cold water. Wyan forced a smile and stepped toward Eorium. Ah, of course. In the end, it's still the student's choice. He began his sweet seduction tactics with the student Eorium. There will be many major changes coming to the Eorium Academy soon, especially for the year-end ceremony. We really hope you can represent the academy then. To seem more sincere, he took Eorium's hands and looked her straight in the eyes. Will you help me build a new future? But the red-haired girl immediately pulled her hand back and coldly threw a single sharp word in his face. No. Wyan was stunned as if he couldn't believe his ears and stammered, "No! Huh, did I hear that wrong?" But Iorium just smirked defiantly. "You heard right. Done with the conversation." She waved her hand and urged JT to hurry, leaving Wyan standing there frozen like a statue. "Let's just go home already. Didn't you just say we had to prepare to move house? So what the hell did you come to this interview for?" Iorium dodged his gaze, looked elsewhere, and clicked her tongue, giving a completely mindless answer. "Well, I was just lying in bed at the time." Leaving Wyan standing blankly in the hallway, helplessly muttering a single word, "So." Iorium tilted her chin, stubbornly explaining her impulsive reason, "I was just bored." Thinking she'd find someone to punch for fun. Her crude reply left the demon Wyan speechless, wearing a strained, twisted smile. The murmurs from the crowd around them only made the long-haired guy more flustered and cold-sweated. Seeing that, JT patted his student on the shoulder and directed her gaze toward the balcony. Iorium looked down there, making her curious. "Down there, huh?" Looking down at the courtyard, a group of people were bustling about carrying equipment. That made Iorium wonder, who are those people reporters? Wyan immediately seized the opportunity to regain his dignity, boastfully explaining, "They've come from all over the world to hear my statement about today's incident. All of them are waiting for a word from me." He raised his voice, threatening with authority. "Just one word from me is enough to decide your life or death here at Len. Do you understand?" But he was met only with contemptuous silence from the pair. Iorium didn't bother showing any respect, turning sharply to walk away. "Not interested, I'm busy, beat it." Leaving him behind, Wyan could only offer a strained smile to save face. The long-haired guy stood rooted to the spot, watching their decisive backs as they left without a word. Once they were out of sight, Wyan's face immediately darkened into something sinister, his eyes glowing red. "I just hope you people won't live to regret this." Down in the lobby, a female reporter saw Urium's silhouette and shouted excitedly, "Oh, look, she's coming out!" The swarm of reporters surged forward like a broken beehive, fighting to interview the student. Iorium, right? This is CT News. Could you give us your opinion on the attack by 2 hours ago? Iorium, tell us, did you have a prior grudge against Sofia Bakova? The camera flashes were blinding, accompanied by a barrage of aggressive questioning. "Do you have any comments on this incident?" This left Iorium flustered and irritated. "What the hell is wrong with these people?" A reporter chirped in, "Your interview clip is currently trending across all the South Korean web communities. Was your outburst during the interview a publicity stunt to revive your family's reputation?" The crowd continued to scream and shove. "Student Iorium, just one word. Why did you apply to Ryong Academy? What do you plan to do once you're in?" Jeet hurriedly stepped in to shield her and clear the way. "Stop pressing her. She's already hurt." But Iorium brushed his hand away firmly. "No need. If they want an answer, I'll give them one." She snatched the microphone from the stunned reporter. "You want to know what I'm going to do?" Iorium flashed a smirk that made the reporter jump. Grinning wide to show her mischievous fangs, she leaned into the mic and shouted a curse word that the station had aggressively censored. The scene shifted to a panoramic view of the modern, glorious city under the brilliant sun. Finally, the two students moved into their new fancy residence called the Lee Dormitory. As soon as she stepped inside, the blonde girl's eyes went wide and she squealed in astonishment. Staring at the massive, luxurious living room, she jumped for joy. "Oh my God, it's huge!" She immediately bolted up the stairs to stake her claim. "Are we really living here? The best room is mine." This left Iorium below, rushing to shout after her, "Hey, the biggest room has to be mine." The blonde girl peeked curiously into the first bedroom, her eyes suddenly sparkling like 2 stars. Seeing its extravagance, she rushed into the gorgeous room, which featured a glass view of the outdoors. "What is this room? It's absolutely magical." She excitedly dove onto the bed, rolling around to soak it all in. The bed is huge, the TV is top tier, and it's flooded with sunlight. She stood with her hands on her hips, grinning smugly. "Not bad at all. I shall honor this magnificent room by making the most of it." Little did she know Iorium had sauntered in at some point, with a cigarette dangling from her mouth, looking effortlessly cool. Iorium hijacked the space. "This balcony is perfect for a smoke. This room is mine, consider it settled." The blonde girl heard this and immediately pouted, throwing a tantrum. "What, but I called dibs first," Yuri casually countered. "You said you wanted the big room, didn't you? The room next door is actually the biggest one." Seeing the little one tearing up, Iorium clicked her tongue in defeat. "Fine, whatever. Take it." The girl immediately stopped crying, touched and hugged her older sister tightly. "You're the best." Meanwhile, in another corner of the house, Blue Dragon was kindly holding a spray bottle misting a green egg with black spots. She crouched by the egg, which sat on a soft cushion, meticulously caring for it like a priceless treasure. She then leaned her ear close to the egg, whispering lovingly, "Hello there, little one." Geit walked by, curious. "Why are you spraying it with water?" The girl smiled and explained, "This is called prenatal care. Blue dragons absolutely love water." A helpful system notification appeared explaining the biological mechanism. The dragon's humanoid magic would automatically be dispelled when the egg was ready to hatch. Eorium suddenly remembered something and turned to Geet. "Oh, right. Have you heard the whole district is buzzing about Eorium?" Geit looked confused. Eorium, and the girl explained further, that interview clip from a few days ago. It just went viral on social media. A sensational headline appeared on the screen. Rookie boldly fires back at reporter. Where are students' rights? Along with a flood of comments praising her personality and hot attitude. Geet silently stared at the tablet, which displayed the video of Eorium's vulgar censored outburst, making the blue-haired girl blush and quickly cover the egg. "Oh my god, you haven't seen that, have you?" Meanwhile, Eorium was nonchalantly propping her feet up on the sofa, proudly muttering to herself, confused. "Honestly, why are people making such a big deal out of that everyone's born with one right? They act like it's some sacred object or something." This left the blonde girl behind her puzzled. "What was that? What are you talking about, Eorium?" she asked, curious. And the girl replied blankly, "Wait, you know about it." Eorium then broke into a sinister grin. "Of course. Come here, come here. It's time for some sex ed for the newbie. About our baby right." Gael immediately broke into a cold sweat, backing away and waving her hands in refusal. "I don't think I need to hear this. Mom says you don't need to know everything. That's exactly how you end up living a good life." But Eorium licked her lips savagely, her eyes glowing red with a threatening glint. "Sorry, honey, but you don't have veto power here. I already said so." She roughly grabbed her little sister's head, twisting it back and forth to force her to look. "What I mean is, it's like this." The sudden movement sent the girl into a panic. "Wait, I told you I didn't want to hear it." Under her sister's brutal torture, the girl's head spun and she tearfully surrendered. Fine, I'll listen, okay?" With tears streaming down her face, she turned to JT for help. "Save me, mister." Meanwhile, JT and the blue-haired girl beside him just stood there, speechless, witnessing the domestic violence unfold. The next morning, the brilliant rays of the dawn filtered through the bedroom window of Eorium's spacious dorm. The red-haired girl was still curled up, sleeping soundly on her soft bed, bathed in the warm morning sun. Sudden heavy footsteps thundered up the wooden stairs. The blonde little sister kicked the door open and charged in, sounding the alarm. "Sis, wake up already?" Something huge happened, forcing the deeply sleeping Eorium to groggily open her eyes. Eorium lay face down on the bed, lethargically cursing, "Damn it, what the hell is going on this early? I'm exhausted from staying up all night." Hearing this, her little sister asked suspiciously, "Stayed up all night? You were watching those weird things again, weren't you?" Eorium smirked triumphantly. "Nope, I was watching adult films." Her sister was immediately rendered speechless and clicked her tongue. "Just as I thought. Always watching weird stuff. No time to waste." Her sister grabbed her arm and dragged the lazy older sister downstairs. "Come on, forget it, that's not the important part right now." Meanwhile, Eorium yawned, threatening, "If this turns out to be nonsense, you're dead meat." Once she was a bit more alert and stepped into the living room, Eorium asked seriously, "What's going on?" She looked on in surprise at everyone gathered there so early. "Why is everyone gathered here this early in the morning? Why so many people?" Yubom looked up at her, her eyes filled with anxiety. "Eorium." In the middle of the room, the blue egg suddenly began to rock and shake violently, as if it were an omen. "It looks like Gion is about to be born." Tiny cracks began to appear on the sturdy shell, spreading wider and wider. As Gaeul witnessed the scene, her eyes lit up with amazement. In a single moment, a sacred event was unfolding before their eyes, the birth of a living being. Standing to the side watching the egg crack, deep thoughts suddenly welled up inside JT. The last time he witnessed a life being born, a dark and painful reel of memories suddenly flooded his mind. It hadn't been a beautiful sight at all. Amidst the ruins and devastation of war, a mother's frail, weak hand reached out, begging hopelessly. "Please," the dying mother pleaded with him through her tears. "Please save our baby." But the comrades beside him just looked down helpless. "It's too late." Captain, amidst the cold ashes, the mother wailed heart-wrenchingly as she clutched the body of her newborn. My baby. It's not breathing anymore. As that heartbreaking outcome unfolded, the child had died the moment it was born. The cruel reality of war had robbed the child of every chance to survive. The environmental conditions at the time were dire, and the hospital had been completely destroyed by bombs. JT stood frozen watching the scene, his heart filled with helplessness and regret. If only the facilities had been better, even just a little, and that was truly a memory he didn't enjoy revisiting. He had thought he would never have to trigger those painful moments ever again in his life. Yet why was he thinking about it right now, looking at this little family gathered around the egg overflowing with love and warmth? Suddenly, Iorium let out a surprised gasp as she noticed a change in the egg. Oh, a tiny, adorable blue claw unexpectedly broke through the shell and poked out into the world. The next piece of the shell fell away, revealing Gion's beautiful little wings, shaking off the fluid, followed by Gion's little head. It finally pushed its way out, making Yubom cry out in excitement. Its head is out! Yubom smiled brightly, looking at Yahello, who was beaming beside her. Congratulations on being born, little one. The egg shattered completely. The blue baby dragon rubbed its sleepy eyes, looking confused at the sweet voice calling out, Gion. Yubom tenderly took a soft cloth and gently wiped away the remaining fluid from the baby dragon's face. Standing nearby and watching JT remarked in admiration, You're very skilled at that. Did you learn this on your own? It made the girl smile as she recalled, My mom used to do this for me. But usually dragon mothers lick their young. Yubom held the now cleaned baby dragon and turned to JT. Do you want to hold the baby for a bit? But he immediately declined. I'm fine. Just then, Isle jumped up from behind, fighting for a turn. Me, I want to hold it. She gently transferred Gion to Yahello, not forgetting to warn her, its skin is still very delicate. So you have to be very careful, okay? The girl cradled the baby, deeply moved. Aw. The blonde girl hugged the baby dragon to her chest, cheek to cheek, cuddling happily. My soul is completely healed. At that moment, Iorium, sitting on the sofa with her arms crossed, suddenly glanced over, a flicker of curiosity igniting in her eyes. Noticing something unusual, Yahello carried Gion closer and resolutely exposed her big sister Iorium. Be honest, you want to hold the baby too, don't you? What are you talking about? If you want to hold him, just hold him. Not wanting to hear any excuses, Yahello roughly shoved the little dragon boy right into her sister's arms just for a second and hurry. This made Iorium panic. Hey! Are you crazy? Why would you just do that all of a sudden? While Yubom hurriedly tried to stop them, Yahello, easy there. The little dragon Gion lay obediently in her new embrace and let out a tiny, adorable yawn. Iorium looked down at the little life in her hands, her whole body stiffening in confusion. Her cheeks flushed red and she couldn't find the words. Yahello stood by, grinning mischievously. Now do you get why I told you to hold him? It made Iorium shyly turn her face away, admitting, Fine, he is pretty cute. Seeing her chance, Yahello turned to Jade, pleading, We've all held the baby now. You should hold him for a bit too. Iorium quickly chimed in, That's right, otherwise Gion will be really sad. But JT just stayed silent. Seeing him still acting indifferent, Iorium smirked provocatively. Trying to act all high and mighty and distant, are we? She immediately started causing trouble, raising Gion up as a threat. Fine then. I'll just toss him over to you. Catch him yourself. If you drop him and he gets hurt, don't blame me. That made Yahello scream in horror. You aren't actually going to toss him, are you? Iorium gave a wicked, villainous smile and leaned in close to whisper, I've had a goal ever since I walked into this house. You know what it is, do you want to know? Without waiting, Iorium casually tossed the little dragon Gion into the air like a ball, laughing gleefully. It's to see that stone-cold face of yours panic. This made Yahello scream in terror at her sister's insanity. She's actually gone crazy. Instantly, J8 reached out and caught the little dragon perfectly. Iorium's jaw dropped in shock. Nice catch. Seeing her plan fail, Iorium clicked her tongue in disappointment. What a letdown. Sister Iorium really isn't normal at all. Meanwhile, Yubom smiled gently and said to JT, Since you're already holding him anyway, why don't you give him a little pat? J8 looked down at the tiny creature, gazing up at him with wide eyes. After an intense internal struggle, he slowly reached out and lightly brushed the little dragon's head. I was dead serious and hyper-focused, patting him while hesitantly asking, Like this, is it supposed to be like this? This made the little dragon Gion blush shyly with delight. JT avoided everyone's eyes, muttering nonchalantly, whatever. But Yubom and Gale had already snapped a picture of this once-in-a-lifetime moment. Hey, it looks absolutely amazing. Moments like this definitely have to be saved in a photo. Yubom suddenly pulled out a bright red rose and excitedly suggested, since Gion was just born, how about we take a family portrait? That sounds great. But what's the flower for sis? Yubom winked playfully with a big smile. It's a photo prop. This left Eorium and Guile staring at each other with question marks all over their faces. And so, the vibrant red rose was suddenly tucked behind Iorium's ear with an artistic touch, and even the little dragon Gion was favored with a cute blue flower tucked behind his ear. To get ready for the family photo, the guardian stood still as an ancient statue with the red rose tucked in his two arms clutching Gion, who was also wearing the blue flower. Iorium teased him excitedly. How about that? Doesn't look too bad, right? The blue-haired girl giggled, looking at his expression. Look at him. That doesn't look not bad at all. You two actually look great together. JT could only sigh in defeat. Just hurry up and take the picture already. It was time for the group photo. The red-haired girl stood in the corner grimacing and grumbling. Do I really have to be in it too? It's so embarrassing. But Ayubom pulled her into the middle, soothingly saying, Don't say that, let's just take one, Iorium. The blonde girl held the camera gleefully, framing the shot and counting down. All right, taking it 1, 2. A perfect Polaroid was born, capturing Iorium's grumpy pout and Jade's stone-faced look while holding Gion. As for the two younger sisters, they winked with huge smiles, making cute peace signs. After the photo, the little dragon was placed on the sofa, obediently hugging his bottle and slurping away. Yubom asked softly, All right, are you ready, little one? As he stepped closer, curious, he asked, What are you up to? She explained that since the semester hadn't started yet, she wanted to make the most of her free time. I want to teach the baby the shape-shifting spell through a magic transfer. It's an ancient secret technique that allows you to pass your own magic to someone else. The process works by directly transferring the flow of mana. From my body to theirs, the recipient will possess that magic without having to put in any effort at all. However, the caster faces the risk of draining their own life force. Sensing the danger, he said in a low, worried voice, Are you sure you're okay with that? The green-haired girl nodded to reassure him. If we keep him in this dragon form, the baby won't even be able to step out of the house. She recalled her time in her old homeland where giant creatures flew freely. Riem, Gael, and I all learned the human shape-shifting spell back where we came from. Her eyes softened with sorrow, but Gion hadn't learned anything yet. Cradling the baby dragon in her hands, she smiled lovingly. We grow up so fast. So I want this little one to have lots of fun experiences before growing up too quickly. Seeing her determination, he sat down on the sofa and sighed. All right, just tell me if you need help, okay? Uncle, I thought you said you didn't know much about magic. He coldly turned away without answering. She chuckled and continued, In that case, I have one request. She tilted her head, looking at him meaningfully. While I'm performing the magic transfer, could you sit right next to me? Jade clicked his tongue in defeat. Fine. But the moment he sat down, she pouted and complained, Hey, sitting that far away makes it feel so distant and cold, you know. She waved her hand, pulling him in. Come a little closer, please. Don't be so shy. I don't see any reason why we need to sit this close. The green-haired girl rested her chin on her hand and innocently explained, Of course there is. What if I get exhausted while transferring the magic and accidentally drop Gion? She whimpered, trying to scare him into agreeing. If you sit right next to me, you can catch the baby. Right. If Gion hits his head on the table, my conscience will never forgive me. He was left speechless and could only sigh. Finally, he gave in to her pestering. He shifted closer to sit right beside her. Fine, I have no other choice. As the distance closed, their shoulders brushed against each other ever so slightly. Yubom's cheeks turned bright red in embarrassment. She stammered, It's too hard. He looked confused and asked, What is... I mean, the sofa is a bit hard. He raised an eyebrow skeptically and countered, That's strange. It's made of high-quality full-grain leather. She could only blush and clench her hands, staying silent to hide her confusion. She quickly gathered her energy and said, Anyway, I'm going to start now. A blue stream of magic suddenly erupted, enveloping the two of them. Days passed in the quiet of the mansion. After draining so much of her strength, Yubom let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the sofa exhausted. Finally, it's done. He stepped forward and praised her kindly. You've worked hard. She smiled tiredly at him. You've also worked hard helping me, Uncle. She staggered up, walking wearily. I'm going to my room to rest for a bit. Please remember to burp Gion after feeding the baby. Her head was spinning from exhaustion, so she added, If anything happens, wake me up. But her shaky legs suddenly tripped over an obstacle and she stumbled about to fall. She cried out in a small panic, "Ah!" But immediately a firm pair of arms lunged forward, catching her before she hit the floor. He picked her up decisively and said calmly, "Let me carry you to your room." Held in his warm embrace, the green-haired girl's cheeks turned as red as a ripe tomato. She shyly hid her face in his chest and muttered, "Being carried princess-style like this is actually a bit embarrassing. It seems you still have enough energy to joke around." She giggled softly and asked in a low voice, "Hey, am I heavy?" "You're very light." She teased him playfully. "Uncle, I didn't know you could say sweet things like that." He could only stay silent, walking away in embarrassment. Finally, Yubom was tucked safely into her comfortable bed, quickly drifting into a peaceful sleep after the long, tiring days. He quietly closed the door to her room. He turned and walked away to leave her in silence. Standing still in the empty hallway, the man looked at the closed door, his mind filled with conflicting thoughts. Suddenly, his keen senses were triggered by an invisible wave of pressure erupting from the living room. JT's expression changed, a flash of astonishment crossing his mind. Could it really happen that fast? A brilliant, deep blue magical aura erupted violently, flooding the living room like a small energy storm. He rushed over just in time to see the light begin to fade. It revealed the figure of a small girl with long, silky sky-blue hair. She stood with her back to him, her fair skin peeking out from behind hair as voluminous as sea waves. The little dragon Gion, now in human form, let out a clumsy sigh of relief, hugging her tiny arms in a shy, adorable manner. He stood frozen like a statue, speechless at how incredibly fast the child had transformed. Even the usually composed face of her guardian broke into a cold sweat, his lips twitching in confusion at the child's new appearance. At that moment, the scene shifted to the administrative building. At the majestic local police station, 3 officers stepped out into the lobby, whispering in admiration. When you think about it, he only took a few days to catch criminals that the entire investigation team and their super abilities spent months running around in circles and still couldn't catch. Did you see the chief's expression earlier? He looked like he was about to lose his mind with joy. The middle-aged captain excitedly pulled out his golden company card and patted his talented subordinate on the shoulder. "Our dear JT, what do you want to eat today? This big brother is going to treat you to a real feast, kiddo." The colleague wearing glasses nearby immediately giggled, calling his bluff. "Stop it, Chief. Aren't you just planning to pay with the department card?" Making the captain frantically scramble to fix his excuse. I mean, I'll pay for the second round out of my own pocket." But JT coldly refused the invitation. "I have something to take care of today, so if you'll excuse me, I'll head out first." Leaving both colleagues with disappointed, drooping faces, the girl with glasses hurried after him, pleading, "Why are you slipping away again? You already bailed on the team dinner last time. Plus, you've been leaving right on time every day lately. It's highly suspicious. Senior, you have a girlfriend, don't you?" The fake JT glanced back and replied curtly, "That's not it at all," before coolly turning his back and walking away. "I'm off." He left the captain pouting and feigning misery behind him. "If you hate us, just say so. I'll change, I will." While the female colleague comforted herself. "He really doesn't have a girlfriend, right? I believe you." The scene shifted to a street lined with cool green trees, leaves drifting down in the gentle breeze. The dark-haired colleague from the police station was walking leisurely, checking her phone while excitedly telling a story to the person on the other end. "No, so I told him," she continued, gushing triumphantly. "I told him to stop contacting me like a total loser." But she stopped short when she spotted the familiar figure of JT sitting in the distance under a tree. The person who was actually doing his job at the police station day after day was actually a clone called the Shadow of the Grand Duke. This arcane technique was originally the exclusive skill of the demon world's Grand Duke, often used to exert influence and impact distant lands without revealing himself. But now, after the Grand Duke was destroyed, this magic was completely under the master's control. Yugite had become a perfect substitute, freeing him to stay home and take care of the baby dragons. The sound of high heels clicking against the paved ground was sharp and decisive. The dark-haired girl, backpack on her shoulders, suddenly dropped her usual playful demeanor, her face turning incredibly serious and vigilant as she walked slowly toward the park bench. Where the man was sitting quietly alone in the shade, she bowed her head respectfully. You called for me, my lord." But as soon as she saw the face of the man sitting on the bench, her eyes went wide with shock. The lord sitting right there was actually the real Yugite, wearing a baby carrier on his chest. holding the little dragon Guion now in the form of a blue-haired girl who was looking at her blankly, leaving her stuttering in fear. What is that? He calmly explained the reason for the child's sudden transformation. This is Yu-Gi-On. I was taking her back from the hair salon, so she used her human transformation spell. The subordinate averted her gaze, flustered, while a couple walking past the park giggled and called out, "Oh my goodness! Look at the baby lying so peacefully in her daddy's arms. The two of you look like such an adorable couple," seeing the awkward atmosphere. The girl bowed respectfully and offered, "If it's inconvenient, I can hold the baby for you, my lord." But immediately, the little dragon. Guion shot a sharp, vigilant, and icy glare at her as if she wanted to eat her alive. The fiery gaze of the child made the subordinate jump, startled and breaking into a cold sweat. Guy gently placed the baby on the ground and waved his hand. "It's fine. She can walk on her own anyway, no need to carry her." The girl looked confused and asked, "But why did you bring Guion out yourself? Aren't Yubom, Urium, and Gael all at home?" He sighed slightly, the image of Yubom appearing in his mind, lying bedridden with a fever. A cold compress on her forehead. Yubom was sick in bed due to the side effects of the magic transfer. He remembered the other two busy bickering with Gael pestering Guion. "Guion, do you want to go shopping with me?" While Urium fumed, "Don't you dare dump this annoying kid on me." And those two are still having a hard time looking after each other. The subordinate nodded sympathetically. "I understand. So what was it you wanted to tell me?" He looked straight into her eyes and said in a low voice, "I don't know what you mean. Don't play dumb. You know full well that all your thoughts and memories are transmitted directly to me." The girl bowed her head in confusion, hurriedly explaining, "That wasn't a complaint, my lord. I just have a few doubts regarding my current mission." She looked at Guion, who was innocently playing with a small twig nearby, and sighed. "Among all those who were my masters, not a single one wanted to live a normal, mundane life. All of them found ways to use me for things that mattered more." She thought back to the heroic image of him mercilessly cutting down enemies, like eliminating those who deserved to die. "Or those times you had me go show off and flex your authority everywhere, or sent me to places where your influence needed to be flaunted," she said, lowering her eyes, her voice full of confusion. "But since the lord of this regression is only looking for the experience of a dull, ordinary life, it's truly hard for a lowly servant like me to understand." Realizing she had spoken a bit too much, she hurriedly bowed her head in apology. "I apologize if my words were somewhat insolent." But he just calmly waved his hand. "Regardless, you have your own independent personality, so it's only natural for you to think that way." He slowly stood up, turned around, and began to walk ahead. "There will be work for you to do soon enough. Until then, just quietly go do your job." He turned his head to add a more thoughtful remark. "Besides, the people in your squad seemed quite disappointed earlier. So go grab a drink with them." He lowered his voice to explain the reason. "Because it won't be long before you have to part ways with them anyway." Leaving her standing frozen, watching the backs of her cheerful colleagues at the police station, a wave of sadness washed over her. She gently bowed her head to respectfully bid them farewell. "I understand, my lord," she replied, and quietly walked away in solitude under the trees while the guardian stayed behind in the sunlight, silently watching her retreating figure. Afterward, he tilted his head to look at the baby dragon Guion standing nearby. "My little one, do you want that thing that badly?" Following the child's gaze to the other corner of the park, a mother was happily holding her little daughter playing with a giant stuffed panda. "If only I knew you liked it this much," she said. "I would have bought it for you sooner." The little girl giggled, hugging the bear tight. Hey, mommy is the best," leaving Guion standing on this side watching longingly without blinking. The giant panda with its sparkling yellow bow seemed to be teasing the little one craving a gift. The blue-haired child stood silently in the corner, her eyes sparkling with desire, yet she obediently held a small twig and didn't ask for a thing. He smiled gently and asked softly, "Do you want a doll?" The child jumped eyes wide and bewildered as she looked at him. "No need to spend money to buy one," he said casually, reaching out to tear through space and plunging his hand into the dangerous magical boundary. From the shallowest part of an S-rank abyss, out of the pitch-black spatial rift, he pulled out a gigantic, brilliant blue teddy bear and remarked nonchalantly, "Though this one looks a bit different from that panda." He gently placed the sparkling blue teddy bear into the child's arms, making the little one hug her new gift tight with bewildered eyes. The blue teddy bear. Plump and snug in Guion's tiny arms, the baby's large, round eyes suddenly sparkled like 1,000 stars. Her cheeks flushed pink with excitement over the gift. Suddenly, Jitai stood watching the child cherish the toy and gently asked, Do you like it that much? Receiving a happy nod. The child hugged the teddy bear tightly and obediently sat down on the grass to play. But just a moment later, Gion wobbled to her feet. She nonchalantly dropped the bear on the ground and toddled back toward him, making him a bit puzzled. He gently picked the child up to soothe her. Do you want something else? That was the last one, you know. The blue-haired child looked up, her large, round, sparkling eyes clear and pure as she stared straight into his. Suddenly, Gion's soft, tiny hand gently pressed against the guardian's cheek. The child closed her eyes in pure happiness and leaned her forehead against his, leaving him wide-eyed with shock at this unexpected warm gesture. A feeling of utter bewilderment rose within him. Why is the little one acting like this all of a sudden? Could it be? He suddenly remembered the scene of a weary Yubom transferring mana to the baby dragon Gion while it was still in its egg. Squinting in thought, he wondered if the child thought that the transfer of magic was a form of expressing affection. Memories of tragic pasts suddenly surged in his mind. The place where the girl was crucified covered in blood. Images of him fighting crazily amidst a sea of fire and the blood of monsters in the first few loops flashed back hauntingly. Demonic dragons roaring, destroying everything, sowing catastrophe upon the world in a tragic way. He recalled his own weary, calloused face after countless failed regressions. The golden gears of the orbit clock kept spinning like a reminder of the cruel timeline he was bearing. Escaping his dark thoughts, he stood quietly holding Gion in the middle of the park covered in fallen leaves with the blue teddy bear abandoned at his feet. The child tilted her head, blinking her round eyes at him in curiosity. Seeing the child's innocent, guiltless expression, he curled his lips into a rare, warm smile. She gently grabbed the bear's hand while the protagonist held the child's tiny hand as they walked away. The two of them held hands, strolling slowly under the brilliant red sunset with Gion dragging the teddy bear along the ground behind them. Jitai looked up at the sky, now a vibrant orange. A sense of sentimentality rose in his heart. He stirred upon hearing happy footsteps approaching from afar, and he whispered to himself, "Are they here already?" making the child look up in confusion. From afar, the blonde girl Gael waved excitedly while carrying a giant instrument case on her shoulder. "Hey, Obama Chu!" She rushed over as fast as lightning to hug Gion. While petting her, he asked, "Where have you been?" "I went to the shopping district for a bit," she said. He said, then exclaimed excitedly, "Gion in her human form is just too adorable." Gael gently let go of the baby, curiously watching the child's happy expression. She winked mischievously. "It seems she's this happy because she got a gift from you." "Right." While Jitai asked curiously, "Can you read Gion's thoughts?" The girl revealed, "For us dragons, when skin touches skin, not just mana, but feelings and thoughts can be transmitted to the other person. Touching foreheads is the most effective," she continued. "To put it simply, it's a type of intimate contact when we want to express our affection." Leaving him surprised as he realized, "I didn't know about that." Gale chuckled triumphantly. Hey, so there are things you don't know about, huh?" Leaving him only able to look away in embarrassment to avoid being teased further. I looked over her shoulder and asked, "What's that on your back?" She jumped. Then the blonde girl peeked out from behind the oversized bag and grinned brightly. "Oh, this thing." Excitedly, she unzipped the bag and pulled out a wooden guitar, plucking a string with a burst of energy. Gael struck a confident, proud pose, holding the instrument. "I bought this so I can express my soul, without ever having to touch anyone. So what do you think? Do I look like a professional singer yet?" She played carefree, the music ringing through the Sunset Park. "I'm really going to practice hard," she chirped, skipping away and leaving us both just standing there watching her bubbly silhouette in a daze. Looking at Gael's carefree smile, my eyes suddenly darkened with melancholy. A horrifying memory from my past life flashed before me, haunting and vivid, a shattered guitar. It lay abandoned in a pool of dark, thick blood surrounded by scattered syringes. The tragic image of Gael from the previous loop surfaced, her body slumped on the cold, hard floor covered in injuries. Surrounded by liquor and wreckage, I had watched helplessly from behind. I promised myself then that I would protect her at all costs in this life. My expression shifted as the memories took hold. Beads of sweat rolled down my cheek as the ghosts of the past rushed back to invade my mind. In the dark memories of the previous loop, Gael appeared with a gaunt face. She looked hollowed out, her eyes empty and filled with despair after those endless dark days. Snapping back to the present. I pressed my lips together, clenching my fists so hard my knuckles cracked in frustration, trying to suppress the rage rising within me. Confused by my reaction, Gail held up her small, slightly red hand and pouted, "My hand hurts." I softened my voice gently, advising her, "You don't need to practice that hard, you know." The blonde girl's eyes went wide with surprise, her hands dropping to her sides in bewilderment. "Huh, why not?" I just took the child's hand and kept walking, saying quietly, "Just take it easy." She mumbled, sounding disappointed, "But I want to work hard." I had to quickly change the subject. "Has Ibom woken up yet?" Gail clutched her guitar, trailing along behind us as she reported sadly, "She's still sleeping. Her fever just won't go down." I sighed. I couldn't blame her. She'd overworked herself, constantly channeling magic for days on end. I looked over at the girl again and asked, "And what about Iorium? What about her?" I received a stuttering reply. In a dark room cluttered with trash, Iorium was sitting there, blankly hugging a bag of potato chips and staring fixedly at the TV screen. Gail sighed, complaining. She got so hooked on a TV show that she hasn't even stepped out of her room all day. This is the first time I've ever seen Iorium obsessed with anything other than punching people. You know, it's probably for the best that you didn't do anything. At least it kept you out of trouble. As soon as they got to the station, Yule happily grabbed Gion's hand and led him inside. "Gion, you know we have to wash our hands right after coming back from outside, don't you?" "That's right." I was left standing there in silence, his expression grim. The guardian's eyes suddenly darkened, filled with sorrow and rage as the blonde girl led the little one down the hallway. She muttered curiously to herself, wondering if her dear sister Bomb had woken up yet. Suddenly, a firm hand was placed gently on her shoulder from behind. Geet stood towering in the dim shadows of the hallway. His face was obscured, lost in the shadows, as he gave a stern command, telling Yule to take Gion to her room immediately and to stay there. "Don't you dare step outside until I tell you to." Huh? Why all of a sudden, Uncle?" His face was now chillingly, suffocatingly cold as he growled out, "Move, now." Terrified by his tone, the blonde girl shrank back, stuttering, Yes, sir." She quickly scooped Gion up and dashed into the room, whispering comfortingly to the little one, "Gion, do you want to read some fairy tales with me in the room?" "No." The villa's hallway suddenly grew bone-chillingly quiet, leaving only his lonely silhouette standing under the dim lights. He slowly approached and gently pushed open the bedroom door to check on Bomb. Peering inside, his eyes narrowed with lethal, chilling intent. Instantly, the dark space around them was filled with a row of armored ghost guardians standing motionless as they hovered over her bed. One of the armored guards slowly looked up, its voice deep and vibrating with fury as it spoke. "Are you the one?" the guard growled, questioning him with a menacing tone. "Who dared to do this to the green dragon?" These were the Guardians, dragon warriors wielding powerful protective magic. They were either dragon knights or thralls bound to the dragon clans by magical pacts, tasked with protecting their dragon nests. Some of the most exceptional guardians were assigned as personal bodyguards to watch over the young dragons whenever they went out to play. But now, Bomb lay in a deep, unconscious slumber under the threatening watch of those armored guards. The furious guard interrogated him. "Did you use a sleep spell on Bomb?" "No." After that, he stomped his foot violently against the floor, a brutal act of defiance that felt like a declaration of war. The armored guard roared in anger, "Answer me! Are you the one who did this?" To the green dragon. The guardian remained calm, hands tucked in his pockets, staring back at the guard with an unbothered expression. "When you enter someone else's home, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" That set the guard off. "It seems you don't grasp the situation yet." The male lead, Roy, continued with the sneer, "The right to ask questions belongs only to the strong." A wave of pitch-black energy swirling with resentment and hatred erupted violently around the armored guard. "Here only I am allowed to ask the questions, you lowly human." Facing that crushing pressure, JT slowly looked up, calmly assessing it. "High-level protective barrier magic. Not bad at all," he said as the armored man gripped his weapon tighter. Delivering an ultimatum with icy detachment, he issued a final warning. A surge of dark purple energy erupted violently as he raised his weapon high and roared, "What have you done with the blue dragon?" "Answer me, you human." He let out a soft sigh and replied indifferently, "The blue dragon was just born." He cast a glance toward the bed where Yubom was fast asleep in peace. Yubom had been exhausted from the magic transfer process. Because they were trying to teach the little one how to shapeshift, that's all there is to it. This left the armored man speechless, stunned by the truth. The guard slowly lowered his weapon and asked, "Then, who are you?" He looked straight at the guardian of the children with a calm gaze, which made the armored man scoff mockingly. "Guardian, don't make me laugh," the armored man sneered with utter disdain. "Do you even know what kind of great entities you are claiming to protect?" He replied concisely, "I know perfectly well. That is exactly why I'm asking." JT suddenly flipped the table with an enigmatic question. "Why did you all arrive so early? At this hour you should have been scattered across some spatial rift. In some distant dimension, shouldn't you?" The armored man startled, backing away in a panic. How? How do you know about that?" Terror seized him, prompting him to tighten his grip on his weapon and roar in defense. "You know far too much for a common human." He boasted loudly about his origins. "We are the guardians of the children, the keepers of the history of causality. We admit you've taken care of them in our stead." "Very well, but no matter how I look at it, you don't look like a benevolent being." The man radiated killing intent as he passed his death sentence. "Leaving you alive will only bring trouble later." This made him click his tongue in annoyance. "Can we just resolve this by talking it out peacefully?" "Hot, sir!" Ignoring the attempt at negotiation, the armored man swung his axe and lunged in a violent attack. "Don't worry," he screamed, diving down from the air like a lightning bolt, roaring furiously. "It won't hurt at all." A massive surge of dark purple energy from the battle axe smashed straight toward his head with destructive force. Clang! An ear-piercing sound echoed as the axe struck. A solid sword and was easily deflected. The armored man staggered in terror, stammering, "My knight's sword was deflected just like that." At that very moment, a faint blue light shimmered on JT's hand. A sharp, invisible SS rank sword materialized, activated by a swift, perfect strike. He sent the armored man flying into the ceiling like a rag doll. The guard crashed to the ground in pain, while another guardian stepped forward, his expression full of contempt. Pitiful weakling to be defeated by such a pathetic strike. The remaining 3 guardians drew their swords and rushed at him all at once. "We will deal with this human ourselves. Just stand back and watch." But the lead armored man lying on the ground hurriedly shouted in a desperate attempt to stop them. "Wait, this human is far stronger than we imagined." In the guardian's hand, the invisible sword danced in swift, lethal arcs that tore through the air, shattering the sturdy armor of the guardians in an instant. Within a few short seconds, all 4 proud armored guardians lay writhing on the floor, their weapons scattered. While he stood calmly in the middle of the living room with his glowing sword in hand, the lead-armored man slumped on the floor, looking up at him in sheer terror. "I felt something was strange from the very beginning. How could a mere ordinary human take care of a dragon hatchling, let alone know about our existence?" He shivered, realizing the bitter truth as he stared straight at the man before him. "I should have realized it from the moment I first felt doubt. This guy is—" JT's face was completely cast in cold, gloomy shadows, radiating the terrifying pressure of a ruler of all things, a transcendental entity that one must never ever provoke. The leader stared at the man in silence, face frozen in horror. JT sighed wearily with a cold, detached expression, and the faint blue light vanished from his hand. He said calmly, "I told you we should resolve this through conversation." Yet the other man stubbornly retorted, "Does this world even belong under your rule?" he asked back. "Now answer my question. There should have been an incident with the spatial rifts. How did you all manage to survive?" Trembling, the armored man bowed his head in submission. "It was thanks to the distortion of space." He recalled the moment the red spatial gate opened. "Under the guidance of the mother dragon, our Lord opened a dimension connecting the dragon's nest to this world to evacuate us. But then a sudden catastrophe struck. For some reason, space was violently warped and we were all thrown out through the rift." The guardian crossed his arms and commanded, "Explain this spatial distortion to me more clearly." The armored man knelt respectfully and replied, "I do not know the exact details, but among the things our Lord once mentioned, he spoke of something called the Horizon of Destiny." His armored hand sparked with a mysterious surge of dark purple magic. He explained the secret art in more detail. "I heard that the spatial distortion was an accident. It's caused by a force originating from the Horizon of Destiny, as if the very dimensions are twisting around it." Receiving this new information, he narrows his eyes, pondering with a sense of skepticism. It's strange, in all his previous regressions, he's never once heard an explanation like this. Images flash through his mind. A mysterious purple spatial vortex representing the distortion of space and that so-called Horizon of Destiny. I haven't even heard of that concept before. Until now, he silently wonders about the major differences in this lifetime. Thinking back. This regression has had far too many deviations from the others. This is the first time a guardian of the Blue Dragon has come to me on their own outside of the usual ones. He stares intensely at the armored man pressing him. Does that horizon of destiny have anything to do with how you were able to get here? Are you trying to say that this horizon helped you arrive? The man bows his head and replies, to be precise, there was some kind of will. From the other side of the horizon of destiny, it helped us. He frowns in surprise. A will, you say? The man recalls the bizarre, swirling black light that appeared amidst the flow of time and space. It felt as though some supernatural will was guiding our path. The man continues. That will showed me the way, and I simply followed it, gathered the guardians, and found the place where the baby dragons were hiding. Suddenly, killing intent flares in his eyes. He mutters coldly, it seems there's something I need to look into. He slowly approaches the leader, suddenly placing a hand on the man's rigid helmet, ordering in a bone-chilling voice, look into my eyes. Instantly, a glowing blue scale symbol erupts in his eyes, emanating immense pressure. He has activated the SS rank Justice Eye, one of the 3 great authorities he seized from the Demon Archduke. Eyes capable of seeing through good and evil, discerning truth from lies, and exposing every twisted heart. A blue glow instantly enveloped the armored figure. To confirm the truth, he closed his eyes, then returned to his normal state. It was true. The armored figure still knelt submissively at his feet, while he silently told himself he had already resolved everything that could threaten this world. After all, that was meant to prevent such troubles from happening in the first place. He gritted his teeth in anger. He had checked and verified everything regarding the dimensions countless times. So why does something I have no knowledge of keep appearing? With a murderous gaze, he listened as the armored leader tried to add more information, his voice trembling as he continued, regarding the existence from beyond the horizon that I just mentioned. That will seems to carry an extreme resentment. It feels almost like a curse. Pressing a gauntleted hand to his chest where his magic core was glowing, he whispered, perhaps that is because my core was crafted from the very power of the Blue Dragon. JT listened in silence. His face sank into shadows full of thought and tension. Suddenly he reached out and struck the leader's chest, leaving the man with no time to react. Deep, violent claw marks appeared on the armor. As the guard let out a cry of pain, JT used his own strength to rip away the thick plating of the guard's armor. He looked in astonishment at the glowing magic core floating in the gap he had just torn open. What is this? Golden chains undulated incessantly around him, activating a supreme authority. S-rank distorted orbital clock, piercing through the twisted flow of time. A brilliant golden light formed a swirling sphere of chains in the air. The system sent notification after notification. S-rank distorted orbital clock authority. Detected an entity harboring hostility toward you. S-rank distorted orbital clock authority exhibits extreme rejection toward entities that have deviated from the world's timeline. The golden chains wound tightly together, radiating a brilliant temporal energy that surrounded JT. From within the golden radiance, a gold exquisitely crafted hourglass began to condense and manifest perfectly in midair. The Guardian reached out to catch the glowing hourglass. As it shimmered, the system issued a final warning. S-rank distorted orbital clock authority will henceforth identify all entities appearing from outside the timeline or those possessing a separate timeline as enemies, and will meticulously seek to destroy them. The Guardian looked helplessly at the glittering golden hourglass in his hands. He sighed to himself, thinking, this authority has never done anything but regress time, yet now it has started to interfere. But right now there's nothing I can do. I can only wait. The strange aura vanished. The armored leader wondered, that weird light from before. It turned into an hourglass. Regardless, everything has been resolved, right? He asked coldly. Now then, what do you intend to do next? I have been and still am taking very good care of the dragon hatchlings. You staying here won't help with anything. The armored figure suggested, regardless, the spatial distortion has definitely broken the contract binding you and the dragon race. There's no longer any reason for you to stay here, is there? The armored figure countered, You intend to just let us leave like this? JT replied concisely. I don't care as long as you don't cause any trouble. Seeing this, the 3 remaining armored guards hurriedly bowed and scurried away in a panic. In that case, we shall take our leave. Us too. He cast a sidelong glance at the leader, who still stood motionless in the corner. Very well, then. The leader suddenly trembled, his body swaying as if about to crack. I cannot leave. He left JT standing there dumbfounded and indifferent. JT walked forward coldly and pressed, You refuse to leave. The armored figure gritted his teeth resolutely. That's right. I am the guardian of the history of causality. Before he could finish his heroic oath, JT struck him with a lightning-fast kick. It landed straight on his chest, sending him crashing onto the floor in pain. JT slowly walked toward the one lying flat on the ground and said nonchalantly, I'll ask one more time. JT violently stomped his foot onto the armored chest, coldly pressing down. You refuse to leave. The guard writhed stubbornly, uttering fragmented words. I cannot leave, fury erupted. JT poured magical power into his foot and stomped violently on the guard's chest, causing the ground to crack. He spoke in a cold, murderous tone. I'll ask one last time. The guardian's face was chillingly, eerily emotionless. He growled, Are you refusing to leave? The leader lay flattened on the ground, his armor shattered, gasping weakly but stubbornly. I cannot leave. At that moment, the 3 guards hiding behind the wall poked their heads out, explaining awkwardly, Whatever you say, he won't listen. They sighed in frustration, throwing their comrade under the bus. That stubborn fool is always the dimmest one. Even when freedom is placed right before his eyes, he doesn't know how to grasp it, so please do whatever you want with him. JT stared silently at the 3 witless guards. Then he clicked his tongue and agreed, Fine. He turned around and infused a stream of time magic into the sword in his hand. It is this stubborn loyalty that makes a true guardian, making him bewildered. The tattered old armor suddenly turned into ash and scattered all over the floor. The leader knelt on the ground in a brand new clean set of armor, asking in astonishment, Why did you keep me? Are you testing our loyalty? He nonchalantly sheathed his lightning sword. Not exactly. He crossed his arms and questioned him, But you are a completely unfamiliar face. And your actions are very strange. Why do you want to stay and protect the blue dragon so much? The man bowed his head and answered decisively, My loyalty is to the Blue Dragon clan. You never change, do you? I already know you're loyal. But like I said, I'm doing a great job protecting you, Bohm. And you someone even weaker than me, what kind of guardian could you possibly be? Leaving the iron-clad guard speechless and sweating bullets. JT continued with a sinister tone. Actually, there's a position that suits you perfectly right now. Moments later, the 2 sisters, Gail and Iorium, walked into the living room carrying Gion. He ordered them, Go on, say hello. The 3 dragon sisters were stunned, their jaws dropping as they saw the massive armored guard cowering, wearing a pink apron with a red bow, holding a mop, while he calmly introduced him, Meet the new janitor I just hired. The once proud and heroic guard now stood frozen, wearing that humiliating pink apron, blankly questioning his life. A janitor, me. The iron-clad janitor stood in the kitchen, feverishly scrubbing a pile of dishes. The sound of plates and chopsticks clattering echoed rhythmically. Wearing bright pink rubber gloves, he scrubbed every pristine white plate with intense professional focus. Once finished scrubbing, he looked down at the pink red-bowed apron on his chest and let out a weary sigh. Irritated, he turned to nag the man sitting and working nearby. What do you mean by this? A janitor. How is that even my role? What, you don't like it? He protested indignantly. What on earth does protecting a dragon have to do with being a janitor and cleaning up? I just can't wrap my head around this. It doesn't make any sense. While he remained indifferent, eyes glued to his computer, he calmly closed his laptop with a sharp snap and stood up. I said it yesterday. Only one guardian for the dragon is needed, and that's me. Besides, we've already been kind enough to clear a spot for you here. He leaned in close, his face dark and menacing, delivering a terrifying ultimatum. If you can't even handle simple cleaning, I'll wipe you out entirely. Do it right. The Iron Guard trembled as he was pulled back to reality. He stood miserably in the kitchen, scrubbing plates, the clatter of dishes mixed with his resigned sighs. How did I end up in this pathetic state? Just then, U-Bomb strolled into the kitchen and asked curiously, "You're the guardian from Az Khalifa, aren't you?" The armored guard spun around, frantically bowing. "Young lady U-Bomb, are you feeling better?" Yes, it was just a mild fever. Nothing to worry about." She hesitated and asked, "I heard you were assigned to stay here." "To work as a cleaner." He nodded happily. "That is indeed the case." Seeing him still looking down shyly at his pink apron, U-Bomb giggled and complimented him. "That apron actually looks quite good on you." Startled and amazed, he watched as she tilted her head and gave a sweet smile that made her cheeks turn an adorable pink. "From now on, I'll leave the house care to you, Mr. Janitor." Those sweet words made the ironclad guard instantly blush beneath his helmet. His steel heart hammered wildly with emotion, and he gripped the plate in his hand tight. His shoulders shook with determination. Bursting with magical energy and fired up, he clenched his fist and roared with spirit, "Please leave everything to this Amata young lady. I will keep your hands clean and won't let you touch a single tedious chore." Unexpectedly, in his zeal, he crushed the porcelain plate in his hand. He stood there stunned and embarrassed while the blue-haired girl could only look awkwardly at the shattered mess on the floor. That was very expensive, you know. Meanwhile, in the living room, the little dragon Gion was being dressed in 3 super adorable outfits, from a chubby blue teddy bear suit to a school outfit with a yellow backpack, down to a cute black Lolita dress with a red bow. Yahello was excitedly glued to her phone, snapping photos like crazy, her eyes glowing with passion. "Hey, so cute I could die." The blonde girl happily showed the photos to JT, who was sitting on the sofa, while U-Bomb held Gion next to the armored janitor who was sweeping behind them. "When did you buy all these, big sis U-Bomb? They're so beautiful. I ordered them as soon as I felt better. So Gion, my little one, do you like them?" Gion hugged the teddy bear tightly, cheeks burning with shyness but still tried to act tough. Yahello teased her delighted. "Look at her expression, she clearly loves it. She's not even trying to hide her smile." The blonde girl turned to ask the janitor who was sweeping, "Mr. Janitor, which outfit do you think the baby looks prettiest in?" "To me, anything young lady Gion wears is beautiful." She giggled. "That's a sweet answer. Thank you so much." J8 sat in a corner on the sofa, quietly observing the conversation with a deadpan, emotionless expression. Yahello glanced at him and let out a soft giggle. "Teasing this janitor, he's actually quite good at socializing, isn't he?" JT suddenly noticed the blonde girl's hands, where her pale fingertips were scratched, calloused, and bleeding from over-practicing the guitar. JT crossed his arms and asked in a low, stern voice, "I see you're still working hard at playing the guitar, aren't you?" She jumped in shock. Hastily hiding her hands, she stammered, flustered. "Oh no, I'm just playing it gently." "I'm playing because I like Gion. Please don't scold her for that, okay? I haven't scolded her at all. But speaking of which, Iorium has been disappearing all day lately. Is she still glued to the TV in her room?" The girl gave an awkward nod. "Yeah, I guess so." Amata the janitor walked over holding a mop and began to complain timidly. "Actually, I tried to go in to clean Miss Iorium's room earlier, but as soon as I opened the door, she kicked me right out," he reported nervously. "But her complexion looked terrible, and I'm really worried about her." U-Bomb could only offer a helpless smile to explain. "It's probably because she stayed up all night binge-watching shows." J8 frowned with a speechless expression. He walked over, swung the door wide open, and looked inside coldly. His eyebrow twitched immediately. His eyes narrowed, showing extreme disgust. The sight before him was a total war zone, with empty liquor bottles and beer cans scattered everywhere, and an ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts, like quills on a hedgehog. Amidst the chaos, the red dragon, Iorium, was slumped on the floor in her workout gear holding a beer can. She turned around annoyed that someone was bothering her and grumbled, "What's the problem now? I just came to check if you were still alive." A heroic voice blared from the TV for the benefit of this nation. J8 glanced over and asked, "Have you been staring at that thing this whole time?" "Yeah. You watching too?" He replied flatly, "No." Looking at the warrior on the screen, shouting as he swung his sword, she grumbled, "This series has 7 whole seasons, you know. You know that, but the plot is trash and the setting is a total mess." JT asked, speechless, "Then why are you still watching it?" Iorium paused for a second, then let out a mocking laugh. "Ha! True enough. Are you some kind of genius?" Ignoring her rude attitude, J8 turned around and walked away, throwing a command over his shoulder. "Anyway, get out here. We need to talk." Confused Iorium didn't understand. Back in the living room, JT held little Gale in his arms and declared loudly, "So from now on, we are doing a deep clean." The group sat in a row on the sofa staring at each other blankly. Gale's eyes widened. "Huh, a deep clean. Why are we doing a major cleaning all of a sudden?" J8 said in a serious tone. "Rande, even if you guys aren't human, you at least need to act like it while living on Earth. Especially you two. Iorium and Guile, your rooms are absolutely disgusting." Guile jumped in surprise and shrieked, "Wait, since when did you go into my room? My mom told you not to go inside without permission. You shouldn't just barge into other people's rooms like that." Bum sitting next to her nudged her and whispered, "Didn't your mom tell you to clean your room and keep things tidy?" Stung by the truth, Guile turned bright red and argued back, "That's not the point right now." Cutting the argument short, JD ordered, "In short, leave the living room and kitchen to the janitor and you guys go handle your own rooms." Iorium stood up irritably and grumbled, "This is ridiculous. If there's a janitor, why do I have to clean it myself?" Next to her, Gale looked at her with pure disgust. Noticing that look, Iorium immediately wiped a dirty black smudge of grime onto Guile's face and smirked. "There you go. I was saving that just for you." The golden dragon girl let out a shrill scream. Guile rolled around on the sofa crying loudly, "Honey, I really hate getting dirty." "You say you hate getting dirty, yet your room is absolutely filthy." Ignoring everything, Iorium tossed her head back and ordered the knight, "Hey, you tin can. I'm going to the gym, so go clean my room. I'll be checking on it later." The janitor swallowed his pride and bowed his head. "Understood." Bomb also stood up leisurely and grabbed her grocery bag. "I finished cleaning yesterday, so I'm going to go buy some dinner." Leaving Gale sprawled on the floor throwing a tantrum. "Wah, everyone is so mean. Now that there are more people in the house, it's time to put some effort into cooking." Jade hugged little Gale, who was being obedient in his arms, and nodded in agreement. "All right." Suddenly, an image of a purple-colored rice pot with charcoal black fish sticking straight up popped into his mind, causing his expression to contort in pure panic. Seeing his unusual reaction, Bomb turned around and asked kindly, "Huh? Is something wrong? Do you want to try eating something?" "What's wrong? Would you like to try something to eat?" J8 broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly refused, saying, No, you go ahead." Meanwhile, the knight, fully equipped with a broom and dustpan, gathered all his courage to enter the red dragon's trash-filled room despite being clad in heavy armor. He still had to cover his nose with his hand, muttering in pure horror, "Even though I don't have a nose, I can still smell it, this foul stench. This goes way beyond the smell of demons, it's on a whole new level." As he worked hard to clean a giant cigarette ashtray, he lamented, "No wonder Ms. Summer looked so terrible earlier. What kind of cursed plant pot is this? Are you training your poison resistance in here or something?" Letting out a sigh, the knight busied himself gathering empty beer bottles and cans into a black trash bag. "Fine, whatever. I'll just start by clearing out this big junk first." Suddenly, a sinister shadow loomed over his head and a cold voice rang out, "You're doing it wrong. Aren't those metal cans?" The janitor jumped in fright, stunned. The shadow currently in JT's form frowned and lectured him, "You have to sort the cans and the plastic separately. You call yourself a janitor but can't handle the basics." The shadow clone mocked, "Is there no recycling in Ascalifa? I'm curious to know just how primitive you people really are." The knight held the can in his hand, swallowing hard. He thought to himself, "If it were anyone else, I wouldn't have noticed, but I can feel it. That demonic aura. A piece of that guy." Feeling the suffocating pressure, the knight dodged the tension by asking a random harmless question. "What are you staring at? Are you counting the days? Counting the days? Huh?" Terrified by that murderous intent, he quickly yielded, Okay, fine. Someone might mistake that for the real thing." Suddenly, the real JT walked in from the front door, frowning and shouting, "I told you to clean up. What the hell are you two doing?" At the same time, the shadow figure dropped the act and bowed respectfully. "You've arrived, master." The shadow clone hurriedly explained, "This janitor is doing such a lousy job, so I was just teaching him a lesson." Witnessing that speechless scene, the knight recalled a demonic proverb used to mock those who are incompetent but act arrogant, thinking, no wonder. The saying goes, "A weakling trying to carry a count on their back." He quickly shut down his subordinate's bossiness. He ordered, "Stop showing off and roll up your sleeves to help out. I called you out because I was afraid that guy wouldn't be able to handle Urium's room alone." "What did you say?" The knight folded his hands, bowing and letting out a sigh of relief as if he had just been saved. Meanwhile, the culprit behind the trash heap was still diligently doing push-ups, working hard at the gym, with a look of extreme determination, while the gentle spring girl Bomb was leisurely strolling through the supermarket, happily browsing and choosing fresh, juicy red apples. At the Golden Dragon's house, Guile wasn't idle either. She was struggling to shut a closet stuffed with clothes, leaving baby Gel behind. UL stood blankly watching. Meanwhile, in Uriam's room under the brilliant sunset, the shadow clone wearing an apron and the knight were busy cleaning. The battlefield of trash. The scene outside the villa was also bathed in the quiet orange-red hue of the late afternoon. In the office, the clone in a suit bowed respectfully and reported, "Everything is complete." "Well done, master." J8 turned the computer monitor toward his subordinate. "Let's get down to business. This is the next place you need to go." On the screen, a world map appeared with the target locked on Moscow, Russia. Pointing at images of test tubes filled with grotesque, monstrous creatures, he explained in detail, "The demonic organization B Visibility is secretly conducting research on demons. Transcendence here." J8 crossed his arms deep in thought and made a decisive choice. Finish up the mess with the police this week, then head straight to Russia. Along with that came a cold command aimed at the evil human-shaped combat machine. The target is to find and capture alive Prototype X, the prototype of the transcendent demons. The subordinate bowed his head, accepting the order professionally. "Understood, sir. I will go prepare immediately." The tense atmosphere was suddenly broken by a cheerful shout. "Bright and happy, I'm home." The knight set down his broom to welcome the young lady home while Gale's eyes lit up. "Oh, sister, you bought so many things now that our family is bigger. When everyone is here, we have to cook a real meal, right?" Seeing the situation looking unstable, the shadow clone tried to sneak away. "Bomb is back. So if you'll excuse me." But he was immediately grabbed by the shoulder by Jahe. "Wait, hold on." With a truly dark expression, Jahe gritted out every word, forcing his replacement. "You change clothes with me right now." A while later, a dish, emitting a hazy purple smoke that smelled of death, appeared on the dining table, accompanied by a carefree, enthusiastic invitation. "Everyone eat up." The group gathered, chewing happily. Bomb smiled and said, "This soup tastes exactly like it does in our hometown Ascalipha." Fake Jahe broke into a cold sweat and managed to smile. "Not bad. Mr. Janitor, you should come eat with us too." "How the hell is he supposed to eat when he doesn't even have a mouth, you idiot?" The unlucky subordinate wearing Jade's true form was turning pale, silently crying out to the heavens. "Master, don't tell me you're just going to stand alone on the street tonight," thought the shadow wearing the CEO's skin, silently fuming at how life treats me. "You dragged me out here just for the ridiculous reason of skipping some damn dinner." The scene immediately cuts to the tomb area, an abandoned industrial zone nearby. A place exuding a chilling, gloomy atmosphere littered with soulless corpses piled on top of each other, mixed with the painful, desperate gasping of the demon. Taking the form of a man with sharp teeth, he gritted them in rage, cursing, "You bastard," before JT lifted him up and slammed him hard against the wall. The bricks cracked, but he still defiantly screamed, "You think you can just walk out of here after doing this? A lowly human like you dare." Before he could finish, he was pinned to the ground. The demon still tried to bluff at the last minute. "If you knew who was backing me, you would..." Not bothering to listen to his BS, JT drove his sword into the demon's throat with cold indifference. "Yeah, I know perfectly well, actually," making the demon shriek in agony. "Ugh, ugh!" He grabbed the demon's disheveled hair, yanking his head back, and coldly exposed his identity, Professor Wizion of the Than Long Academy. JT stared right at him. Mockingly, he sneered, "Or should I call you Wizion, that filthy demon from the Invisibility Organization?" Tightening his grip, JT lowered his voice, interrogating him. "It seems like you're plotting something shady. What exactly are you guys planning, huh?" Making the demon foam at the mouth and gurgle. JT's eyes suddenly flared with a brilliant blue light as he activated the SS rank Scale of Judgment skill. He commanded absolute suppression. "Every lie is useless against me. Tell me the truth." Under the terrifying spiritual pressure, the sweating demon was forced to gasp out, "I don't know the full details, but..." He trembling revealed the crux of the matter. He said in 3 months from now, if the plan succeeds, he will also be chosen. JT immediately caught the keyword chosen. "You mean becoming a chair?" "That's exactly it." The mystery of the chairs was gradually revealed. It was a title for the 4 most powerful demons chosen within the ranks of the Invisibility Organization, even though most demons operated alone, or in small groups, but those who reached this position possessed power on an entirely different level. Those who rose to the rank of chair would own their own armies and hold the highest rank among demons. "Calamity," JT mused. "That's strange. In previous loops, Wizen never reached the position of chair. And at this point, I wasn't strong enough to orchestrate a conspiracy of this magnitude. Suddenly, an hourglass glowing with brilliant golden light appeared hovering before him. The S-rank pendulum clock power was activated, reading the malice emanating from outside. Horizon of Fate. It continued to scan for entities outside the world's timeline with a clearly defined target, the demon Wizen. The returned data showed an entity dissatisfied with the regression had interfered from outside the timeline. The result was that the current demon Wizen existed in a version possessing the most superior traits. In all the previous loops, JT clicked his tongue, realizing the problem. First the Guardian and now even Wizian. So anything related to him could be interfered with and twisted by them. His face grew pensive as he thought, but he cut his train of thought short. The battered demon on the ground stuttered, begging, "That's everything I know, but if you spare my life, I can gather more information," even as he spouted pathetic lies about his sick elderly mother waiting at home. "I won't betray you, please spare me." But his lips curled into a twisted, malicious smile devoid of any mercy. JT swung his sword decisively. He lopped off the traitor's head, sending black blood splattering everywhere. With eyes glowing a cold blue, he flicked the blood off his hand and calmly said, "I told you. Every lie is useless against me." He tapped his finger and coldly concluded, "And even if that were the truth, the outcome wouldn't change at all." The S-rank annihilation skill was immediately unleashed. A blast of black flames erupted, leveling the entire abandoned factory into dust. The atmosphere suddenly shifted to a beautiful sunny morning in a park shaded by cherry blossoms. With the fountain splashing peacefully, JT walked along leisurely while continuing to analyze. For Wizen to rise to the position of chair, the plan must be massive. If so, it's highly likely related to Lee Academy. In his mind flashed the image of Wizian placing his hand on Eorium's shoulder with those manipulative words at the year-end ceremony. "Teacher hopes student Eorium will lead us." JT pondered, if the year-end event is truly tied to the plot he's busy cooking up, then. His attention was interrupted by a cheerful voice. "Oh, the baby is so adorable." He turned back to see Bomb sitting on a stone bench under a cherry tree with baby Galul, surrounded by students who were crowding around, cooing and praising. One female student excitedly exclaimed, "I've never seen a baby this cute. What's the baby's name?" Bomb smiled gently and replied, "Her name is Galul." A male student chimed in, praising enthusiastically, "Even the name is cute, it really suits her hair color." "And how old is the baby?" Suddenly a dark shadow loomed over, blocking the view. JT appeared with a murderous look, making the students jump, freeze, and stutter. "You, sir." He shot a sharp, icy gaze as if wanting to devour the person in front of him and growled, "You kids have a problem with her." The kids huddled together in terror, hurriedly denying "No, sir," after shooing the noisy crowd away. JT casually sat down next to Bomb. She asked curiously, "You were gone all day. Where did you go?" "I had some business to take care of." He looked over at the blue dragon baby. He asked back, "So why did you bring Gelul out here?" Bomb gently explained, "I was sick the other day, so I didn't have time to play with her." She looked toward Jalul, who was toddling along holding a teddy bear and looking at the fountain, and added, "School starts tomorrow, so we won't have much free time anymore." JT nodded vaguely under the cherry blossoms blooming in the spring breeze, a faint, gentle smile on his face with clear, serene eyes. He turned toward the stoic man beside him. Meanwhile, JT kept his usual stone-faced expression, his gaze fixed straight ahead, perhaps lost in thought, planning for the life and death battles to come. Under the shade of the trees, Bomb smiled softly and teased, "Just like this. Don't you think we look like a real family, Uncle?" JT was taken aback, looking toward the fountain in confusion. She playfully added a bombshell, "Guile is your daughter, and basically I'm her mother." Little Gale sat on the ground, hugging her teddy bear, blinking her big, round, innocent eyes as she looked up. Bomb continued her smooth act. "And if that's true, that would make the two of us." JT stared at her, speechless. His face blank, he didn't even bother to respond. Seeing the stiff expression on the stoic man, Bomb covered her mouth and giggled. She waved her hands, scrambling to explain herself to ease the awkwardness. "I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. Why do you have to be so serious? If you keep talking nonsense, we're going home." JT picked up little Guile, turned around, and walked away, not forgetting to ask the little one, "Did you have fun playing, kiddo?" Bomb stood there, watching that sturdy back as it walked away, smiling brightly, and with deep satisfaction. The scene shifted to students strolling under the romantic falling cherry blossoms on the first day of school. Two schoolgirls in uniform skipped along the crosswalk, excited to head to class. A wide shot of the Grand Academy appeared on the first day of the new school year, amidst the cherry blossoms flying in the wind. The little golden dragon Guile had a piece of toast in her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Finally! Finally! She clenched her fists tightly and shouted inwardly, filled with enthusiasm, "I finally get to go to school!" Walking beside her, Bomb smiled and asked, "Which subjects did you sign up for? I hope we're in the same class. I'm taking superhuman studies, magic literature, and sociology." Suddenly noticing something unusual, Bomb wondered, "But hey, Guile, I've been wondering this whole time, why do you have a piece of toast in your mouth? We already had breakfast." Gale blushed and gave a mysterious giggly smile. "You don't know, do you?" She began to dream about a classic cheesy romance scene. Mom said if you run to school with toast in your mouth and accidentally bump into someone, in Gale's vivid imagination, an image of a dashing, handsome man appeared, and that person would be my fated other half. Gale's eyes shimmered like the entire galaxy was inside them. She kept gushing, "Oh, that's so cool." Just as she was lost in the fantasy of meeting her fated person, a red shadow loomed over her and whispered into her ear, "Oh my. I just accidentally bumped into someone. The red dragon." Iorium grinned, cheekily teasing, "So I'm your destiny, Guile." Gale was startled and scrambled backward. "But you're a girl." Iorium casually snatched the piece of toast from her junior, chewed it up, and replied nonchalantly, "So what, in Western TV shows girls kiss each other all the time?" This made Guile cry out, "Ah, my toast." Finished with the teasing, Iorium asked curiously, "By the way, where is that guy? I wasn't at home this morning. He said he was going to audit some classes today. He said he'd stop by the administrative office first to check a few things." Sensing some drama, Iorium smirked deviously. "Spreading rumors, huh? I wasn't even home last night. Maybe he's secretly dating some woman." Struck right in a sore spot. Bomb turned pale, stuttering and breaking into a cold sweat. "No way he wouldn't," Guile asked anxiously. "Are you sick? You're breaking out in a cold sweat." Suddenly Gale's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Huh!" Right in front of them was a crowd of reporters holding up cameras, snapping photos. The little girl wondered repeatedly, "Who are those people? They're definitely not students, they're clearly reporters." Watching the chaotic crowd, Iorium shrugged. "They're here to hunt for the standout recruits." Bomb got scared and hurried to slip away. "You guys, I'm heading in first." A male student nearby noticed the three girls and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" The students started whispering and gossiping excitedly. "Isn't that the student Iorium? Is that the Iorium who beat Sophia to a pulp and made that bold declaration the other day?" A headline flashed through their minds. That was definitely her. That shock of bright red hair. As soon as she was spotted, Iorium grimaced and cursed, "Damn it!" A pack of reporters smelling money swarmed her like bees from a broken hive. "Student Yuri, please, just one interview. Look over here just once." 10 microphones shoved right in her face, practically interrogating her. "Student Yuri, please answer us." Pushed to the brink of suffocation, Yuri snapped, "Are you people all crazy?" Reaching her limit, she bared her fangs and let out a roar that shattered their eardrums. "All of you shut your traps!" The pack of reporters jumped, hearts pounding as they scrambled backward. Gale, standing nearby, had to cover both ears because it was so deafening. In the sudden silence, Iorium glared and cursed the reporters. "Damn vultures, I guess my last answer wasn't enough. To satisfy you bastards, right, fine. I'll take you on one by one." With the most arrogant, unrefined grin imaginable, she gave them the finger and challenged them. "Come on then, if you're so tough." A bunch of garbage vultures. Contrast that noise with a peaceful place called home. Little Gale was sitting there, hugging her teddy bear, blankly staring at the door, standing guard behind her. The Iron Knight watched the little girl with a thoughtful look, unable to find the words. The Iron Knight was sweating bullets, muttering in utter awkwardness. "Man, this is getting awkward. You see, this morning before leaving the house, JT had stood at the door giving orders. The older ones are all heading to school and I won't be home either." He blandly entrusted the knight with a mission of cosmic proportions. "Today it's just you and Guile at home. So make sure you take care of the kid properly." Recalling that moment, the knight just wanted to cry, clutching his head and lamenting, "I can't believe I've been saddled with a task harder than cleaning the latrines. In my entire life have I ever had the slightest clue how to look after a kid." He timidly spoke up, trying to approach Lady Guile. Miss Guile." He only received a blank, puzzled look from the little girl. Trying to act like a professional nanny, he gently advised, "The other young ladies and the master won't be back until evening. Why don't you stop waiting and find somewhere comfortable to rest?" She completely ignored the well-meaning suggestion. Gale firmly turned her head the other way, leaving the hulking guardian petrified, faced with a string of ellipses, and left speechless. The invisible pressure from the little girl's silence made him break into a cold sweat. Inside his armor, he muttered in desperation, "Man, this is so suffocating." With no other choice, he trudged off to find something to do. Right, let me just go back to cleaning. A while later, he timidly poked his head out from behind the wall, peeking at the youngest one in the living room. He held his breath, not daring to make even the slightest sound, gathering his courage. He timidly stepped up to Gale, who was sitting obediently on the floor, hugging her teddy bear. "Miss Gale." He held out a comic book, his tone cheery as he tried to coax her. "Would you like to read a fairy tale with me?" Right after that, the Iron Knight wearing a pink apron knelt all the way down on the floor. With absolute sincerity, pouring his heart and soul into becoming a storyteller, his small effort was immediately rewarded when the little girl's jade eyes suddenly lit up, sparkling like they contained 1,000 stars, looking incredibly expectant. Seeing his strategy working, the knight breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, thank goodness. It seems the young miss really likes stories. All right, I'll read it to you." Holding the book with a cover depicting a pair of fairy clan father and daughter flying about, he loudly introduced the title, "Our Dad is the Greater Fairy Lord." His deep, warm voice echoed, beginning with a scene of a peaceful countryside. Once upon a time, long, long ago, in a certain forest. However, through the lens of someone from the demon realm, the setting was instantly twisted into a horror movie. If it's a forest from the distant past, it must have been a primeval forest from before the demon era, filled with brutal monsters tearing each other apart. Ignoring the bloody scenario he'd just invented in his brain, he continued the cheerful story. Anyway, in that place, the little girl Donsuni and her father were living together, relying on each other. Analyzing the family portrait and the missing female figure, he made a serious assessment of the situation. It looks like the mother must have perished. Even so, Donsuni is actually quite lucky. Usually in that harsh era, just keeping one parent alive was a miracle already. Back to the peaceful story, he read the next line. Before falling asleep, Dad would tell Donsuni ancient stories every day. His occupational hazard flared up again. He started imagining burly guys swinging axes and slaughtering each other in a heated battle. How interesting! If it's an old story from that era, then the content must be about those fierce, bloody grand battles. He rambled on, drawing his own wild conclusions. If that's the case, then this kid Donsuni must be a bloodthirsty combat junkie. Hearing that insane logic, little Gale blinked speechless. Ignoring his confused young audience, he kept enthusiastically telling the next part. And so one morning, Donsuni woke up and realized her dad wasn't at home. His vivid imagination flew far away to savage raids. Maybe he went to find a new mother. I heard that in that era, they had a culture of raiding and taking prisoners of war as concubines. In his mind, an image formed of a desperate woman screaming tragically as she was carried over a soldier's shoulder. They have a culture of raiding and taking prisoners of war as concubines. An image flashed in his mind of a woman screaming in despair as she was hauled away over a soldier's shoulder, kidnapping someone to be your stepmother. What a totally thoughtless and brainless thing to say. Donsuni must be just thrilled to have a new mom, huh? Lost in the bleak scenario he'd just spun. The guy cleared his throat and tried to get back to the main story. Anyway, so that's... He suddenly froze, sensing the air go ice cold. Little Gelul was glaring right at him. Her adorable face had darkened, radiating a heavy, pitch-black, murderous aura of pure disgust. She didn't say a word. The little girl pointed a short finger decisively toward the door, clearly meaning, "Get out of my sight right now." The ironclad knight panicked, sweat pouring down his face as he stammered a plea. "Wait, why would you do that, young lady? Is it possible? Is it that you don't like the story I'm telling?" Gelul's tiny finger remained stubbornly pointed at the corner of the room. Without any hesitation, she pointed back at him, then to the corner again, signaling him to go rot over there. Ignoring the knight's snubbed and pathetic look, the massive bodyguard had no choice but to gloomily curl up in the corner to sulk. Meanwhile, little Gelul happily sprawled out on the floor, humming to herself. While reading her own fairy tale, the scene shifted to the calm, clear blue sky outside the building. On the academy campus, a luxurious black car screeched to a halt at the curb, drawing the attention of passing students. The door opened, revealing a pair of slender legs. She stepped out with an arrogant air. Two male students standing nearby turned their heads dazed and blurted out, "Wow, she's so pretty." The girl with purple hair walked along touching up her makeup accompanied by her own bodyguard. Her name is Gongju-hee, the heiress of the Gong family, one of the 3 prestigious families of swordsmanship in South Korea. Despite her noble status, she cared more about her looks than training in martial arts or sword fighting. While dabbing on powder, Ju-hai grumbled irritably, "I hate sword practice so much, it makes me sweat like crazy and it ruins my makeup. It just ruins it all." As she was muttering, she suddenly stopped, seeing a chaotic crowd ahead. Vainly smoothing her hair and puffing out her chest, she thought, "What is up with those reporters? Don't tell me they're all waiting for me." She tilted her chin up and ordered her accompanying bodyguard, "Secretary Kim, you know I don't like being the center of attention. Well, go handle them. It appears they didn't come here to take pictures of you, my lady." "What?" Humiliated by the cold, hard truth, Ju-hai angrily pointed and scolded, "Then who is that over there, daring to make them skip taking photos of me?" Before she could finish, she was shoved aside by a reporter pushing through. "Excuse me, move out of the way." She stood there stunned, thinking, what the heck is this? Cast aside so shamefully, the sword family heiress could only force a smile, craning her neck in curiosity to see what kind of big shot was stealing the spotlight. In the center of the reporter crowd, Iorium was sitting comfortably, crossing her legs over the back of a male student who was bracing himself like a chair, radiating an unmatched wild energy. It made someone nearby blurt out in surprise, "She's so pretty." Finding the scene eyesore, Yahello frowned and asked, "Sister, but why is that person acting like your chair?" Iorium shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "I don't know, he said he liked it." The male student, acting as the chair despite sweating buckets, looked happy and thrilled, remembering their agreement. Iorium had said, "It's fine, we're friends, right? Don't you dare back out or break your word later. Of course I'm your fan." This made Iorium frown, confused. "A fan? What kind of nonsense are you babbling about?" Ignoring the fanatical human chair, a reporter cleared his throat and spoke up. "So, Cadet Iorium, can we begin the interview now? If you guys don't follow the order, I'm leaving. Interview or not, I don't care. So everyone only gets one quick question, then get out of the way." She tilted her chin and pointed randomly. "Okay, you, the guy in the hat, go first." The chosen reporter excitedly pulled out his microphone. Hello, Cadet Iorium. I'm from the Taiwan Public Broadcasting Station." Before he could finish his speech, Iorium's voice cut through, ruthless. "Too long. Next." The journalist was stunned and cried out pitifully, "I haven't even asked a single question yet." She passed the mic to someone else. A voice spoke up. "This is France CT News. Recently you have become a huge phenomenon in the superhuman world, and many people have their eyes on Cadet Iorium. How do you feel about that? Like trash." Next, another reporter shoved a mic in and asked, "Do you know that lately a fan cafe has been started for you? Please say a few words to your fans." Iorium smirked with disdain. "So that's why that idiot said he was my fan, a bunch of lunatics." Next, this time, a fat reporter sweating profusely with a greasy smile stepped forward. "This is Park Kang-ho from Gosan Ilbo." He pulled out a recorder and pointed it straight at Iorium, intentionally digging up the past. "What is the meaning behind the words you shouted during the recent interview at the Blue Dragon Academy?" Iorium pinched her nose and stepped back, looking at the people who already knew everything with total disgust. "Why are you still trying to ask about that crap? Ugh, that nasty sweat smell. Your brain is just filled with filth, isn't it?" She tried to end it, but the fat guy refused to give up, doggedly pushing for answers with an aggressive attitude. "Please don't be like that. Just explain it in more detail. Why did you choose that specific word? Out of the countless other words, huh?" Iorium's crimson eyes twitched, sparking with danger. The reporter flashed a sleazy, manipulative grin, trying to bait a headline. Just as he asked if she had any other intentions, Iorium coldly cut him off. "Hey you!" She licked her lips, putting on a haunting, menacing expression mixed with a teasing smirk. "Do you want to do it with me?" The fat reporter looked stunned, completely caught off guard. "Huh!" Iorium lowered her voice, radiating pure killing intent. "What kind of sick game are you playing? You know damn well that was just a joke. If you know that much, why are you so obsessed with picking apart my words, huh?" Despite breaking into a cold sweat, the reporter stubbornly tried to justify his profession. "It seems the student Iorium is still young and naive, so you just don't get it. The nature of journalism is just like this." He continued to shamelessly coax her. "So if you cooperate and give a proper interview, I might just write a decent article. Screw off, you old geezer." "Don't you know my patience has a limit?" Guile hurriedly grabbed her hand, trying to de-escalate. Honey, let's just ignore him and go inside. Is that okay?" Through the camera lens, Iorium's face was twisted in rage, teeth gritted, looking ready to devour the man in front of her. Outside, the fat reporter wore a twisted, triumphant smile. I thought to himself, that's it. Acting aggressive like that is exactly what gets the views. Feeling it wasn't enough, he licked his lips greedily, still feeling a bit disappointed. Should I provoke her a little more? If you keep acting like this, I'll have no choice but to twist the article however I want. His hand clenched in excitement as he mentally crafted a sensational headline. For example, the center of attention, Iorium soliciting a reporter for sex. Oh yes, keep on acting out exactly what you want. But before he could finish his delusions, Iorium roared and threw a punch straight at him. Because before that article ever sees the light of day, you'll be dead by my hands. It made Gale scream in panic, Unnie! The fist carrying destructive power lunged forward but was suddenly caught mid-air by a firm, steady hand. The one who appeared just in time to stop the rage was none other than JT, making both dragon girls gasp in surprise. Seeing their savior Gael cheered joyfully, "Ah, you showed up at the perfect time." JT maintained his usual stone-cold expression and reprimanded her, "You just got here and you're already causing trouble. Wrongly accused." Iorium gritted her teeth and snarled, "That's not it. It's because of that damn fat pig." Not bothering to listen to her explanation, he firmly scooped her up and threw her over his shoulder like a sack of rice, ignoring her frantic screaming and kicking. "What the hell are you doing? Aren't you going to put me down?" JT calmly announced to the crowd. "The interview ends here." He turned his head and shot a piercing, ice-cold gaze projecting terrifying pressure as he warned them. "Please try your best not to write any articles about what just happened." At the same time, a brilliant blue shockwave erupted from his body, blasting the pack of trashy vultures away. The immense pressure crushed the ground. The pavement shattered and water sprayed everywhere. The fat reporter was sent flying backward, dropping his recording equipment, his face drained of all color as he whimpered, dangling over his shoulder. Iorium's crimson eyes widened, stunned into silence by that overwhelming display of power. With the mess cleared, JT walked away leisurely and reminded them, "Gale, if you don't want to be late on your first day, get inside." Gael jumped, flustered, and obediently replied, "Yes," watching their backs. Lady Gongju Hihai broke into a cold sweat and turned to her bodyguard. "Did you just see that? Should we investigate which family they come from?" But the focus of the conversation took an abrupt, mindless turn as she groaned with envy. "That blonde girl's chest is insanely huge. Where on earth did she get her implants done?" The bodyguard could only stand there speechless like a statue. The scene shifted to a large, tiered classroom where the students were settled into their seats ready for the first lesson. The professor stood at the podium with a friendly smile. "I'm very happy to meet you, students. I am Professor Javier Kama, and I will be in charge of the swordsmanship course." Up in the gallery, JT sat solemnly auditing the class next to Muha. The professor went on and on about how today's lesson would revolve around the history of swordsmanship and the proper attitude a swordsman must have toward their blade, causing Iorium to rest her chin on her hand in boredom and mutter to herself, "Attitude, my foot. Just teach us how to brawl already." Dito glanced over and remarked, "You're still sitting there quietly. I'm genuinely surprised. I thought you'd be so bored you'd bolt out of here in a heartbeat." "What nonsense are you talking about? I've binged entire TV series before. Even the boring ones, all the way to the final episode." Her eyes blazed with a combative glint as she remembered the armored janitor at home. "And I'm going to train until I crush that walking, clanking piece of scrap metal. Just wait and see. One day I'll beat him myself." She suddenly realized something was off. She huffed and asked, "But seriously though, why are you even auditing this class with me? Go follow some other losers around or something?" Jade coldly cut her off. "You of all people should know the reason better than anyone." Caught off guard, Iorium rested her chin on her hand, sighed, and tried to change the subject. "Oh my God, I'm not even causing trouble anymore. Lately I've been on my best behavior, you know." The old butler mercilessly exposed the truth. "Did you already forget about the time you tried to beat that reporter to a pulp this morning?" That left Iorium speechless and stammering. She immediately bristled and argued, "That's because that fat pig kept prying and trying to piss me off. If it were you, you wouldn't be able to hold back either." As she spoke, she leaned closer and muttered, "Don't lean in like that, it's too hot." She leaned her chest against him while complaining, flashing a playful smirk. It was a teasing move. Why wouldn't it be? She knew men usually couldn't keep their cool when faced with such physical contact. "Are you feeling shy?" The response to that cheap attempt was a deadpan gaze devoid of even a ripple of emotion from the stoic man. Seeing her tricks had no effect on the wooden block, Iorium puffed out her cheeks in frustration, turned away, and a moment later she slumped onto the desk, snoring away. She muttered about how sluggish and boring the studies were. Was she always this bored with school? Iorium immediately corrected her. I'm saying you are boring, not the studies. Iorium lifted her heavy eyelids and retorted, if you're going to be a kidnapper, at least be an interesting one. In her memories, an image of his back flashed ruthlessly, slaughtering monsters with absolute dominance. She muttered, at first you didn't look like a normal person at all. With her bloodthirsty nature, she recalled the rush of excitement from that moment. So I thought, oh, there must be some fun dopamine-filled days waiting for me, and I was really looking forward to it, returning to the bland reality. Iorium slumped and buried her face in her pile of notebooks. I didn't sign up to play house in this ridiculous family game, Jade quietly reminded her. Just looking at what happened on the way to school is enough to see that you've already had way too much excitement. As if touched a raw nerve, Iorium slammed the table and jumped up, snapping, I'm not talking about those petty, trashy incidents. I'm talking about fighting, killing, and getting lost in the ecstasy of victory. That kind of feeling. The noise immediately drew the professor's attention. He smirked and stroked his beard with a cryptic smile. Oh ho, it seems our student Iorium is feeling quite restless today. A strange azure blue light suddenly flashed in the professor's eyes, and a bewitching tone echoed, I have a very good method for times like these. An invisible pressure made Iorium break into a cold sweat, freezing her in place as she heard the final verdict delivered word by word. Stay behind with your guardian after class ends. The peaceful scene outside a building, under the bright midday sun inside the practice room. Iorium sat slumped on the floor, holding a chipped wooden sword with a foul look on her face. She looked like she was trying to suppress some kind of frustration. It welled up, her cheeks puffed out, choked with indignation. Overcome, Iorium tossed the swords onto the floor. She snapped, pulling at her hair. Damn it! The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Why do I have to clean up this mess? I'd rather take a few punches. Jade, who was calmly sitting nearby, cleaning his sword, delivered a blunt blow. Stop complaining and hurry up with the cleaning. Thinking of the big armored knight, Iorium grumbled a suggestion. Why don't you call that janitor of yours to do it? It's obvious he loves doing this cleaning and tidying stuff. Jade calmly retorted. Then who would look after Yugalu here? Iorium clicked her tongue in disdain. Even so, that blue-haired brat is truly useless. While Jade carefully wiped the wooden blade, Iorium curiously changed the subject. By the way, I'm curious. Did you go to school when you were a kid? Jade answered nonchalantly. I didn't have enough time for a proper education. Hearing that, Iorium burst into a cheeky grin. Well, so you were a delinquent kid after all? That no time to study excuse is usually the classic line for lazy students, you know. JT glanced back, his expression indifferent but carrying the weight of a life-or-death history. Back then it was wartime, so I was too busy trying to survive. That action movie-style answer made Iorium's smile vanish. She was speechless, frowning. You're teasing me again, aren't you? If you say things like that, what kind of person does that make me? Summer sucked on a lollipop, her sharp eyes darting back to glare at the mysterious man. JT, continuing to polish his sword, asked in a low voice, Do you even enjoy this life? It's not interesting at all, she retorted, leaning forward. So why do you bother living such a boring life? If I were as strong as you, I wouldn't live so pointlessly, she added. Are you stuck in that phase where you're so powerful that everything in the world feels meaningless? He replied indifferently. Life just keeps going and we can't just quit on it. Hearing such philosophical drivel, Iorium curled her lip in disdain. What is with that edgy middle schooler talk? JT bluntly cut her off. Stop running your mouth and finish cleaning. Night fell in a quiet, starry blanket over the sky. The starlight enveloped the luxurious mansion. In the living room, Bomb and little Gel were obediently stacking Lego blocks. Iorium was engrossed in a Rubik's Cube, and the Iron Knight stood guard. Standing tall with his spear, the knight kept watch. Iorium twisted the Rubik's Cube with a click, muttering to herself, Let's see if I turn it like this. And match all the sides up, then it should work. Right. Just as she was trying to focus, the Iron Knight kept pacing back and forth with his spear, distracting her. He kept making those annoying pressurized grunts. Irritated, Iorium hurled the Rubik's Cube straight at him. Hey, you oversized tin can, she shouted at the Iron Man. Why the hell are you pacing around and driving me crazy? I can't concentrate. The knight jumped in surprise, cowering. My apologies, miss. Iorium shoved her hands into her pockets and let out a long sigh. What a useless guy, Bomb asked gently. You seem to be in an especially bad mood today. Is it because of those reporters this morning? Eorium answered lazily. That's part of it, but more accurately, I don't know, everything just feels so dull. Maybe it's because I haven't had a good fight lately. Seeing Bomb playing with the little one, Eorium called out softly, Hey, Spring Ani? Big sister. The rare, sacred word Ani had barely left Summer's lips before Bomb flinched, her eyes wide with shock. Did you just call me Ani? Panicking, Bomb lunged over to grab Eorium's shoulders, shaking her hard. Summer, are you sick? Should we go to the hospital? Eorium winced and brushed her off, grumbling, Fine, I'll go back to talking to you like usual, okay? She pushed herself up. That wasn't the main issue anyway. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa with a serious look, Eorium asked a deeply philosophical question. What is your reason for living, Ani? The question was so grandiose that both Bomb and little Yahello blinked at her, looking as if she were a strange creature. Bomb leaned down and whispered to the youngest, Winter dear, I think Summer has finally hit puberty. Eorium immediately snapped, baring her teeth. I heard that you know. You little brat, what would you even know? You blue-haired kid. Why are you nodding in agreement all of a sudden, after settling the chaos? Eorium returned to her serious expression and continued, This morning I asked that human about why he lives and what he finds interesting. Do you know what he said? After a long silence, Eorium recounted JT's words in an unusually serious tone. He said that life just keeps going so he can't give up. Bomb exclaimed, Oh, that sounds just like him. But she immediately pursed her lips, judging the man's dry philosophy. That man is so dull. After all, he said he doesn't feel happy about anything. But humans live to enjoy happiness. So if you can't feel that, then why even live? To illustrate her point, Eorium gave a practical example. Take that golden monkey Gay-ul, for instance. It can get crazy happy just from eating something delicious. She then pointed at the youngest. And that little blue one over there feels endless joy, just by playing with her torn teddy bear. Hearing this, Bomb rested her chin in her hand, pondering, then gently countered to defend him. Maybe he has things he likes too. He just hasn't told us yet. Eorium narrowed her eyes at her gentle big sister and dropped a bombshell. Honestly speaking, you're actually a bit like that human second sister. Bomb's eyes went wide with confusion. Me, how am I anything like him? The red dragon tossed her head and explained, Well, you're the type who is impossible to read from the outside, just like him. And both of you are boring to the point of insanity. Bomb blinked, questioning. Is that so, really? So in this world, is there actually anything that makes you happy, sis? But a second later, Bomb's face lit up, and she excitedly raised a finger as if to say, Oh, actually, there is one thing. She leaned in close to her sister's ear and whispered a secret. Do you know that our uncle is actually incredibly shy? Eorium stared blankly, completely caught off guard. Huh. Eorium immediately waved her hand dismissively, looking skeptical. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? He's clearly a cold-blooded pervert who doesn't have a single drop of compassion. Right, I used to think so too, Bomb said, eyes sparkling with sweet memories as she recalled the moment the two of them sat together on a park bench under the romantic cherry blossoms. He actually has moments that are unexpectedly adorable. Seeing her sister's dreamy, foolish expression, Eorium got goosebumps and shrieked in horror. What? What's with that creepy smile? Oh my God, something's definitely going on. The younger sister immediately pounced, pinning her sister down and tickling her relentlessly. Don't tell me you two are secretly up to something, as shady behind my back. Bomb laughed hysterically, struggling to break free. Ha ha ha! Why are you like this? You're killing me. Just as the two sisters were wrestling on the sofa, heavy footsteps thundered down the stairs along with a frantic shout, Big sis got Yule! The three golden dragon girls rushed down in a panic. Running and waving her arms, she shouted, Major news! It's actually a huge deal! The whole mutant community is buzzing about you, Yuri! Yahello skidded to a stop right in front of the two sisters. With a beaming face, she delivered the good news. Some people have even set up a fan cafe for you. Eorium asked, bewildered, What the heck is a fan cafe? While Bomb, still gasping for air on the sofa, begged, Eorium, please spare me. Yahello suddenly froze. Her eyes went round and blank as she stared at the compromising position the two sisters were in on the sofa. Realizing the awkward atmosphere, she timidly backed away, waving her hands frantically. Nothing, never mind. You two, just keep doing whatever you were doing. Seriously. My little head is just imagining all sorts of dirty stuff. The next morning, warm sunlight poured into the modern villa, chasing away the early mist amidst the cherry blossoms. In his bedroom, JT was getting dressed to go out. He carefully fastened his shirt buttons, revealing rock-hard, statue-like six-pack abs. Just as he was adjusting his outfit, the bedroom door creaked open unexpectedly. Bomb poked her head in, timidly calling out, "Uncle?" She peeked inside and gently asked, "I have something I want to ask you." JT was still casually buttoning his last cuff, exposing his muscular masculine physique right in front of her. Catching the breathtaking view, Bomb turned bright red, slammed the door shut, and shouted nervously, "I'm so sorry, Uncle, I really should have knocked." JT just called out calmly, "What's wrong? I'm dressed, come on in." The door opened again, and Bomb shyly stepped inside, face-burning red eyes fixed on the floor. She hesitated, then gathered all her courage and looked up at him with expectant eyes. "Can you come with me today?" Standing before the dry, stoic man, Bomb bashfully hung her head and summoned her courage to make the sweet request. "Would you like to go out with me today?" JT tightened his tie, raised an eyebrow, and asked skeptically, "Go out with you? Why, all of a sudden you only ever hang out with Yuri and Yahello." Hearing that blunt reply, Bomb pouted, feeling slighted. "You've never gone anywhere alone with me, not even once." JT fumbled for an excuse. "Well, those two—" "Exactly," he thought. "Summer is always roaring, swinging fists, and talking about fighting and violence outside the dojo. She loves chaos. And Autumn Yahello is such a glutton. The moment she hears someone say, 'Do you want to go get fried chicken with me, sweetie?' her eyes light up like floodlights." Thinking of all that potential mayhem, JT clicked his tongue and gave a firm no. Just then, the three dragon girls, already dressed for school, suddenly appeared. Yahello asked, "Hey, aren't you going to school yet?" Bomb retorted, "Try swallowing all that food in your mouth before you talk to me, would you? I'm busy trying to ask him out on a date." As soon as Yahello heard the word date, her eyes went wide. Whoa, a date! But Yuri immediately poured cold water on the idea. She probably just means asking him to come along as a chaperone. She munched on her bread and gave a thoughtful, The little golden dragon girl asked, "But come to think of it, why don't you hang out with Bomb? Don't tell me you're playing favorites with me and Yuri." Bomb, standing behind, turned beet red while JT quickly denied it. No, it's not like that." The golden dragon girl nodded while munching on her bread, acting like a wise, mature adult. "Even though being biased is bad, I understand you, Uncle." She happily continued her story. "My mom has met hundreds of men, but she definitely pampers 2 or 3 of them more than the others." Eorium chimed in, impressed, "Wow, your mom is really hot." Receiving a smug nod in return, right. Bomb stood on the side, glanced at JT, and asked pitifully, "Uncle, if that's the setup, am I one of those 97 guys you left behind?" "No. What do you mean?" He stood silent, staring into the aquarium where a dead fish was floating on the surface, remembering her tearful accusation, "You kidnapped me first." "No, what do you mean?" He stood frozen, staring at the fish tank where a dead fish was floating on the surface, remembering her bitter, sorrowful reproaches, "You kidnapped me first. And yet here you are not caring about me at all anymore." Bomb flashes a spine-chilling, cynical smile, implying that someone is being completely indifferent, like a fish that's already taken the bait. She leans her head on Gael's shoulder, fake crying pitifully. "I'm the only one being left behind." Gael starts sniffing and pouting along with her. "Bomb, you poor thing, that uncle is being seriously unreasonable." Eorium stands there with his arms crossed, acting like a righteous hero for once. "I finally get why you only hang out with us, Uncle. So just go with her this once. We promise not to cause any trouble." The red dragon girl adds a touch of philosophy. "You can't keep an eye on us forever, you know." JT is left speechless and deep in thought. Seeing the guy finally wavering, Bomb hides behind Yahello and winks playfully, sticking her tongue out triumphantly. "Got him." The scene shifts to the academy's massive gymnasium, where the orientation is taking place under the bright morning sun. Inside, the students are sitting neatly on the floor in their gym uniforms. In front is the instructor, and in the rows of seats behind are the parents and guardians watching. Bomb sits cross-legged, looking charming amidst the crowd. Her striking blue hair draws glances from the students nearby, who whisper, "Did she just say she's the older sister of the famous Eorium?" The gossip starts to spread. "Her name is IU Bomb, right? She's so pretty, I heard somewhere that she got a perfect score on the entrance interview." The noble students start acting snooty. "Which family is she from? I've never heard of them." "IU family or whatever. Just hearing the name makes it sound low class." While JT sits behind them, keeping his usual stoic composure, the blonde professor claps his hands cheerfully. "All right, that's it for today's lecture on social etiquette. We're done with the theory. For the rest of the time, let's practice social dancing." Hearing the word dance, the students immediately grimace and moan, "What kind of dancing is this?" This is so embarrassing. The professor laughs and teases, "Oh my, are you kids feeling shy?" He points to an illustration of a man and woman dancing elegantly and explains, "When you become representatives of your families, there will surely come a time when you must dance. At least once at a fancy party." He smiles meaningfully. "If you don't know how to dance and just fumble around, then wouldn't that be even more embarrassing?" The professor claps his hands. "Now students, please pair up." The classroom erupts into chaos as they scramble for partners. The boys seize the chance, blushing as they ask the girls they like, "If you don't have a partner, can you dance with me?" The professor chuckles encouragingly. "If there's someone you like, be brave and ask." One female student looks back in confusion. The whispering turns toward the corner of the room. "Hasn't IU-Bomb found a partner yet? I thought the boys would be lining up for her." A boy shakes his head, explaining, "The reason is she gives off this unapproachable vibe. It's like there's an invisible barrier that makes you feel like you aren't allowed to touch her." The professor walks over to Bomb looking disappointed. "Oh dear, it seems IU-Bomb is the only one left without a partner." Bomb sighs with self-deprecation. "I suppose so. It looks like I'm not very popular." The professor suggests cheerfully, "How about I dance with you since you're such a beautiful student?" But Bomb cuts him off with a smile. "Professor." She firmly points to the guardian section where JT is sitting cross-legged as motionless as a statue. "I'll have my guardian be my dance partner. Is that allowed?" The professor agrees, flustered. "Ah, yes, of course." Before he can even finish, Bomb dashes off. "Thank you, sir." He stands there stunned, wondering how she managed to move so fast. JT sighs, sitting there with a cold, brooding expression. Bomb runs over excitedly. She beams with a radiant smile and proactively reaches out. "Uncle, let's go before we're late." Facing those sparkling, expectant eyes, the stoic man only responds coldly. Pouring cold water on her, he says, "I don't know how to dance." Bomb immediately pouts and starts acting out. "So you're just going to leave me all alone here?" Faced with the little girl's pestering, JT lets out a long, helpless sigh. The professor's voice echoes, guiding the class through the practice. "Now slowly, hold your partner's hand. 3, 2, 1, 2, step." JT and Bomb stand facing each other in their stifling silence. He can only hold his breath as he looks at her. Bomb's eyes widen in confusion at the guardian uncle's excessive tension. JT's hand twitches hesitantly and he's even breaking out in a sweat, feeling awkward from the interaction. Bomb gives a playful, teasing smile. "Uncle, are you nervous because you're touching me?" He rushes to change the subject to hide his embarrassment. "That's not it." Not waiting for his agreement, she firmly grabs both of his hands. Determined, she says, "Don't worry." JT is startled. She sways their hands back and forth and explains kindly, "Just because our hands are touching doesn't mean our feelings will connect instantly, you know." JT swallows hard and replies, I understand." Bomb's gentle smile suddenly hides a hint of sharp intent as she warns, "And don't you dare try to just half-ass this dance, because it might affect my student grade." Getting JT to be obedient. "I see." Their feet edged closer to one another in rhythm as the professor's voice rang out. "Shall we begin then?" The two began to melt into a graceful dance, moving to the romantic, soaring melody that filled the auditorium. Their steps perfectly in sync, they spun together amidst the brilliant cherry blossoms. Oi, leaning her head close to his chest, chuckled to herself and teased in a whisper, "Uncle, your hands are sweating so much." JT's hands were in fact completely drenched in sweat. It was as if they had just been pulled out of the water. The blue dragon girl thought to herself, bewildered, "Why is he so nervous?" "Even other parts of him are drenched in sweat now," she thought. Her imagination immediately took flight as she replayed the image of his muscular, hot, and masculine chest from earlier. Her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment, and as she got lost in her daydream, Bomb's feet suddenly stumbled, causing her to yelp in panic. Faster than lightning. JT reached out to steady her waist, pulling her close to his chest to avoid a disgraceful fall. His face was right next to hers, glistening with sweat from the sudden collision. Faced with such intense proximity, Bomb's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. JT stared blankly at the girl for a moment, then calmly stated a harsh truth. "Your nose is bleeding." The scene immediately shifted to a sunny, shaded outdoor cafe. Bomb was sitting back, sipping chilled pink grapefruit juice to cool herself down. Standing beside her, JT asked with concern, "Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital?" Bomb frantically waved her hands in denial. Why would I go to the hospital for a bloody nose? I'm perfectly healthy." He crossed his arms deep in thought and full of doubt. "That's strange. You didn't bump into anything, so how did your nose start bleeding out of nowhere? Bomb hurriedly turned her face away to make excuses. How should I know? To avoid the sensitive topic, she immediately changed the subject, but most importantly, Uncle, I was so surprised to see you dance better than I expected. Where did you learn to do that? JT maintained his usual cold expression without uttering a word in response. He stared silently at the girl with deep, mysterious eyes lost in a distant memory. In his mind, he saw himself leading a girl in a dance. 1, 2, slow down, lean in. The girl had flashed a radiant smile, encouraging him. Turns out you're not as clumsy as I thought. At this rate, you'll improve quickly, Captain. The distant memory washed over him, flickering in and out. JT quickly turned away, bowing his head to look at the leaves falling on the green and pink grass, hiding the tremor in his eyes and leaving the past behind. He vaguely answered her question. I've never learned it. Bomb looked stunned. She pursed her lips in embarrassment and fell silent, rubbing her chin as she blinked deep in thought. Suddenly, Bomb jumped up from her seat full of excitement. Do you have any plans after class? Not really. The girl seized the opportunity, stretching her arms and retying her fluffy blue hair neatly, a radiant, provocative smile playing on her lips. Do you want to go do something fun with me? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, under the dim, frigid moonlight of night in Moscow, Russia stood an ancient fortress that had become a research facility. It belonged to a demonic organization called the Invisible. In contrast to the stillness outside, the facility's red alarm system was flashing frantically inside. It signaled that a disaster had just struck. Along the narrow hallway, the blood-soaked corpses of her comrades were scattered. A female demon ran for her life, desperate to save her own skin. Her face twisted in fear, her mind screaming incessantly, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Where the hell did that monster crawl out from?" As she hurriedly used her trembling fingers to punch in the door code, she desperately realized a bitter truth with only the manpower here. We can't stop him. As the automatic door creaked open, she darted out like an arrow with one thought: escape first and contact headquarters. Yet that faint hope was mercilessly extinguished when a gloomy shadow carrying overwhelming killing intent appeared right behind her, speaking in a chilling voice that sounded as if it echoed from the underworld. Where do you think you're going in such a hurry? The female demon froze, cold sweat soaking her back. She turned to look at her pursuer and trembled. What the hell do you want? The hunter, with eyes glowing brightly in the darkness, calmly spoke like a grim reaper, questioning a sinner. Is there something your master is looking for? Tell me, where did that Type 10 Transcendent Commander demon go? Dreaming of loyalty, are we? The demon growled. I'd rather die than talk. You think I'll tell you I'd rather die? As the words left her lips, a series of dark spikes pierced through her body without mercy, as JT calmly drew upon his experience. There is one thing I've felt after grabbing and killing countless demons like you, even though your true nature always tries to burst out when facing death. The demon's blood-red eyes slowly lost focus. The man continued to analyze the pathetic state of his enemy, but when in extreme pain, a human-like form emerges and they thrash around just like a puppet with its strings cut, squeezing the chin of the dying creature. He tossed her a taunt that was maddeningly mocking, entirely contrasting with the romantic scene from earlier. Do you want to try dancing under the moonlight yourself? Responding to the deadly dance invitation, her lifeless hand fell limp into a pool of blood. Stepping over the enemy's corpse as if it were nothing, he calmly raised his hand to touch. Using the earpiece to stay updated, he immediately spoke in the incredibly respectful tone of a servant. Master, the subordinate reports that Type 10 has been deployed for the testing phase, and it has been sent to the Invisible headquarters, sir. Besides, this time the Type X subject is female, unlike all the previous regressions. Receiving information that diverged from his memories, JT rubbed his temples in frustration, unable to say a word. Glancing at the corpse of the demon he had just taken down, he spoke up to confirm, "The head of the research team you just handled. Her name was Vera, right?" Receiving a clear, crisp confirmation from his device, "Yes, Master." He didn't waste a moment. A new infiltration plan was immediately set in motion as he gave his orders firmly. "Disguise yourself as that woman, and infiltrate the invisible organization's headquarters. Find out who X is." His subordinate respectfully obeyed, "Yes, Master." Just then, the memory reeking of blood faded away. In its place was the reality of a bright clothing store where he was waiting for someone to try on clothes. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, JT rubbed his temples with 2 fingers. His expression betrayed the exhaustion of someone carrying too many heavy burdens. The image of the weapon of mass destruction known as Prototype X flashed through his mind again. It was a transcendently powerful commander-level demon capable of linking countless other demon minds together. The longer it survived, the more minds it harvested, evolving into an extremely dangerous entity. It was precisely for that reason that in every regression loop, he always prioritized eliminating Prototype X above all else. But there was a catch this time. The information was completely inconsistent with previous lives, making the search incredibly difficult. Caught in a bind, the man sat silently, eyes closed, and activated his power, the Great Clock S. He began to peer through the malice sent from across the horizon of the predestination, seeking the target that had dared to deviate from the world's timeline. The Great Clock S power began to scan the distortions in the timeline. JT pondered to himself, the fact that the target X's identity has changed is undoubtedly another act of that malice the Guardian mentioned. His hands clenched, radiating murderous intent. Because no matter what, nothing would change. With the mindset of one who holds destiny in his hands, he coldly declared that he would kill anything that dared to disrupt his peaceful daily life. His train of thought was cut off by a high-pitched voice echoing from the changing area. "Mister, come here for a second." Approaching the tightly drawn curtain, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is it?" The green-haired girl hurriedly poked her head out, urging, "Hurry, hurry!" Her mysterious, half-concealed attitude left JT surprised. A flicker of curiosity crossed his stoic face. The curtain was suddenly ripped aside, revealing a seductive bikini on her well-endowed figure, along with a confident question, "How is it? Does this look good on me?" Unmoved by the beauty of a blossoming young girl, the man was speechless. He looked away and sighed. "What are you doing? Summer is coming soon. I thought it would be great to buy a bikini." Seeing the mister brushing her off, the playful girl leaned in close to the curtain, teasing, "You can't see clearly standing there. Do you want to come inside and get a better look?" But she was hit with a cold, icy bucket of water. "You said you were going to do something interesting. Is this just some useless prank? Caught off guard." Bomb puffed out her cheeks, pouted and muttered from behind the curtain, feeling aggrieved. "What do you mean I thought it was fun?" Then, as if remembering something, she broke into a cold sweat, her smile becoming stiff and awkward. She tried to turn the tables. "Don't tell me. Are you thinking about something dirty?" "Typical adult. Don't make me angry." Leaving the clothing store, the dragon girl continued to nag, not letting the stubborn mister off the hook. "Mister, be honest. You wanted to look just now, didn't you?" Despite JT firmly denying it. "No, not at all," she persisted. "Come on, how could you not want to look? Skipping along like a little bird." Bomb sang happily, "Maybe I should just buy it," ignoring the exhausted, grumbling sigh of the person walking beside her. "Are you done joking? Let's go home," realizing he was running out of patience. Bomb smiled and turned to confess her true purpose. Actually I came here to buy gifts for the kids." Gifts. In her head, the image of her youngest sibling clutching a tattered teddy bear flashed by, so she explained kindly, "Yeah, you know how pathetic and torn Gail's teddy bear is? I'm planning to buy her a new one and buy gifts for the others while I'm at it." As he casually walked down the escalator, JT continued checking the list. "What are you planning to buy for the others?" The dragon girl replied quite thoughtfully. "For Gail, I'll just buy clothes. She doesn't care about anything else. I'll buy her a really nice wallet so she doesn't feel inferior when going out with friends." He slowly asked again, "And Iorium?" Bomb wrinkled her nose, smiling wryly as she repeated her best friend's difficult request. "Yesterday I asked Iorium and she said there was something she wanted, though it's a bit strange." Stepping onto the main lobby, she quickly delegated the tasks. Then I'll go find gifts for Gale and Iorium. So mister, you pick a gift for Gale, okay? Got it. Watching the broad back of the man slowly disappearing into the bustling crowd, Bomb stopped and watched quietly. She touched her index finger to her lips, a sudden feeling of concern rising in her heart. He'll be okay, right? And so the footsteps of the benefactor who held the lives of countless notorious demons in his hands happened to stop before a dazzling store, painted in pink, called Toy and Toy. Inside the counter, a sales clerk was boredly propping her chin on her hand, sighing and waiting for her shift to end. Her listless eyes suddenly lit up. As she scanned JT's rugged figure, her brain started calculating immediately. Judging by his height and physique, he looked like he was in his late 20s or early 30s. Is he a model? Inside My Pink and My shop, a bored sales clerk rested her chin in her hand, sighing and counting down the minutes until her shift ended when suddenly her dull eyes lit up. As she scanned JT's rugged appearance, her brain immediately kicked into gear. Assessing his height and build, she figured he had to be in his late 20s or early 30s. Is he a model? Or maybe he's just a remarkably handsome soldier. Seeing the dapper guy standing there looking lost while admiring the teddy bear, she grew more convinced than ever. He's not here with a woman, and look at those confused eyes, he clearly knows nothing about toys. With the soul of a cutthroat veteran salesperson, she locked onto her target. A scheming, lopsided smile spread across her lips. She thought to herself, men like him are easy marks. She'd already sized him up in a heartbeat. The employee rushed over, hands clasped together, greeting him with forced enthusiasm. Oh, sir, are you picking out a gift for a little girl? How old is she? 4 years old, you say? What a lovely age! The girl leaned into her sales pitch, laying on the flattery thick. Is this for your daughter? Jade replied, short but dead serious. Not my daughter, but she's a little girl. She steered the conversation expertly. The silver-tongued saleswoman gushed. Oh, so you're the uncle. How rare to see an uncle picking out gifts himself. I'm sure she's going to love it. Seeing the prey had bitten the hook, she started the closing move. But you seem a bit inexperienced, sir. JT frowned, puzzled. Not letting the customer wait, she quickly pulled out a stethoscope. The bright pink toy doctor's set. She nonchalantly pressed the scope right against the man's chest, playfully advising for a 4-year-old. Instead of a doll, a role-play set like this is much better. You have quite a fit physique, sir. You can bond with the child by playing with this. Staring at the lime-yellow plastic scissors in JT's hand, he listened to her calculating pitch. Besides, if you buy this doctor set, the other sets will be 10% off. She then asked coldly, would you like to take a look at those? That offer immediately conjured a vivid scene in the uncle's mind. Little Gelul, dressed as a cute nurse, toddling after him with a giant syringe, filled with pink liquid. He remained silent, resigned to just buying the whole lot. Seeing that the customer looked completely sold, she knew she'd hit the pressure point. She bowed excitedly. Then I'm counting on you, sir, with a greedy, triumphant thought flashing through her mind. Hit the jackpot. A towering stack of gift boxes soon filled both of the man's arms, while the employee kept pouring honey in his ears. It looks like a lot, but it's all necessary for the child's emotional development. You won't regret this, sir. Standing at the register, she clasped her hands respectfully. Will you be paying by card, sir? JT nodded indifferently and pulled out his wallet. That's right, but the bright smile on her face suddenly stiffened. Her eyes widened in shock and awe when she saw what was placed on the counter, a powerful black credit card, radiating the dazzling aura of the super rich. The girl mentally screamed in extreme joy. That card, that's a black card only given to VIP families. No wonder he bought everything I suggested. In the eyes of a gold digger, the dry, boring man from a moment ago instantly transformed into a heartthrob sparkling in the middle of a romantic sea of roses. She let her imagination run wild, wondering about this man. The more she looked, the more charming he seemed. He didn't look like a married man. Should she try to seduce him? Taking a gamble, the staff member blushed, acting shy, and started flirting. Hey, handsome, do you have a girlfriend yet? Just as her delusions of marrying into wealth were taking flight, an arm suddenly hooked around Jate's bicep, followed by a sharp voice putting the seductress in her place. Bomb gripped Jate's arm tightly, her eyes shooting daggers at the employee who was curious, wondering, is she his girlfriend? Bomb glared annoyed. Are you really planning to buy all this, uncle? Ignoring the onlookers. Bomb puffed out her cheeks in frustration. We said we were going to buy what for, Jalul, exactly? Jate replied sheepishly. A doll. Then why did you pick out all this wrong stuff? As the saleswoman thought to herself. Wait, that's a school uniform? Her dark, scheming thoughts instantly swerved in a different direction. She blurted out confidently, "Ah, you're his younger sister." She was met with a scathing, contemptuous glare from the blue-haired girl who was still trying to save the sale at all costs. The employee rubbed her hands, laughing awkwardly to make excuses. "These toy sets! They might feel a bit strange to a child at first, but—" Bomb cut her off ruthlessly, leaving the woman dumbfounded. "Galul doesn't like these role-play sets." She flashed an angelic smile, but it radiated an aura as dark as a demon from hell. She repeated, emphasizing every syllable, "She does not like them." Feeling a chill run down her spine, the employee broke into a cold sweat, stepped back, and gave a stiff, awkward laugh. I understand." Under the cold, uncompromising gaze of the little customer, the useless sales pitch ended. A slender hand reached out, snatched the chubby brown teddy bear, and clinched the deal. "This one is probably better." Hugging the teddy bear, Bomb smiled contentedly and explained, "It's quite similar to her old bear, so she won't feel overwhelmed." JT, standing behind her, muttered in his own defense, "I was planning to buy that one from the start, too." Turning back with the cheerful expression of a capable housewife, she winked and asked the uncle with the black card, "This also gets the VIP discount, right?" As the silent night fell, the pale moonlight shone on the modern villa where the group lived. Inside the living room, 3 colorful heads of the children were huddled together. Their eyes widened and sparkled with excitement. "Wow!" The gleaming eyes of little Galul were glued to the chubby teddy bear and the gift box with a pretty bow placed on the rug. A voice overflowing with happiness rang out, "Is this really a gift for me?" The golden dragon girl. Gale jumped for joy, bouncing around the room with the gift in her hands, chattering incessantly. "I was actually just thinking about buying a wallet myself, Bomb. Sir, I love you both so much." While Gale was busy hugging her teddy bear, Iorium was busy examining the white paper bag, happily running over to the red-haired girl. Gale curiously asked, "Iorium, did you get a doll too?" "What did you get, Iorium?" "Me." She flashed a wicked smile just like a seasoned pro and reached out to show off a glossy black leather whip with a pair of handcuffs dangling from her mouth, shamelessly showing off an adult toy before her friend could even react. The red dragon lunged forward, brandishing the leather cuffs and threatening her like a kidnapper. "Hey, you little monkey, get over here! I need to test this out," she teased, making Gale back away in fear, stuttering, "I don't want to." Ignoring the noisy chase in the corner of the room, JT let little Gale climb onto his lap and sit quietly. I understood that this physical contact was her way of saying thank you for the gift. Sitting beside him, Bomb suddenly spoke up gently, holding out a small box to the man. "Sir, this is for you." He curiously opened the lid, letting out a soft sigh when he saw a silk tie. It was a luxurious dark blue lying neatly inside. "I noticed that you always wear the same tie to class, sir, so I bought this one." Swinging her bare feet, the blue dragon girl promised sincerely, "When I can earn my own money, I'll buy you a whole suit." Her words made the man's withered heart waver for a moment. He awkwardly replied, "Thank you, I feel like I'm the one receiving a gift." But the girl was empty-handed. JT spoke in an even tone, reminding her, "Shouldn't you have bought something for yourself, too?" Actually, I did buy something." The turquoise-eyed girl blinked, acting mysterious in response to his curious question. "What did you buy?" With a long, playful hum, an image of a seductive black bikini, hanging carefully in her closet, flashed through her mind, accompanied by a seductive promise, "I'll show you later." Time quietly slipped by. The scene shifted to a sunset-drenched modern city with the caption, "A few weeks later." The room door creaked open. A mysterious dark figure encased in heavy night armor poked their head in, waiting for orders while wearing a feminine pink apron, tied around their waist, contrasting sharply with their assassin-like appearance. The subordinate stood respectfully before Jate, who was adjusting his new tie, and said in a deep voice, "You summoned me, sir." With a cold, calm expression, he entrusted the task of babysitting to the brawny servant. "I'll be away for about 3 days. During that time, take good care of Gale." Gale asked, the subordinate puzzled, "Are you going somewhere far away, sir?" Turning his head slightly, a flash of cold, calculating light sparked in his eyes as he contemplatively confirmed, "That's right." The scene transitioned to the red dragon girl Iorium lying and stretching comfortably on the floor. Beside her was her familiar weapon. As the man's command rang out, "Iorium will be coming with me," the setting finally opened up to a vast space. like a training camp where dozens of students were gathered noisily whispering and discussing in front of a brilliant purple portal signaling the start of a stormy journey. As the crowd buzzed in the assembly hall, two students gulped nervously and muttered to each other. So it's finally starting. Before them was a giant space portal emitting a brilliant purple light, marking the opening moment of the human versus demon battle simulation contest. This was essentially a 3-day, 2-night survival war between students inside a virtual dungeon. The rules were simple: students would operate in teams of 3, and their guardian would stand outside acting as the one to issue commands. This term is known as operator, originating from elite super soldier groups specializing in raids. They were groups that always required an operator role, and of course in this contest, the guardian would take on the role of the operator as well. Iorium calmly remarked, "Master, look at those kids shaking. I doubt these rookies have ever seen real combat." Looking down at the red-haired girl squatting relaxedly on the ground, he coldly reminded her, "Iorium, you don't have time to be lounging around like that." This made her look up confused. Emphasizing the rules. The man grumbled. "This isn't a solo raid. You have to form a 3-person team to pass the simulation." But Iorium just pouted and replied, "I know, but only if it's someone I like." As they were talking, a hesitant voice cut through the air. Appearing before the two were a boy and a girl looking timid. They shyly offered, "Sorry if you haven't formed a team yet, would you like to join us?" Immediately, the red dragon girl bristled like a hedgehog, snapping right in their faces. "Get lost, you losers," while Jate stood behind her calmly asking, "What are your names?" The blonde teenage boy jumped obediently, introducing himself, "I'm Hisaki Sojiro," and the purple-haired girl beside him added shyly, "I'm Kim Jin." Both of them bowed deeply, sincerely promising, "We will work hard and try our best not to hold you back." Despite Iorium's fiery roar, "Are these idiots not listening to me? I told you to get lost. You two look like the weakest ones here." Not bothering to care about his student's harsh objection, JT coldly finalized, "Fine. Who said you have the right to add them to my team?" Putting on his eternal expressionless face, the man delivered an ultimatum: "If you don't like it, go find your own team," forcing the red dragon to click her tongue and concede, so annoying, leaving the two children standing still as statues, not daring to utter a word. A cocky young man suddenly appeared from somewhere, clapping a hand hard on Sojiro's back and threatening him with a chin flick. "Listen up, you weaklings. If you get in my way during the battle, you're dead meat." The bully punctuated his threat with a painful, malicious slap that made the timid boy hurriedly bow his head in gratitude. The boy doubled over, groaning in pain as the thug glared at him with a menacing, thuggish expression. "I already told you this before, you loser. I'll kill you if you ever loiter in front of me again." Despite the blatant bullying, Sojiro could only hold his head and offer a bitter, forced smile, apologizing while Jin watched with a gaze full of sorrow and helplessness, seeing that his victim was too soft. The thug shifted his target to the purple-haired girl, pressing her. "Your boyfriend already apologized. Don't you have anything to say?" Without waiting for her to react, he roughly grabbed a lock of Jin's hair and yanked it, barking, "Come on, speak up!" A voice from his side chimed in, "Johnny, the other guardians are watching. Don't take it too far." But the guy named Johnny just smirked dismissively. What's the problem? Besides, the adults don't even care about orphans anyway. The peak of his scumminess came when he grabbed Jin's hair and jeered, "Hey, lift up your bangs! Your face looks gloomy enough as it is." Before he could finish, the girl slapped his hand away and shouted in defiance, "Don't touch me!" Embarrassed, Johnny strained his neck and mocked, "Oh, an orphan dares to talk back." Suddenly, a fiery red shadow loomed right over Johnny. Urium coldly asked, "What is an orphan?" Catching that razor-sharp gaze, the thug broke into a cold sweat as his brain quickly identified the dangerous figure. "This girl is—" Inside, he was screaming at the legendary reputation of the school's maddest girl, IU Urium, while the owner of that title was already losing her patience. She ordered, "Answer me." He gulped. Remembering the warnings from the board of directors, even the elders had told him not to get involved with her. "You know IU Urium from the IU family, right? You have to be especially careful with that girl." Quickly dropping his arrogant attitude, he waved his hands, smiled awkwardly to save face, and stepped back. You don't know what an orphan is. It's just a student with no guardian." With a sneer, he pointed his thumb at the two of them. The purple-haired girl spat out insults. "In other words, you're just trash with no backing, a bunch of nobodies. A bunch of poor losers. Hearing that explanation, the Red Dragon girl scratched her head, finally realizing, oh, so that's what orphan means. Damn it, why do I have to be on a team with these beggars? Seeing Yuri seem to agree, Johnny triumphantly threw his arm around her neck and smirked. Don't tell me you're on a team with them. Why would someone as strong as you pair up with these idiots? His teammate behind him chimed in, trying to recruit her. How about you join our team? We can save a spot for you. That scared the other guy into shouting, Johnny, what the hell are you talking about? With a crafty look, Johnny calculated in his head. That's right. Getting close to this chick will definitely be to my advantage. He smugly analyzed his target's psychology. She seems to be my type, if I know how to flatter her temper. His dreams of manipulation were cut short when a punch exploded, sending him seeing stars right in the middle of his face, courtesy of Urium. The move was so lightning fast and decisive that both of his teammates stood there with their jaws dropped, while the beggar duo Jin and Sojiro were also so terrified their eyes rolled back, unable to believe what they had just seen. Holding his bleeding nose, Johnny roared in absolute fury. You want to die. You crazy red-haired brat, not caring about the barking of a defeated dog. Urium coldly brushed off her shoulder where he had touched her, snapping, Who gave you permission to put your hand on my shoulder? Are we friends or something? She continued to curse. What the hell do you think you are to be on equal footing with me, you low-level scum? His face twisted in rage as he cursed under his breath, You crazy butch! Not one to back down. The Red Dragon glared fiercely and shouted back, If I see you again, you're dead. The thug could only swallow his anger and retreat. Just you wait, damn it! After clearing the obstacle, she was still gritting her teeth in frustration, leaving the two teammates standing there helpless and speechless, having observed the whole comedic scene from start to finish. JT just sighed in silence without saying a word. The noisy atmosphere suddenly fell silent when a man in a long coat walked up to the dimensional gate and announced loudly, Attention, everyone! He used his pinky to pick his ear, then nonchalantly introduced himself. Now I will explain the competition rules. I am the professor for the Humanity vs. Demons Combat Course, Colonel JT. Looking around at the students standing on the teleporters, the professor announced, You are divided into 50 teams. Each team will start at a different location. A holographic data display appeared illustrating his explanation. Activity points, kill counts, death counts, and damage taken will all be converted into scores, and those scores will be broadcasted and ranked in real time. He added a crucial survival rule emphasizing, Remember, if you die once, you will be resurrected at a different location after 3 hours. An image of a dark cave appeared on the big screen along with the introduction. The name of this virtual dungeon is the Ant Nest. Finishing the brief explanation of the regulations, the professor declared, That's all. Good luck. Leaving the rookies sweating buckets under the pressure, they began to step into the magical vortex one by one, officially entering the struggle for survival. The displacement scene brought the team to a gloomy, quiet cave. JT looked around, assessing, not bad for a virtual dungeon. Full of excitement. Urium cracked her knuckles and cheered, All right, let's go smash everything to pieces. But immediately her friend Jin stopped her. Wait, do you even know where the other teams are? Without a second thought, the Red Dragon tilted her chin and retorted, if we just run around, we're bound to run into them eventually. Jim let out a helpless sigh, sorry about that. But we don't have your speed or stamina. Sojiro timidly chimed in, adding a logical analysis. If you just rush out alone like that, we could get ambushed from behind. Provoking Urium, who snapped back, Are you guys bragging about how weak you are? Unfazed by her teammates' aggressive attitude, Jin argued straightforwardly, What I mean is, we need a plan before we move. But the Red Dragon immediately imposed her blunt strategy. Our plan is, you guys follow behind and cover me. Unable to endure this tyranny any longer, Jim glared and snapped, This isn't a solo game, it's a team battle, don't act on your own. This drove Urium mad, ready to fight it out. I was kind enough to take you guys in. And now you dare talk back to me. Hey, you two calm down. Just as the internal conflict was about to turn into a brawl, the calm voice of their guardian uncle sounded through the earpiece, cutting off the argument. So you kids, JT asked coldly, getting straight to the point, which team do you want to ambush? Even with adult guidance, Jin remained pessimistic. It won't be that easy. Every team has their own operator. They won't just leave their blind spots exposed. This grated on Urium's nerves, and she mocked, You are insanely negative, you know that. Why bother worrying about picking a target? Flashing a bright, murderous smile, she gripped her sword tightly and declared loudly, Just kill everyone we see and that's it. Meanwhile, in another corner of the dungeon, the thug Johnny was whining while holding his bandaged nose. "Damn it, it still hurts like hell." The teammate with him rolled his eyes and scolded him. "That's the consequence of trying to look tough in front of Yoriam. We told you not to mess with her." Which made Johnny come up with a pathetic excuse. "I was just trying to be friendly. I didn't expect that freak to be that crazy." The other guy glanced at him suspiciously and asked, "You weren't serious about trying to replace one of us, were you?" Johnny replied, "Of course not. I was just testing her to see how she'd react." As they walked, he suddenly stomped his foot in anger and roared, "Ugh, that I you Yoriam if I meet her again here! I'll tear her to pieces." The moment the vicious oath left his lips, a cold voice like the Grim Reaper echoed from above. "Tear me to pieces, huh?" Johnny froze and looked up in horror, recognizing the demonic figure with blazing red hair swinging her sword as she lunged straight down from the cliff, wearing a bloodthirsty fang-bearing demonic grin. Yoriam roared, returning his earlier challenge, "Try it if you can." She stomped her foot straight into the unlucky thug's face, accompanied by a cold system notification. His health bar plummeted from 100 to a mere 17 points. His large frame slammed into the stone floor, creating a deep, cracked crater, while the red-haired demoness brandished her sword. She landed majestically before the horrified gazes of his two henchmen. Seeing their comrade being brutally tortured, the enemy team's guardian broke into a cold sweat in a panic. He shouted through his earpiece, directing them, "Damn it, since when did she sneak up on us? It's an ambush. Prepare for combat." Taking orders from their operator, the two lackeys scrambled back, raising their weapons. One trembled while aiming his gun, while the other sweated profusely, drawing his sword in a defensive stance, ready to fight back. However, brushing off of their tension, Yoriam casually propped her sword up and knelt on one knee, smirking sarcastically. "What do you mean, fight back? You guys are misunderstanding something here." Her face hidden in the shadows, she suddenly looked up, revealing a terrifying, bloodthirsty, evil smile. She delivered her final judgment, a death sentence for those who dared to stand in her way. "This is a one-sided hunt, you little puppies." The soldier with the rifle frantically squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of green energy bullets relentlessly chasing the red-haired girl. But with supernatural speed, she effortlessly glided away. Swinging her sword to deflect every bullet in her path, she lunged forward like a cyclone. The gunner was so terrified that his face turned deathly pale. He backed away, screaming desperately, "Don't come any closer." Unfortunately, his pleas were useless. She had already closed the distance right in front of him, coldly swinging her arm, preparing to land a lethal blow on the unfortunate guy. She showed no mercy and delivered a thunderous strike that sent the soldier flying 10 meters away, instantly sending his health bar from 100 straight to a big fat 0. While in the middle of clearing the trash, she frowned and looked away as if she had noticed something unusual. It turned out the soldier with the greatsword had seized the opportunity to sneak behind her, raising his massive blade high, intending to strike from behind. But with the reflexes of a dragon warrior, she immediately spun around and swung her blade to parry the strike, creating a fiery collision of power that lit up the corner of the cave. Seeing his opponent dare to fight him head-on, the soldier smirked triumphantly, thinking to himself, "You idiot." She didn't even bother dodging that attack. He felt a surge of triumph, his mind racing with calculations. He had the upper hand, and his weapon was heavier. He poured all his strength into the greatsword, confidently muttering to himself, "No matter how tough you are, there's no way I can lose this." The words had barely left his lips when his smile vanished. His face contorted in pure terror, sweat pouring down his forehead as he stammered, What the hell is this?" blocking his massive power-charged attack with a stance as solid as a rock. She scoffed with a disdainful smirk. "You thought you could win a contest of strength against me." With those words, Yoriam casually swatted away his cumbersome greatsword. Then she landed a thunderous blow, launching the soldier flying into the air. His health bar plummeted to 0 as quickly as an ex blocking you on social media after a brutal one-sided combo. She sighed, looking completely bored. Good grief. Slinging her sword over her shoulder with an expression of utter disappointment, she grumbled, "That didn't even serve as a warm-up. Is that really all they've got?" Watching from behind, one of her teammates hurriedly chimed in, "Ioriam, there's still one more." Ioriam turned back, frowning in confusion. "One more?" She spotted the unlucky blonde guy who took the first hit trying to crawl away. Caught red-handed, the blonde guy looked up with a swollen, bruised face. Missing a few teeth and with his health bar flickering at just 17 points, he managed a pathetic, crooked smile and pleaded, "Can you please stop hitting me in the face?" Her response to his desperate plea was a direct punch square in the face, landing perfectly. finishing off the last shred of his health. The commander watched in panic as his team was wiped out in an instant, muttering to himself in despair. His face deathly pale, he let out a helpless sigh. This is a nightmare. After clearing the Yuri's team walked over calmly. The blonde boy excitedly clasped his hands and praised her breathlessly. That was amazing. You really took them all down by yourself. The girl with purple hair in the group couldn't help but think to herself, I had no idea she was that strong. No wonder she's so famous. Her gaze shifted with admiration toward the man in the black suit walking with the dragons, but she was more impressed by Iorium's guardian, who was currently leaning over to examine the tracks on the ground. Although the training regulations forbade guardians from using mana, JT made her constantly wary and calculating. How did they catch up to the other teams so fast? With mana-based tracking restricted, she recalled his hand gestures from earlier and quietly assessed him. Plus, the timing of Iorium's ambush was absolutely perfect. His precise tracking skills and impeccable commands, looking at the man's stone-cold, expressionless face, she was certain of one thing. He must have been a first-class agent. At that moment, a massive portal opened, sucking in the defeated team as a bright red system notification echoed in their ears. All members of Team 37 have been eliminated. They will respawn in 3 hours at a different location. The remnants of the team bowed their heads in shame as they trudged through the portal. The blonde guy kept clutching his mangled face, whining, "My face!" Ignoring the noisy cleanup of the battlefield, JT looked down with a cold, detached gaze as if this were just a boring blink of an eye in his day. Suddenly, an excited voice broke the silence, grabbing JT's attention. "Whoa, look at this!" The boy. Sojiro held up the holographic display on his wrist, bragging about their achievements. "We've only taken out one team and we've already climbed to 6th place. Jin analyzed the situation logically. "I think it's because the simulation just started, so not many teams have fought each other yet. Besides, Iorium wiped out an entire team by herself, without losing a single drop of health. So this result makes sense." Ignoring the analysis, the blonde boy ran over to Iorium, fanboying, "You were incredible," instead of a friendly smile. He got his face pinched painfully by his teammate. Iorium threatened in a low voice, making him squirm as he mumbled. Giving him that familiar demon look, she roared, "What the hell are you so happy about? You didn't do a single useful thing besides standing there with your mouth open." Still not satisfied, Iorium unloaded a barrage of insults at her teammates. "What the hell were you two doing while I was fighting? I thought you two were supposed to be snipers. At the very least, you should have been providing covering fire while I was busy. Instead, you just stood there like a pair of idiots, getting in close with murderous intent." She delivered the final stinging blow. "Are the weapons you brought just for show?" Leaving both of them hanging their heads in shame as they mumbled sorry. Seeing her teammates finally admit their mistake, she stood with her hands on her hips and declared, "And don't get cocky just because we're in 6th place." Burning with the fire of youth and fighting spirit, she waved her arms and shouted, "We are going to take 1st place no matter what, clear," forcing her two friends to weakly obey. "Clear," she continued to grumble. "And fix your damn uniforms, are you children or what?" Sojiro shrieked in pain while JT, with his usual stoic face, stood by helplessly at a loss for words. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed since the simulation test began. Inside the control room of the Academy's dungeon simulator, the atmosphere was busy with screens flickering across modern monitoring arrays. The professor in charge of anti-magic combat gun DT took a lazy sip of coffee and let out a long yawn. "Today is the final day, huh? How tedious." To shake off his sleepiness, the bored professor turned to his assistant. "Hey assistant, which team is in 1st place right now?" He quickly received the report. "It's Team 1, sir, but Team 50 is right on their heels." The professor pondered for a moment, muttering to himself, "Let's see. Team 1 is full of 2nd-year elites, but who's in Team 50 again? I heard from the assistant that it's Iorium's team, sir." The professor's eyes widened in shock as he double-checked. Iorium, that crazy girl." He nodded as he heard the confirmation, "Yes, Urium and 2 others," while they both stared at the team ability profile on the screen. The professor clicked his tongue, assessing, "Basically, this is just a one-person team led by Urium. Still, that kid, she's actually really talented. But how the hell did they manage to climb all the way to 2nd place?" The assistant tapped away at his keyboard, offering his own theory. "I think their guardian is carrying the whole team on his back, sir. Take a look at this, please." As he looked at the displayed data, the professor's eyes lit up with intrigue and he let out a surprised, "Whoa, look at this." On the three-dimensional map team, Zero's movement route appeared absolutely flawless, leaving the professor in awe. Their pathing, it's insane. The assistant speculated about the Guardian's background. I think he used to be an agent for the Alliance, but the professor shot it down immediately. Hey, did you forget that I was an agent too? I know everyone is a business, but I've never seen or heard of anyone like him. His sharp eyes filled with suspicion as he let out a soft humph. Deep in thought, contemplating the outstanding students involved, he muttered to himself. The troublemakers of Blue Dragon Academy, IU Iorium and IU Bomb. The ones the magic professors hail as once-in-a-millennium geniuses. Directing his gaze toward the image of the mysterious man in the black suit, the professor concluded. Both of them are under that man's guidance. Taking a sip of coffee, he frowned, pointing out a critical anomaly. But his background is too squeaky clean. It's like someone took an eraser and wiped it completely blank. While he was busy deducing, the assistant hesitated, interrupting him. But there is something that's bothering me, sir. The professor turned his attention to him and asked, What is it? Pointing at a flashing corner of the map, the assistant reported anxiously. I think the first team is marking their territory. Team 1's route has never overlapped with the 3rd or 4th place teams. Not even once. The assistant continued his analysis. It's like they're sending secret signals to each other. Suddenly, the professor slapped him on the shoulder and asked with a hint of sarcasm, Hey, assistant, are you a sports referee or something? The guy looked confused, not understanding. Pardon. The professor looked him in the eye and calmly explained, The subject we are teaching focuses on real-world scenarios. Communicating like that, without any external communication devices, should be considered a strategy, not cheating. Actually, this is something you should be praising them for. The assistant scratched his head sheepishly, accepting the feedback. I hadn't thought of it that way. However, the professor's smile suddenly vanished. His eyes turned sharp and dangerous as he calculated, but well, if they intentionally avoid fighting when they run into each other, that would be cheating.